keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. Today, the day that all of these teams, of course, were waiting for, and it is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Day number one of the finals about to get started. It is going to be a 4-day affair, $30,000 on the line, Ankit. Again, I mean, we've got the best of the best
Yeah,
teams who have showcased some synergistic, skillful plays, but now the actual journey begins, right?
definitely. As you perfectly mentioned, the top 16 teams. So, broader, trust me, it has been a long journey, the course throughout, from 128 to 64,
True.
exactly to 32, and now to top 16 team. This has not been the easy for the rest of the team, but here we are, the line, everything is on its stake, as the top 16 teams will be finaling and battling themselves out on this grand stage. And a lot of things, I guess, will be on stage, apart from the money that we have seen, the $10,000, the one that gets on the first position. We'll talk about more this as soon as it gets on our screen. There we go, 30,000, massive amount of prize pool that is straight on the line. 10,000 for the first place, second place gets 5,000, keep decreasing. But one thing is for sure, that none of the team players will be finding themselves away and getting with nothing. It will be at least $500 for the for everyone itself.
Exactly. I mean, each and every team is going to be walking away with a little bit of the chunk of the $30,000 prize pool. And that, of course, is just a ludicrous play itself. But as of now, of course, like I just discussed, a 4-day affair is what is about to get started right now. 6 games every single day. So a lot is on stake. But along with that, as we always have kept on mentioning, Ankit, I mean, the consistency, right? Either it be the placement points or it will kill department. But perhaps when it comes down to the consistency, both of them are going to matter as we move on along from one game to the other.
I mean, exactly as you perfectly mentioned, the consistency, and this point system actually brings out to its scores the first team that gets to the first total #1 total of 15 points. And some teams have been really relying upon these placement points all in all. 12 for the second, 10 for the third. So it is completely the same as we have seen in the past. 13 to 16 gets none. But there it becomes important. One important kill that equals to one important point. Some teams really heavily rely upon the kill points. But first of all, let's quickly look at the schedule. 6 matches back to back for everyone that you have just chimed in, that you have just tuned into our broadcast. It is going to be Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. So 3 Erangel, 2 Sanhok, and 1 Miramar for the day. So how excited are you, Lauder? Because just imagine, 5 matches brought so much of excitement in the past, in the semifinals. Now these 6 matches, this is going to be a real trouble.
Most certainly is going to be. I mean, it is going to be right off the bat in the first game itself. We shall see what sort of a lobby are these teams going to be creating, right? Because earlier we have seen from certain times the teams do play or rather end up playing really slow and low-key start.
Yeah.
But at times we've seen during those group stages that teams would completely start dominating in the first 2 minutes itself. So it is going to be based on the momentum that we shall see on game number 1 as to which will define how the day will progress on. But yeah, of course, with that, talking about the teams or certain teams to bring up, of course, are going to be the likes of 7C Esports. Of course, Bad Intentions going to be chiming in along with TRZRA, and TRZ Esports is part of it. But on top of all of this, when you talk about the Goliaths in this, the eyes are certainly going to be down towards A1 Esports as well as VNM Legends.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned, the big names, the big chunk of points that they will be taking out from this, it is going to be a real trouble for the rest of the lobby. But we have seen in the past how A1 Esports have actually, they have also topped and toppled the rest of the teams in the quarters. The same sort of storyline was also been to the semifinals. And when it comes down to the finals, I guess A1 Esports, we have seen in the past, they start of the day with the chicken. I guess once they head towards the first match of Erangel, it will be a chicken for them, I guess.
Well, we shall see. Because again, I mean, till now, whenever we've seen A1 Esports as well as VNM Legends part of the same exact lobby, it has most of the times been the fact that, VNM Legends try and play their own back end gameplay, whereas A1 Esports is just dominating and through and through. But this time around, of course, they're going to be playing all the games back to back against each other. So we shall have to see which team ends up creating that lead, or will that even be allowed?
Yep.
Because by the end of course, the quarterfinals into the semi, we did end up noticing that the other teams in the lobby, they had picked up that aggressive stance as well, right? You talk about
Yeah.
UnstoppableX, you talk about XBROTHERS, I mean, NRZ Esports, all of them have slowly but genuinely picked up their pace against the likes of these Goliaths. So that's another conversation to be had, that will A1 Esports be able to bring in that sort of a dominating streak against the lads who are, again, trying to prove their mettle to the entire lobby. And they have been doing so. And now the stakes have gotten even higher, because now there's money on the line. There's
Yeah.
massive prize pool, that along with which, of course, they need to be on that glorious pedestal, right? The national championship Bangladesh region.
Yeah.
Of course, teams like Kings of Beat, all of them also will try and bring in the best approach. Same goes for TRZ Esports.
I mean,
But
yeah.
yeah, I mean, as I go on
Was just
from
about
one
to
team to
mention
the
this
other,
team
right?
names because I guess it would have been an unfair sort of approach if we wouldn't have talked about TRZ Esports
True.
still sitting at that second spot when they finished that overall ranking, because we don't have any ranking for now because the final is yet to go underway. Mind you, we have 6 games back to back. But let's talk about the performance that they have performed in the past. The overall ranking that we have seen post game 30 in the semifinals, Evan Esports obviously dominated the lobby with the 307 points, but they were being chased like a parasite with 272 points. TRZ Esports at the second position, and mind you, they just had that 2 chicken. Imagine if they could have got 4 or 5 chicken, they could have easily put that deficit into the lead that A1 Esports is sitting for the moment at now when they finish that semifinals. But I guess it is going to be an even affair if we have to just talk about that, because the TRZ Esports have been
Absolutely.
really giving a good shy of their aggression. And not only that, mind you, UnstoppableX was also a team that was on the first position, if I'm not wrong, at the end of match 10 when they had a really good game back to back. They were on a trot. They could have got the hat trick chicken, but then it was again A1 Esports with the domination, and also in the likes of Bad Intentions, Bots in Pajamas. So, I mean, I'm completely pumped up with the thing that we have seen in the past. Going down to the top 16, it was also not easy. In the last match, we saw some teams really trying hard and just not giving up in the last moment. Also, this shows the real confidence. This shows that never give up, die attitude. And I'm really happy. And also with that, I'm completely watchful to these how these lads actually perform in this finals.
Absolutely, as so perfectly mentioned by you, right? I mean, it is going to be a clean slate that they'll
Yeah.
start off the finals with. Till now, they have shown those glorious moments and have been really impressive. But as we progress on, now this is when things are going to get a bit tricky for the other team. For example, again, I mean, if I want to bring up, no team is, of course, I'm not saying that when I bring up one team's name to the other, I'm not comparing them. I'm not trying to say that they're not good. But when it comes down to teams like, for example, Python Esports, now Python Esports have had certain really good days in terms of their gameplay. They have been able to get massive amount of kills as well. I mean, they have dominated in the lobby as well. But as we progress on along from one day to the other, again, it goes back to the conversation about consistency and how consistent are the teams going to be? What sort of fights are they taking? Are those good fights or bad fights? Are the fights actually being converted, even if they are in a 3-man sort of an army sort of a situation or a 3-man squad situation? Are they able to tackle those also into their favor, like we've seen the likes of Unstoppable X2? So it is going to be one of those very crucial questions to be answered in the after the first game itself. That what sort of a play style are these teams going to be bringing in? Because that will define the way the day will progress on. And then, of course, from one day to the next, every single day will be a grind for these teams for the $30,000 prize pool on the line. Alongside which, of course, if they bring in that consistent play, then eventually you know for a fact that yep, this team is probably going to be able to stick around on the first page, or this team might not be able to jump up to the top five or the top three positions itself. And that is something that, again, game after game, we shall be keeping a stat on as to how the teams perform. And well, are they even learning and changing their approach from one game to the other? And that is going to, of course, be a conversation that we shall see if it works out in these teams' favor or not. But as the games progress, it is going to be one of those very highly anticipated
Yeah,
starts
sure.
to the entire journey itself. Because, as you perfectly mentioned, I mean, you think A1 Esports might just take that chicken dinner. I want to say that maybe VNM Legends bring in that sort of a display that they've showcased, right? A two-man split that they always do, and that might just result in them taking the first chicken dinner. Or we might have a completely different dark horse team coming in, throwing the entire lobby
Maybe.
off and taking the game into their favor based on the placement points, but not that many kills. So yeah, a lot can be expected from the way that these teams have played in the quarterfinals as well as the semis.
Exactly as you perfectly mentioned about VNM Legends, I want to talk more about this team. This team stood on third position with total of 251 points. One thing that really intrigued me that their kill number was certainly much higher in terms of that they secured in the total placement points, and this can
Yep.
actually boost up with their confidence when they are heading towards this final. And one more thing that I also want to talk about, as I perfectly mentioned, it can be Venom Legends starting things off right off the bat with a chicken. So we have seen in the past whenever Venom Legends are favored with those circle, when they are into the circle, when circle just goes into the lab, it's Venom Legend that really shines to outshine other one. So talking about the randomness of the game, I'll just have a shy of luck or maybe that randomness. Where would you think with the first circle of this final of Erangel would go? Because in the past we have seen those rest of the
Hmm.
rest circle. We have seen east and west, those back and forth, left and right. What do you think when finals is at the stake?
Again, I mean, good. Going back to the final day of the semifinals itself, right? We saw the games on an angle where the circle was a curveball again and again and again, right? The circle would take these teams down towards those water
Exactly.
regions, take them down towards the beach areas, take them down under the bridge itself, have so many teams be stuck out in the open in the water itself because there was no other place for them to even
Yeah.
approach the land area with. So that was an amazing semifinal finale, so to say. But now, as we start off with the finals itself, this is where again circle will always be a
Yeah.
curveball, but based on the circle itself and the approach that these teams have showcased, Venom Legend, another
Yeah.
commendable team based on the rotation that they're able to make in terms of the way the circle progresses on. A1, what can we say about A1 Esports? You have perfectly every single time mentioned it.
Zone
That
magnets.
team is a magnet, right? I mean, it
Exactly.
just somehow works in their favor.
I mean, it just boggles my mind with their, every time they are on the toes. If they are 200 meters, they will be making sure that they are playing the edges. Even if they are 1800 meter, 2000 meter, that is just a number for them. For a player like us, maybe we have played a lot of games in the past. It is pretty damn difficult, especially in this competitive lobby. But they make sure that not only they make a rotation, they make a successful and a safe rotation, and they are completely sound. But with this, I guess it is all down where we will both be taking you to this course of six match for the day. The first game, Erangel, the flight path is already on, fallen to power down towards this area, shooting range, a completely northern and dominated flight path. The place like Primorsk, Query, and the Ferripi regions are sort of in the tricky situation where TRZ esports love to go. So already TRZ esports are thrown with that curveball. I mean, those 4 or 5 days they must have worked upon all these things that they have gotten themselves into. And I would love to see if they have found their secondary drop location, because till now we have seen that it's the Primorsk area that TRZ loves to go.
That is so true, and they always try and go for that late rotation for themselves. And along with this, we do have a very important announcement for the viewers themselves. When it comes down to rewards, well, of course, there is $30,000 on the line for these teams that are playing. But along with that, of course, you do know PUBG Mobile does not let go of its viewers as well. And for that, we have this massive announcement to talk about, where indeed PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia channel is now live, viewers. So go on to YouTube, search for PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia channel, and go on and of course subscribe. And as you do so, you of course will be notified when the streams go live, and the rewards will certainly be following them as the game progresses on along. But getting back into the game and the map itself, as you were mentioning, it has certainly been a case where 7C Esports have not decided to change their rotation, or rather the drop location, but it is going to be TRZ who certainly have done so. And interestingly enough, when it comes down to their approach, it seems to be working for them for the moment. Also, at the moment that I was noticing TRZ, it also seemed like A1 Esports had jumped on along behind them towards Yasnaya, but that is not the case. A1 Esports will be finding themselves to the known location that they like to drop towards, and very close to them, or again going exactly in the center of the zone itself, we do find VNM Legends players.
Exactly, pretty much in the same proximity and same vicinity. Till now, everyone is just sound and safe. And we were talking about that drop clashes. Till now, it's a good thing to be honest. But Steel Shot, as you perfectly mentioned, is completely away from the rest of the teammates. The rest of the pack is into the Pochinki. I guess there might be some sort of technical issues with Steel Shot. We'll get to see because he's still in that parachute. That means he's just not forcing himself and just letting that parachute drive himself to that place that it can actually have. But TRZ Esports in the area of Yasnaya Polyana, a good drop, I would say, because they have read the gameplay well. Because we haven't seen in the past, at least in the top 16, that any of these teams have a specified drop location anywhere closer or maybe into the city of Yasnaya Polyana. Since they have dropped towards and into the area of Yasnaya Polyana, they will get a very vast amount of loot. But some gray markers was already there. That means they might face some challenge. But on the other hand, it is Team 4M, the only player into this Milta factory. Will he be able to retaliate? Because if that doesn't happen, he might fall down, and the rest of the players might have to survive the onslaught that can come inside the things from BD. But for now, it seems that it is a game end, and the first blood, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, have been drawn in the favor of Kings of BD. So right off the bat, Kings of BD, the name that they are actually justifying with, and the gameplay that we have been seeing and known in the past, they are doing really justifying things to its own way. And one kill, that means 1 point.
Absolutely, and again, a sad start for the side of T4M. He was certainly trying to find a window that he could jump out of, but did not favor him on the other tangent when it comes to his teammates. They are a bit scattered for the moment.
So Milta factory earlier had those windows, and after these sort of updates that actually came in, I guess it has been long, and the players should have known that there is no other window, and that is now grilled with the stones and everything that can actually not let them go away. But the rest of the teammates along into the area of Milta, and a very long speed, I would say, because Milta and Milta Power, we have seen in the past, players do love to go Milta Power and the factory, but I haven't seen in the past that one player go to Milta factory and 3 players down towards the area of Milta. So this is a strat that has first of all backfired the team. I would say Team 4M, they really not need to take care of themselves. On to the other side, it is going to be of TRZ Esports. The team have really performed decently and outstandingly well in the past. Now it's TRZ RA against TRZ Esports in the same vicinity. Will we get to see a fight or not? We have to still wait for that, because the players are making and finding themselves in the formation. I guess they might have seen, once they were jumping onto the area of Erangel and into this area, they might have seen those enemies' parachutes. And if they have, it seems that we might see some fight, or we have to still wait for that, to be honest.
Well, that is true. For now, we're just 5 minutes in. First blood certainly being drawn on from the side of Kings of BD. But as the game progresses on, another aggressive team that we have seen throughout the National Championship of Bangladesh region is going to be RudeDude. Sadly, when it came down to the semi-final, they were not that aggressive that we've seen from them. But of course, they are here, and they are going to be bringing in fights for themselves as they get into a vicinity that they find a team around. As of now, of course, we do see Rudro, along with his teammate of Nightmare, are going to be trying to get as much of loot as possible in the farm region that they find themselves in. And as far as the mini-map is concerned, we don't really see any team around in the vicinity. So early contestations and early fights most certainly cannot be expected for now, but it is only a matter of time. Of course, this is only 6 minutes in, and in 6 minutes, well, it is sort of a decent play and decent drop locations that these teams have been able to bring for themselves. On the other tangent, we move on towards another team. That is going to be the side of UnstoppableX. And this is another team that you were mentioning as well, Ankit. A team that looked really phenomenal as they find themselves in the ruins approach for now. Are going to once again getting themselves acclimated into this lobby. Going to have a slow start from the looks of it, this entire lobby, because after all, they do know what is on the line, and they do not want to be a part of those early skirmishes or early rotations that could kind of stick out like a sore thumb. But on the tangent, talking about rotations themselves, we did see VNM Legends' steel shot really far out towards the players of Python. So gonna have to well, keep our fingers crossed that he has been able to make that rotation towards his teammates, because
Yeah.
the teammates are, well, they found themselves in the comfort of the center of the zone.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned, just hope for the best as Steel Shot was completely far away. But one team that is along, and that is going to be of Silent Cloud. Now, we have seen Sparrow, Cobras, Cole Balish, especially how they actually outshine other players. There was a time that they were on the brink of getting eliminated, but as soon as the team got the momentum in their favor, each sort of rotation, each sort of fight that they were actually taking, that was going into the favor. And this is a team that actually plays passively at the start of the game, but down towards the end of the match, they really love to take the fight. But talking about that, it is X Brothers. So now this is a team that right off the bat, they love to take the fight. The consistency that we talk about is completely into the favor and on the bout of X Brothers. And as soon as Fazal realized now how quick he is, and with the calls and with the synergistic gameplay that we talk about, as soon as he realized that there is some sort of movement in the fourth compound, he just made himself safe with all the four players. And this is something that is really pretty good, because you won't want to take the fight if you're just one, but rather would love to take the call for the rest of your teammates and just wait passively until and unless the opponent makes a slightest of the mistake.
Absolutely, and that's going to be crucial, of course, because of course, when I talk about fights, there are early fights and early skirmishes that you can be a part of, and then there are those fights where you have the information, but do you choose to bring an onslaught into those moments? And that is something that we've seen. The trigger control is what I'm talking about. That we've seen from the teams in this lobby that have been really, really good. But talking about that, on the counter, it is going to be NRC Esports who are trying to take in a little bit of the damage, but it is TRZ that'll jump in along, and RA's approach has certainly kind of backfired as they tried to take on a burst damage towards the side of NRC Esports, but Scorpion has already been brought down. Along with that, Mr. Seven will also be going down. This is not looking good for the side of TRZRA as they made the rotation very close to NRZ, but eventually this has turned into quite a, well, sad state of affair, because you did mention earlier as well that when it came down to TRZRA, very close to them was of course TRZ's players as well, and that is something that has now taken a complete story of their own.
I guess Steel Shot they will have to not rely upon, because he's still in the Blues and he's not just moving an inch. That means Venom Legends now need to play their card perfectly well. And the start, if this sort of things are actually happening to Venom Legends, I guess they also need to be on sort of question where they need to be extra cautious in terms of the gameplay. Talking about that, even esports have slowly and steadily moved away from the six houses on that shore areas, and they are now inching towards that center line areas. This is a sort of circle that we have seen in the past. I guess this gets towards the southern region of Gatka, or maybe eastern region of Gatka, or maybe northern side of Query, and there where the ridges comes into fight. But we expected TRZ Sports and RA to collide in Yasnaya Polana, but as soon as they tried to make a rotation, it was NRZ that really interrupted them, and at that cost, it was TRZRA that really lost early two players, Mr. Seven and Scorpion, and then now they have to play the rest of the game. TRZ Esports, on the other hand, the circle, had they had gone on the area of Primos, things could have been really good. But talking about that, it is Venom Legend. Three players are completely pinning down the players of Bots in Pajama. Venom Legend, Steel Shot is taken down by plays on, and slowly and steadily he will bleed off as BMO from the sides of Bots in Pajama is also doing so. So now, Bots in Pajamas, we have seen in the past, they have the safe drop location. They are safe and sound towards the area of Severny, and that's the perfect drop location that we've seen in the past. Since they have played a lot of match, I still don't understand why they are being caught in the open, because this is a hybrid sort of circle. We have seen a lot of circles in the quarterfinals and also in the semifinals, and since they have played against a lobby where Venom Legend has been a part of, I guess this knock could have been averted. Don't you agree on this?
It could have been. It certainly could have been. But the rotation, the way, of course, the BIP were playing, did not anticipate Venom Legends to be out here. Because many times, I mean, Venom Legends, that's a tricky situation and affair for them, right? Many times they try and play to the edge of the zone, and many times they are in the center of the zone. So a tricky affair to question and answer that how exactly can we expect the other team to be there. And on the other tangent, talking about the teams themselves, now we are 11 minutes in, and things are certainly starting to heat up. On the other tangent, we do see brothers very close to the compound of Venom Legends are going to be sneakily trying to bring them down as well. But as of now, of course, no information has been given away to the players of X Brothers. And now We jump in with the first airdrop, the MK14, bringing in along with, of course, the level 3 kit. So looking pretty neat for the moment. But of course, it's just a few minutes earlier that we saw players move away from this area, and it was players of course TRZRA. Right now, the conversation is, will they be in the loot? As of now, it could very well be theirs, but will they want to take that sort of a chance? Because as we move on to the map itself, we do see bad intentions chiming in along as well.
Look at the safe approach. Team 4M losing early men at the start of the game. Now they have made a rotation from extreme southern side and they have took that military bridge into that scores. But once they make an entry, it is gonna be TRZ Esports. It is gonna be A1 Esports. It is gonna be 7C. So certainly their pursuit, their journey is not looking good. And I guess this is not a lobby where you can passively play. Yes, you need to play that passive gameplay once it is asked for it, but especially when the fight actually comes into favor, you need to take the fight in your hand. Central shift, A1 Esports, the player are not in the circle, but close towards where the actual center of the circle is. Most of the teammates, apart from Python, Unstoppable, Kings of BD, and TRZ, the rest of the teams are in the lobby. So I guess maybe we can get to see some sort of passive gameplay for next 5 to 7 minutes, because still the circle is not in the circle, so I would go in the open, because there are a lot of compound that players can actually take a safe haven into. But 6-9 boy is really trying hard not to let 7Cs go from the same vicinity. On the other hand, it is Sinister that is completely away from the players and from the rest of the two players. Dante, on the other hand, he's holding the warehouse. He is holding that 3x Mini 14 into his hand, and we have seen in the past how deadly his mini tap shots has been. It has been a really tough affair if the player gets connected onto that. I hope the player must be just trying to find himself away from it. But for now, it is 7Cs that are now finding themselves into the sewer area, the trenches where the Gatka area is, and they are going head to head against Oxygen.
Well, they certainly are trying to take on the players of Oxygen right here, as we can see, but eventually, of course, we're not able to take a nade for now, or rather, a knock for now, and that is, of course, going to be working in favor of Oxygen as they try and get themselves in the comfort of the compound. But right next to them, of course, is also going to be a team that can very well backfire, as we can see in the minimap. It is none other than IPGx, and IPGx already have their crosshairs down towards this compound. So Silent Cloud could very well get sandwiched as 7C make an approach from this side, and on the other tangent, it is going to be 7C's Rafat, who will be bringing in that early knock towards the side of Oxygen Esports. And it is none other than Kolabiash, who has been knocked, and that results in Oxygen Esports leaving with only 2 players. That's going to be, of course, Kobiraz and Rage Kid. This is not looking good for them. On the other tangent, as 7C make a push out in the open, it could once again be a conversation where they could be third party, because it is going to be IPGx who might just have the better advantage.
Definitely, IPG really have their crosses set up on, and they have the best part for this fight is IPG have really good sound sense for the moment, and they are knowing that it is 7Cs, and they are reading the kill fit pretty well till now. And once if 7Cs just do that sort of rookie mistake, because they should know that the circle is already into the area of Gatka. That means there are some sort of ridge onto the southern side and also onto the southwestern side where A1 Esports is also there. And if they come under the radar of A1 Esports, I'm sure that they won't be just spared. Rather, they will be taken down and just dug down 6 feet down into that Gatka area. And that can be sort of unfair means, because still now it is 2 players surviving. And I guess the 1 kills has also gone into the favor of Silent. One team that has really pulled them down. Kobiraz and Rage Kid still surviving. 7Cs off to a good start, I would say, holding the center of the circle. If again one circle comes into the lap, I guess those trenches, if played to perfection, that can actually help them get more and more points. And there we go. The northern shift, that means most of the team, talk about Unstoppable, Kings of BD, Team 4M, TRs, they are completely out of the circle. But the ruin side is completely open. That means any team that tries to find themselves into that position, although there is not much of compound, but still there are some small ridges that they can still find themselves behind into that, and then they can actually take up the fight. But A1 Esports, Dante, it seems that he's just not stopping. A1 Esports, Sinister takes one more knock, but Jax falls down. That means RudeDude and A1 Esports are going head to head against, and Jax 6-9 boy, Dante are already down. It is all down to how Sinister played his card to perfection, as RudeDude have really made a big dent into this very first game of Erangel. I'm just waiting if A1 Esports gets completely wiped out or not. A grenade is pulled down, but is it enough? That is going to be the question.
Well, for now, of course, as we move on down towards the game itself, it is going to be the grenade that is certainly going to be bringing in quite a lot of parade. But will it be enough, as you perfectly asked? RudeDude have been brought down to only a two-man squad, and that too, of course, Rudro is not looking too good. Sinister trying his level best to get his teammates revived, but of course, the better half of the fight has gone down towards in favor, of course, RudeDude. It was A1 Esports that took their chances, stopped into their tracks as they made that rotation towards the northern side, towards the ruins area. But it was RudeDude who did bring in quite a lot of an onslaught, and as of now, of course, we do see Sinister trying his level best to keep his players alive, to keep his teammates alive. But as they do so, same conversation is being taken care of outside for RudeDude as well. And the only thing that RudeDude is
Exactly.
being well supported by is the fact that there is no other team in the flying capability. But as soon as there would be, it might just be trouble for them.
Brother, but there is a surprising fact. This both teams, A1 Esports and RudeDude, there has been constant sort of contention that they have been in the past. Talk about Erangel,
True.
Miramar, Sanhok. We have seen A1 Esports from semifinals, then quarterfinals, and now is the final. The fight is still going on, and Dante bleeds off. That leads to last one player that is surviving from the sides of A1 Esports, and this is going to be really tough. I guess RudeDude, they have lost two players, but I guess once they would know that they have eliminated two players as big as from the sides of A1 Esports, they must be happy.
They most certainly are going to be. I mean, and that was a good fight indeed that turned in their favor. But now Rudro, as he moved on along through the window, has already given away the audio cue. And as of now, Sinister is going to be well equipped and ready. But Nightmare and Rudro, what sort of an approach are they going to be having when it comes down to this fight? Are they going to be chiming it along one by one, or are they going to push on together on the tangent? Still keep in mind that the back angle is being taken care of, and the flank could very well be created. But of course, it is going to be Sinister who shall try and bring in a knock, and he will be able to do so. Nightmare has been brought down. It is going to be all down towards Rudro. A 1v1 situation where Sinister against Rudro. Both are looking pretty good when it comes down to the health, but who will be the one who will be able to get the better half of this fight? Sinister is going to be making a move away from that as soon as he saw that Rudro has tried to get away and move away outside the window itself. No, but it was a flank. It has not been created. It was just an audio false cue that was created. Sinister has moved himself away on the first position, on the first floor, and for now, it is going to be Rudro against Sinister, but sadly, it is going Sinister's demise, and Rudro get the better half of that fight. These two lads, they've been contesting against anyone for the past 3 minutes, but eventually
Exactly.
do walk away with still two players surviving and 2 kills.
That was a fight for pride, I guess, because RudeDude, as soon as they realized it is A1 Esports, they made sure that they are going to be locking their horns up against A1 Esports, and it was AKM versus M416. We have seen how detrimental AKM can be once it gets connected, and it was really a double trouble for A1 Esports as they were already down to the last player surviving. But best part for RudeDude will be they are not only getting those 3-4 kills, but also 2 players once they get the revival. They will be easy to make safe an entry into the zone. Onto the tangent, it is going to be of NRZ Esports that is really being pinned down thanks to the onslaught that has come in by XBROTHERS. But there we go. VNM Legends comes into fight, takes one more knock, and it seems that now VNM Legends will be trying to dominate the longest fight, and it's really struggling hard to make an entry into zone. Sub-Zero completely been decimated. Otto and also on to drop to the knees, but finally, I guess he takes the revival, all thanks to the onslaught that is coming in from the sides of Kings of BD. WP gets one more kill, gets one more knock, and they are looking pretty strong. But they need to make sure it is VNM Legends into the same proximity. Void and Nightwing. I guess they must have the exact position, the precise position where Kings of BD's players are actually positioned for now.
Well, I being the man who was in control of that back angle but was not able to provide the cover fire to his teammates, have already lost that war, and now it is of course once again a conversation that is favoring Kings of BD as they've got the information, they've got the base, they've got the tractor working in their favor, working for their defense, and eventually with the information they have been able to collect, they've got 7 kills till now. The only way the BD can be stopped is if VNM Legends come from the back tangent.
Spidey and Marcus making it really tough, and Mamba goes down. This is not looking decent, and obviously a tough affair for TRC as Atomic, and one more player still surviving, and he also will be taking down. Whitecat goes down. That means TRC are on the verge of getting eliminated. This is a team that actually dropped towards the area of Yasna Pulana. They could have gone towards the area, but this was certainly it catches their demise as they go into 1v1 fight, but Atomic comes to the fight. 1 kill and completely eliminates the complete player of Team 4M, and really happy with the way Atomic is taking the fight. 5 kills already onto them. it is going to be a tough affair because it is UnstoppableX, it is VNM Legends, and it is other big giants that are just waiting to welcome them once they make an entry into the zone. On the other tangent, it
Well,
is going to be VNM Legends and XBROTHERS.
absolutely. And again, talking about those tangents and talking about who gets to be a part of the fight, it is going to be VNM Legends three-man squad who will be trying to push on against the compound of XBROTHERS. XBROTHERS have found themselves in this area for quite a long time, but now they are, of course, in the crosshairs of VNM Legends. And VNM Legends, being true to their name, are not only taking fight with one team, but are going to be fanning themselves out. They know for a fact that behind them is one team that they've already got the audio cues towards. They've already set a nades down towards that side. And of course, on the other tangent, when it comes to the front angle towards the center of the zone itself, we do see, of course, Void and Nightwing try and get as much information as they possibly can. For now, XBROTHERS are also looking pretty decent, where we do see King GG as well as Venom and the third man who have been able to accumulate 5 kills for themselves. So decent outing for this team of XBROTHERS.
5 kills already onto the name of 7Cs, 4 players intact. I mean, we didn't expect 7Cs to right off the bat perform in the way that they're actually performing, but VNM Legends Voids goes down, and it seems that bad intentions are really having their eye upon from the backhand side onto the tangent. It is XBROTHERS that is spinning them down. King GG is pretty much close towards them. Venom finishes that kill, and some high-flying actions is already into the frame, as now XBROTHERS, the players really have their adrenaline pumping in. Frypan can't do much. He is going down into that small house. If the players charges onto him, he can be taken down. He has been taken down, and now it is all down to how Nightwing survives the onslaught that is coming in from the sides of XBROTHERS, but onto the tangent. King GG brings one more drop, and it is back here from the sides of 7C. So XBROTHERS, all of a sudden, they are now exploding.
Well, what a play this has turned out to be. They took a fight against the players of 7C. 7C got the information and retaliated, but they did not find XBROTHERS in the crosses. Nevertheless, were able to bring down the final player of VNM Legends. Thus, VNM Legends has been sent back into the lobby. What a crazy start to the first game this has turned out to be. We are 23 minutes in, and the fights being taken on all across the board are absolutely bonkers. Bad intentions are keeping a very flank angle for themselves. It is going to be XBROTHERS who will try and recuperate, but that is not all it. King GG will be the aggressive one and move on, but again, bad intentions were certainly prepped and ready.
Bad intentions, they don't have any kill for now, but they have successfully brought 3 players, and they are holding the edge of the circle. If you look at the minimap, apart from some teams, all of the players are holding the edge of the circle. That means the team are just not wanting themselves to find that center of attraction. And this is a good strategy onto the inside. It is XBROTHERS that is still surviving, and King's GG, it seems that the revival is not the case, and he will bleed off as soon as he gets that final lead, or maybe he just bleed off. But Sherlock and Venoms are still surviving onto the tangent. King's GG just got bled off, but the question still remains. Once the circle makes for the 7th shift, will XBROTHERS will be getting the favor of the fortified area that they are looking for now? That is going to be the question, because once they come out in the open, it is going to be bad intention. It is going to be that have till now used all these utilities and smokes to perfection. And look at the smoke cloud that has been created from Boston Pajamas, Mr. BBC, Wipeout, and Charlotte, completely just not letting anything slip away. They are finding themselves into these into this smoke cloud, and one more smoke, they are playing into perfection. The drop was very close towards them. If any player get hands any closer towards the drop, that can be cherry on the top.
But most certainly can. 7th circle being brought on along. Its circle is certainly going to be favoring Python, but right now it is going to be 7th, very, very close to the location of BIP right here. And when it comes down to the Boston Punjab, this team has certainly showcased perfect plays earlier, very synergistic plays, but this time around it is 7C that is off to another bonkers start. 4 players still alive, domination being showcased from their side as well as King's BD, but eventually when it comes to this fight of BIP and King's BD, well, 7C, my apologies, is going to jump in and just completely take the storm away from BIP, thus leaving us with 6 teams.
Rougher. 2 knocks and final one brought in the coffin, with 7C's Rougher completely decimating the lobby, and Boston Pajamas in a blink of an eye has completely been sent to the lobby thanks to that onslaught. So we have seen in the past how player takes 1 player down, 2 player down, but it was Rougher that really realized, and this is the sort of strategies that we have seen in the past from esports. But the way 7Cs are playing, this is just phenomenal and atomic onto the side. You need to commend this guy, because he's still holding the edge on the circle. He is still making sure that he gets close towards that at least 10 or 12 points onto the other tangent. It's 7Cs that is looking unstoppable after it. Boston Pajamas us. Their next target was Bad Intention, but was the Kings of BD, and now PRZ Esports. Does Atomic has an exact info where 7C's players are currently pushing for now? Has he spotted every player down, or 7C's will spot him down? We need to see it. We really need to see, or will Rafat again ran him over?
Well, they certainly are moving around in this final circle. But before that can happen, it seems like Atomic might be able to get 1 point for himself. But no, he will not, sadly, because the circle will be moving away from him. The damage that was able to dish out was certainly not able to allow him to get a kill. But nevertheless, he did get his team up to the second position. Placement points will be for him. But 7C, what a massive turn of events this has turned out to be. 13 kills is what this team moved on along with. 28 total points for now with 2,312 damage dished out. I mean, not only 7C, but it was XBROTHERS who were part of this fight. It was Kings of BD who were part of the fight. Amazing affair for the first game.
And also it was Python TC because I guess they were eliminated at 4th or 5th spot, and right off the go, if all these teams that qualified so late in the stage, if they have done it, I mean, just imagine the sort of lobby that is already waiting. And now it seems that in the finals, the team are coming up with different sort of strategy because we have seen the way 7C's player actually played in this last match. We haven't seen Rafa just trying to drive down the players. It was just phenomenal to watch. It was just so phenomenal. And there we go. Bad Rev with the most valuable player because he find themselves the players. The help of those 4 kills, 777 damage, 214 healing. That is a complete gameplay that we expect from a player. And that is where Bad Rev just comes victorious in this match.
He most certainly, I mean, the entire team of 7C was at the way they were making that rotation, the way they made the push against so many of the players, the way they were able to take down players and one by one, right? I mean, they pushed on along the way. VIP was crushed pretty much thanks to the way the team of 7C approached that entire fight. So yeah, basically by the end of the 7th circle, we saw this team completely change the way and just aggressively push on along, and within a matter of seconds they were able to bring down 3 teams. And with that, what a perfect play. What I mean, we were talking about it right in the pre-game segment that all right, we can expect VNM Esports to do something, VNM Legends to perhaps be able to chime in along as well, but it could very well be a possibility that some other team might take the limelight away. And of course it is 7C in the first game that have taken the limelight away with amazing amount of kills, some perfect starts spoken in their favor. And in the top player list, we also did XBROTHERS Venom with 580 damage and 5 kills.
Definitely, they have survived all the thick and thins we have seen in the past. And now, XBROTHERS, as we have perfectly mentioned, they have also come this close. Venom comes up in the top 4 player list at the 3rd spot with 5 kills, 518 damage. And this is now a team that is looking pretty much strong in a different color, in a different tone altogether. Because how we just saw how 7C's actually played. That was another story. But XBROTHERS just pinning down the players of VNM Esports. Trust me, it is not that easy as XBROTHERS made it perfection and made it look so easy. And with that, we head towards the match ranking where we get to see 7C's Evileye maximum assist, and also we have seen Bad Rev with that highest damage, Rafa highest kills. So all in all, a complete gameplay. And whenever 7C's plays this sort of gameplay, they get rewarded with that chicken.
They most certainly do, and they try and of course be very, very resilient in terms of their play as well. They were very careful to have all 4 players still surviving as they moved on along from one compound to the other and then out in the open itself. A lot of smoke that was dished out from the side of VIP actually helped out in favor of course 7C as well, as they made that rotation from that side down towards TRZ's final player Atomic. And GG play indeed is what this has turned out to be from the side. But not only that, I mean, yes, 7C did get a perfect game for themselves. XBROTHERS did so phenomenally as well. I mean, 9 kills is what that team walked away with. We had Kings of BD chiming along with TRZ Esports. So miraculous events for these teams on the first page.
Exactly, 7C perfectly mentioned 13 kills, 15 placement points, but it was also Python TZ that got the 6 placement points. That the kill number was not pretty much, it was not significant, but still, when the kill and placement point gets accumulated, I guess 8 point is a decent start of a won't you agree with that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, Barrett Engines right above them with 10 points. And as you move on along to the second page, now this is where things did not go according to plan, I'm sure. For the side of VNM Legends, of course, we saw it was a three-man squad that they jumped into the game with here Esports. They tried their level best, but were caught off guard in a very interesting situation that could have been theirs, but sadly did not turn out to be because, as you had perfectly mentioned during the cast itself, it was the rivalry that was created against RudeDude. And well, I mean, RudeDude, we spoke about them. When they try and aggress, they just try and put a full stop to the aggressive stance and bring that team down to their knee. And this time around, it was, of course, A1 Esports.
Indeed, it was A1 Esports just falling down, but this was quite that Broder was talking about, and Rudro putting the final lane in the pocket. It was AKM in the hands of Rudro that made it possible and looked so easy. But then it was PRZ's player. Atomic was the last player that survived that onslaught after eliminating Marcos and Team 4M. Let's talk about this team. The team actually lost one player at the initial stage of the games, but they really made a long rotation. They could have gone straight into the circle, but rather chose down towards they rotated through two bridges. It was Nova, and then it was Victory Bridges, and then they finally made an entry. And once they made an entry, they made a big dent onto TRZ Esports. Finally, it was Atomic again that really shined upon. Kapshi was taken down. He tried to spot one player more down. Badrim was the player, but the rest of the players from 7 Seas was completely on their toes, and they made sure that they will be getting eliminated. And with this, we head towards that damage graph where we get to see a big, tall spike into the names of 7 Seas Esports. 2-3-1-2 is the damage that they did secure. And not only that, it was XBROTHERS with 1649, 1347 is what Kings of BD were able to secure, 987, 930. So a lot of team getting close to the 1000 mark. And not to forget about 6 kill, 1008 damage, TRZ Esports. And then it was IPG with just 55 damage and TRZ RA. So I guess next game maybe when they come into play, they might be getting more and more damage. But how often do you get to see A1 Esports just the 847 damage? Just 847.
Exactly. I mean, as so perfectly mentioned by you, right? This is just the first game. We still have 5 more games remaining for the day.
Yeah.
This is only day number 1 of the finals. So again, there are a total of 4 days that will compromise of this entire final saga itself. And in the national championship, I mean, the stakes couldn't have gotten any higher. The way these teams have played, it was absolutely ludicrous play that was showcased from the entire lobby. And now, as we move away from Erangel, we'll see what can we expect from game number 2. But before we jump into that, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, এই মুহূর্তে আমরা চলে এসেছি নো ইওর চ্যাম্পিয়নের আমাদের নেক্সট গেস্টকে নিয়ে। দ্যাট ইজ নান আদার দেন দ্য সুপারস্টার কাপশি। ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো। সো কেমন লাগছে অনেকদিন পর আবারও ফেস ক্যাম সহ কাপশি?
ভালোই।
বেসিক্যালি এখন মানে তোমাকে ফেস ক্যাম সহ দেখা যাচ্ছে না অনেকদিন ধরে। হোয়াট ইজ দ্য রিজন?
আনকমফোর্টেবল লাগে।
টিমের ব্যাপারে যদি একটু কথা বলি, যে তোমাদের টিমের মধ্যে লেটেস্ট ইনক্লুশন হিসেবে তোমরা কিন্তু এসএস রাফাতকে নিয়েছো, অ্যান্ড সামওয়াট এসএস রাফাতের আইজিএল রোলটাতে তাকে না দেখে তার যে এখন অ্যাসল্টিং রোলটাতে আমরা দেখছি, which one is better?
Obviously assaulting, because ওই দিক থেকে উনি বেটার কিল পিক করতে পারতেছে টিমের জন্য, এন্ড আইজিএল হিসেবে ওই জায়গাটা ইভিল পূরণ করে ফেলতেছে। তো
ওকে, ইটস ওয়ার্কিং আউট পারফেক্ট। ওকে, সো তারপরের যে ব্যাপারটা আমার মাথায় আসে, রিসেন্টলি মানে রাফাতকে নেওয়ার পরও তোমাদের যে লাইন আপটা ছিল, দ্যাট ওয়াজ আ স্টার লাইন আপ। ব্যাড্রেভ, কাপশি, মেশিন, ইভিলাই, ওটা ছিল একটা লেজেন্ডারি মানে লাইন আপ বাংলাদেশের পার্সপেক্টিভে। এখন সেখানে যখন আবার এসএস রাফাতও যুক্ত হইলো, তো পুরোপুরি আবারও আরেকজন স্টারকে ইনক্লুড করায়। এখন কি মনে হয়, প্রেশারটা কি তোমাদের উপর একটু বাড়ছে, স্টার লাইন আপের প্রেশার?
পারছে বলতে ঠিক আছে একই, জাস্ট খালি একটু একজনের আরেকজনের সাথে খেলা ম্যাচ করাটা আর কি বাকি এতটুকু
ওকে, সো ম্যাচের ব্যাপারে যদি একটু কথা বলি, রিসেন্টলি আমরা দেখতেছি 7C ইজ টেকিং কিলস, 7C ইজ ডুইং গুড, বাট ওভারঅল কেন জানি মনে হয় 7C চিকেন ডিনারের যেই স্বাদটা সেটা আগের মতো যেরকম দেখা যেত রেগুলার বেসিসে আমরা দেখতাম সেটা খানিকটা মিসিং। সো তোমরা কি এরকম কিছু কাজ করতেছো, এটা কিভাবে বাড়ানো যায় সেটা নিয়ে?
এটা বাড়ানোর জন্যই বেসিক্যালি এই বিলে আইজিএল করতেছে আপাতত। এন্ড কিল ডিপার্টমেন্টে তো আমরা সবাই আছি, সবাই
ইউ আর লিডিং ইট ফ্রম দ্য ফ্রন্ট, ইউ আর গেটিং দ্য মোস্ট কিলস অ্যাকচুয়ালি।
না আমি না, যাই হোক, রাফাত ভাই ইভিল, দেন বাদর ভাই সবাই কিল পিক করতেছে, মেশিন ভাইও অ্যাজ ইউজুয়াল সাপোর্ট রোলে খেলে যাইতেছে। দেন আমরা আর কি এটার জন্য লাস্টে গিয়ে আমাদের সব মিস্টেক গুলো হয়, লাস্টেই সবার সচরাচর মিস্টেক হয়, কিন্তু আমার লাস্টে গিয়ে বেশি মিস্টেক হইতেছে। ওই মিস্টেক গুলোর জন্য আমরা অলরেডি কাজ করতেছি ফাইনালের আগে যাতে আমাদের এগুলো সলভ হয়ে যায়। এন্ড ফার্স্ট দিন আমাদের ফাইনাল বেটার গেলে ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা চ্যাম্পিয়ন হব।
ও মাই গড, দ্যাটস আ বোল্ড স্টেটমেন্ট। ফার্স্ট দিনের চ্যাম্পিয়ন মানে পুরো টুর্নামেন্টের চ্যাম্পিয়ন। ইয়েস, দ্যাটস হোয়াট আই ওয়ান্ট টু হিয়ার। ফ্যানরাও কিন্তু এটাই চায়। সো লাস্ট যে কোশ্চেনটা, সবচেয়ে ইম্পর্টেন্ট কোশ্চেন, 7C এর বুট ক্যাম্প আমরা বাংলাদেশে কবে দেখতে পেতে পারি? এনি নিউজেস ফর দ্য ফ্যান্স?
আমরা যদি পিএমপিএল এর জন্য কোয়ালিফাই হই, ওকে, এন্ড ইনশাআল্লাহ একসাথে হবে,
হয়ে যাবে একসাথে দুইটা। ও মাই গড, ওকে, সো দিস ইজ দ্য নিউজ। সো চ্যাম্পিয়ন হওয়ার জন্য এখানে কিন্তু সুযোগ এবং মানে তখন ইচ্ছা কিন্তু আর একটু বেড়ে গেল এখন। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ কাপসি জয়েন করার জন্য। ইট ওয়াজ এ ভেরি বিজি ডে, বাট ওভারঅল আমাদের সাথে আসার জন্য, সময় কাটানোর জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ। ইনশাআল্লাহ সামনে চ্যাম্পিয়ন কাপসিকে কিন্তু আমরা আরেকবার দেখতে যাবো। সো থ্যাংক ইউ কাপসি, সি ইউ अगेन।
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. We're in the finals, day number 1. Match 2 is what we're going to be jumping into. Ankit, I mean, start of the day, absolute domination being showcased from the entire lobby is what I would say. But now match 2, maybe, hopefully, things will change. And well, again, I mean, what team do you think is maybe going to be in that sort of an X factor in this game number 2?
VNM Legends again, maybe because they have a very strong suit if we talk about the game of Sanhok. That will be the next game for us. But A1 Esports, they will really be looking hard to strike things back, because this is certainly not A1 Esports fans and teams and the players would be easily digesting. This is not the way A1 Esports starts of the day. So one game that really didn't went to the favor might be the second game where they will really look to pounce upon the players. But apart from that, it was some other team, XBROTHERS, it was Python TZ, it was many teams that we have seen that they don't perform in the early stage of the game. But thanks to their execution, the perfect gameplay, that made sure that yes, they are capable enough. But because I really didn't expect that first game would have gone this fast. We just saw that early knock, and then it was some sort of different rotation. So that monotonicity that we talk about has now been broken down. If we also talk about that team 4M rotation from Novorupnoy and then taking the bridge towards the area of military and then crossing the military bridge, they were just making sure that once they make a late rotation, that will be paving their way. So I'm really excited to see what more sort of strategies teams have really in their bag.
Well, I completely agree, dude. Because you talk about rotation, we can definitely bring up 7C Esports as well, because they love to go down towards the military base, right? And then from there, the way they made that rotation to get into the zone, and not only get into the zone, but with finesse and be able to still keep all 4 players alive and move on along with a decent pace to be able to, of course, get some kills as well. So incredible play being showcased from the teams. But as we move on to the second game, this is where things are going to get that much more interesting.
Exactly. Always it is Sanhok. One thing that is common, and that is the randomness, that circle, that curve wall, those extreme water rotation, those snake in action, those third party situation, and kind of situation. I mean, you have a hell lot of opportunities in this match to actually capitalize upon the kills. And with that, we head towards this second match where we again get to see 3-1 split from Python TZ that we have seen in the past. One player gets closer towards the Paradise Resort just to make sure that if the circle goes towards the same area, he will be the one that will be holding those things. But Seven Seas again onto their boot camp, A1 Esports Paradise Resort, uncontested for now, it seems, because other players are there. I won't agree with the fact that there other players are not there, but still far away from there because I can get to see the markers are already there, those green markers. But VNM Legends now they are four-man complete roster as Nightwing, Steel Shot, Frypan, and the players are slowly and steadily moving towards their Cow and Tatmok area onto the tangent. It is a TRZ that is found his safe haven into the area of Hatin that the players and the teams have loved to in the past. In the area of 9-9, I can get to see an early contestation, to be honest, because Team 4M, bad intentions, there are not a lot of compound that you can actually hide upon. So if the players make those early initiatives and early mistakes, I guess that will be the moment that we get to see those kick off with that fight. But straight off the bat, unstoppable, insane, going for that extreme rotation from the water area. But let's head towards the fight that is happening into the area of Painan, where we get to see two teams. But unfortunately, this time it is Kings of BD Katappa into the same proximity where Oxygen's player are actually. So in the last game, it was King 4M's player that was isolated from Kings of BD. This time it is two players from Kings of BD, but certainly this was not the case as I was expecting and preempting to be, as the players already knew that what they are trying to do, an early knock, an early finish, right off the bat, two match, back to back, and then the Kings of BD are completely looking stunning with the way they have come into final.
Aggressive stance is what this team is showcasing. I mean, first 3 minutes itself, they've already converted 2 kills. The way they made that push, two coming in from the quarry, two coming in from the flank, absolute domination, annihilation is what was showcased to the face of Oxygen Esports. And right off the bat, Oxygen Esports is down to a two-man squad. Now, that is something that they're going to have to be really, really careful of as they move on along into the game itself, because there's just three. I mean, not the kind of play that, of course, any team wants to be part of. But on the other tangent, talk about a flow, talk about the swiftness and the eagerness with which Kings of BD are playing these games. It is looking absolutely phenomenal for them. But we shall see if that is all that is going to be showcased to us in the first few minutes, or will there be other contestations as well? As of now, we do see the other two players of course, the side of Silent Cloud right there, who were, well, again, going to be absolutely quiet for the moment as they get themselves not giving away a lot of audio cues and trying to, well, just sustain and remain in the lobby. But Kings of BD most certainly not giving them any chance to do so.
Definitely, Kings of BD just not letting things slip away from their side. They have got 2 kills in the early stage of the game, and with the quickness the players are running towards the players of RudeDude, it seems that it might just fall down. We have to still wait for that because RudeDude is also one team that surely relies upon aggression. So if both the team for lights, I'll be more interested to see because aggression versus aggression, I mean, every time it is an eye-soothing experience. But for now, RudeDude's players have aligned themselves closer where the boot camp area is. And if they get hold of that western side ridges, it can be cherry on the top because when you get close towards the ridges, one thing is that actually favors you is that height advantage. And since they have known in the past that it's 7 seas that has time and again gone into the same area, we might get to see some fight erupting. And as soon as the circle constricts, it becomes really difficult to survive in the area of camp because a lot of teams have their eyes set upon into the same areas because eventually it offers you a lot of fortified area where you can be safe at the moment.
That is so true, and it is a massive area as well for four players to try and call their own. And of course, as they try and do so, it is not always easy as the other teams are trying to aggress on. But move that conversation towards the other side, where we did see NRZ Sports very, very close to the side of T4M, just a small little river that's going to be the canal that's going to be separating the two. And of course, the audio cues has certainly been given away to those. And right now, the only conversation is, will NRZ be the ones that will take on the fight, or will Team T4M be the one that will push on for that aggressive stance? And again, both the teams certainly do need those points. And for the moment, we are being showcased with this beautiful, again, when it comes down to the top view, we have some wonderfully skilled, talented people, right? Who always do give us these beautiful scenic views of these wonderful maps of PUBG Mobile.
Exactly what a scenic view, as you perfectly mentioned. Those blues, everything blue, the big bird flying into the air of this green lush map of Sanhok. It's always a nice soothing experience. But moving on to the fight and to the circle is still on to the area of Camp Alpha. And I guess this will be a central shift, and if that happens, Camp Alpha will be in contention. But NRZ and T4M into Pina. Now this is an elongated fight. I guess we still haven't seen those early bloods being drawn, because had that been the case, things would have been really difficult for each on both of the sides. But one thing Levitan has made sure that he has made that flank angle. That means from the left hand side, where most of the players of Team 4M are actually positioned, he can pass on that info that the team actually wants and relies upon. But LR8 from the sides of T4M is also making sure he's also trying to get the TPP advantage, because the way he is taking that TPP advantage, you see that he might have seen some player coming down, and yes, he has also seen the two players coming in. That means LR8 and T4M are pretty much ready if the fight comes to their way.
Well, Accelerate certainly was able to spot that and will most certainly be relaying that to his teammates and will be prepped to take on this onslaught against the players of NRZ. And again, when it comes down to NRZ, they are, well, interesting to know, Vince, they are going to be pushing on back along. And this is the moment for Accelerate to try and take on some damage. But no, he will not be able to dish out quite a lot of damage, as Shifa was able to get himself back to the safety. Leviathan, though, is still not moved on to the moved away from that flank angle. So Leviathan will still be maintaining that position, and that does put a bit of pressure towards the players of T4M as to what exactly should their play be. They are very, very close in terms of the compounds that they have held, and that does not give them a lot of advantage in terms of how they've how they can create a flank angle or even try and create a push against the players of NRZ. But it is only a matter of time before they will have to do so, because the circle certainly has moved away. And talk about unstoppable, I mean, they made that water rotation, and now that water rotation seems like has maybe backfired. We'll see, because many times we do notice the rotations coming in from the teams, but they do not have the jerry cans, and boat so many times runs out of gas. So we shall see if that ends up being the for them or not. Also, very close to that rotation that they're making is going to be the players of XBROTHERS, who are going to be finding themselves in the zone. So hopefully Unstoppable just stop right here in Tambang and then move on their foot. But it is not looking like to be the case. On the tangent, going back to the fight of T4M and RZ, it seems like T4M is going to be backing out to get themselves into the safety of the zone itself. And for the side of NRZ, they seem to be making a longer rotation.
Exactly. They are going for the longer rotation from the query. They are now coming close towards from the of Pine, and they are making a second rotation, I guess. And once they make an entry, they might be facing the brunt. But one thing Unstoppable has done good, because had that they made an entry towards the Tambang, it was already Exploiters, but this was certainly not the case. But again, look at this view. I mean, this is the big bird that actually brings you that exclusive drop, be it with the ARM, be it with the MK14, and now also that new meta, the new gun MG3, that light machine gun. Would love to see, because that offers you that 616 and 990 RPM per minute, and that is a big, big beast. We have seen M249 how it acts, but MG3, I guess that also brings a lot of damage, because already we get to see the 7.62 lead brings you a humongous damage as compared to 556, and with the rate of fire that it shoots in that MG3, it can also prove detrimental. But for now, Python Auto Aim has its aim set upon RZ, and all of a sudden, in the last game, also White Cat was finished in the early stage game. This game also was put in the open and just find himself in the open. Mamba, who is making sure that the player doesn't get finished off, and this is because of that he's giving that ample amount of cover fire. Will that be enough? No, is the case, as White Cat has been completely finished and sent to the lobby. TRZ early did at the start of the game, the thing that we don't get to see from TRZ Esports again and again, but in the last two games, this has certainly been the case.
Well, it certainly has. And for now, we do see Mamba Noob trying to, well, get a little bit of a confirmed kill for himself as well, because we did see his teammate was able to bring down the player of iHigh. But on the tangent, on the back end of Python, we do see 7C also chiming it along. So if that third party does strike, it could be a deal that could backfire for the players of Python Esports. And Python has apparently, yep, they have lost the player of 27C, and it is iHigh who will be sent back into the lobby. But the kill has been stolen from the side of TRZ, and it is looking like a conversation where Python have certainly resulted in taking a kill for themselves, but find themselves in a bit of a precarious sort of like a sandwich situation where one side is of course going to be TRZ, on the back tangent is going to be 7C, but 7C will not probably be able to make this push for them, because after all it is going to be an open area fight, and that is something that even though you might have flank angles, the cover that Python have in form of that compound could very well work in their favor, but for how long is the question.
That's the question for the moment, because even if they were having the compound, the players were completely unaware of the fact that some players from sides of different team have engulfed them, and resulting one player getting down. And Aya has been eliminated, as you perfectly mentioned. But Python are ready to take up the fight. If 7Cs give them a big challenge, but A1 Esports, I just saw because. This team has been just waiting patiently, just waiting if the circle comes into the lab. But if it doesn't, I guess the rotation will be a tricky affair for themselves. On the other hand, it is going to be 7Cs that will be getting the favor, but thanks to that zone. I mean, A1 Esports, they perfectly know how do they do it, but every time we get to see meet with the map of Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok, this time it was for me, it was like, this cannot be the case. I mean, Camp Bravo will be finding themselves away from that zone, but certainly 25% is what 20 to 25% of the total area of Camp Bravo is in the zone, and in that 25%, A1 Esports are finding their way. But on the other hand, 7Cs are now moving slowly and steadily, just trying to get close where TRC's players are there. They get too close, they can get one more fight, and till now, it has been some sort of slow start, I would say, because apart from those initial knocks that we just now see, or from those one more knocks here or there, the game has been on a slow start, because Spine and Fart was pretty much preempted, was pretty much possible, but then the players just retreated from that sort.
That certainly was the case, but not for long. As we move into the 13-minute marker, the teams are going to be pushing on along, and this is going to be Kings of BD who will push towards the players of TRZRA. And well, boy, oh boy, it is going to be Scorpion who will take the first fight onto the players of course, Kings of BD. Katappa going down. Kings of BD left with only a two-man squad. Scorpion has been brought down thanks to a plus Tigers play indeed, and this is going to be quite an aggressive stance that Kings of BD are once again making in this game. Devil Zopi on the other tangent has been brought down thanks to, of course, Mr. 7, but will that be enough? Because two players still survive. RJ, as I say, has been brought down. This is not looking too good because Kings of BD are left with only Tiger for the moment, but TRZRA are certainly recuperating and going to be getting their players revived, and as they do so, they might get a better angle on this fight.
I mean, we have got Tiger, we have got Anaconda, and then we have got Scissor and Devil, Katappa, RJ. I mean, the names are pretty much fascinating, and so has been the gameplay, especially for the sides of TRZ, because it is seeming that at any moment, if Tiger gets spotted, he can be eliminated, and with this, we can get to see one more fight is erupting. And this time, it is gonna be King GG from the sides of XBROTHERS that is punishing the players onto the other side. But will Tiger be able to beat the revival to one player that is still standing, that is still bleeding out? That's the question. It seems that yes, is going to be the case, as he's now slowly and steadily tries to move himself close where his players are actually sitting now. The revival will be given the case, and if the revival becomes successful, then it will be a 2v3 affair on to the side. It is going to be bad intentions for Dean, that is now putting things pretty much nice and tight against for the sides of Team X4. But he needs to make sure that the right angle side is not checked. Oh!
Well, T4M, what a perfect play. What an amazing nade that was brought on. But on the other tangent, it was NRZ cut off along to that fight, and T4M will be sent back to the lobby. It was XBROTHERS who chimed along, it was Bad Intentions who moved in towards the action, and finally it was NRZ. The exact stance that they found themselves against has brought them down to their knees, and T4M will be sadly going back into the lobby on the 15-minute marker. A slow start, as you were perfectly mentioning, based on the map itself. We do see Sanhok to be a bit more aggressive, but again, the teams know $30,000 on the line is certainly not an easy stake to let go of, and as we do move on along from one moment to the next, it is BIP right here. And what a perfect play he's creating. Most of the times we talk about being a king of the hill situation, but this player is trying to recreate something from underneath the hill, and it is UnstoppableX that he's got his confidence.
Exactly, but it is going to be a tough affair for NRG because they have eliminated Team Puram, but now they are set upon one team's crosshair, and they won't be pretty much so easy to go away. But not how much down, but they are completely down in that small shack. Grenade comes in, does the business, but Mr. BBC has fallen himself down with his own grenade, and this was something that could let the demise of Boston Pyjamas. I guess it is Bimo that is still surviving onto the back end side, onto the hand. Unstoppable, 2 kills they have already, but that has come onto some real big cost, and that is that Hassan and Insane has been pulled down. But in all these fights, it is Unstoppable that has got 2 kills from the last match. I guess this is not the sort of start that they actually wanted to, but Kings of BD are again into the contention with TRC. I could have imagined that they could have now fallen down, could have gone away from all these fights, but RJ is making now them pay in a real quick time. But RJ has finally fallen down as he does the mistake to go and make a push out in the open.
Well, with that, it is going to be Kings of BD not looking too good, and they will be sent back into the lobby thanks to, of course, RudeDude chiming in along into that fight as well. And as we push on to another fight, it is going to be TRZ Esports' Mamba Noob, who was trying to take a fight as he got a bit too overextended as he was brought down. But this is going to be the King of the Hill that worked in favor of IPG. But one thing to talk about is going to be VNM Legends as well as A1 Esports. They have been quiet, and now is the moment that I believe they will shine. This is exactly what they had been waiting for. But on the other tangent, as you move on to the kill feed itself, it is going to be Bimo, who has been able to retaliate against the players of Unstoppable and has certainly gotten kills for himself.
I mean, definitely, but those grenades from the IPG was pretty much so precise that once Atomic was giving a revival to Manu, but he made sure that the revival could have been the case, and just because of that, okay, so grenade was good enough to take to at least let him not give the revival at that point, but Atomic made sure that his gun is when is in hand. He will be making sure that he will be taking the complete squad and wiped out, has been the case for IPG again. That fight should have been won by IPG because they were in the number advantage, they were the king of the hill situation, they had a lot of info against TRZ, but then again, know how Atomic, how Mamba Noob has been in the past, the flank angle, the aggression that they bring in, and that is certainly not the case for now. But 6 kill has already been secured by 7 Cs again in the last game. Just saw how they dominated the match where they got a lot of kill. In this game of Sanhok, already they have 6 kill. How long they will be able to go? That is going to be the next question. But A1 Esports all of a sudden 6-9 takes one more player down from the size of VNM Legend, and this is not looking good for VNM Legend also, as A1 Esports is also losing the players slowly and steadily. So counter damage and mutual damage has been done from both the sides, but XBROTHERS Fazal has made sure that he will be finishing things off with the help of those grenades. That grenade just bounced off from this big rock, but Saji Dopi is also making sure that his grenade would have been some other place, but that grenade just lost its own way.
It certainly did. And Faisal right here from the side of XBROTHERS, the final player remaining on the other tangent when it comes down to NRZ. Sazadobi certainly once again going to be setting up a nade parade onto the player of XBROTHER. And with that, a perfectly set up nade, he will be able to bring that team down to their knees and will now try and get themselves into the zone. Aeon Esports on the tangent did lose their lifetime VNM Legends aggressive stance. And now as we move on, this is where we shall see which team will be the one that turn into a fish and try and survive as long as they possibly can. Talk about player advantage. I mean, 7C are looking pretty good. RudeDude are looking pretty good. VNM Legends are looking pretty good. So it is going to be quite an aggressive stance as we move into the final few circle of this game.
There's one small piece of land in all these oceans, and of that, VNM Legend is getting control of it. I mean, this can certainly be a chance where VNM Legend can convert this opportunity in a big number, in a big leap, and they can get the chicken. For now, it was Knight that find himself in the open, and he was knocked down. But the revival is the case, has been the case, and revival has been given to him. One player was pretty much close to him, and thanks to that RudeDude's aggression that took the player down for the sides of Python. That means Python. It seems that 2 players are also surviving with the onslaught that has come in. But RudeDude is also making sure that once they make an entry into the zone, they don't face any sort of aggression onto the other side. 7C's Capchis that is making a lot of noise and a lot of ruckus to the other side of the island. And now they also have a high setup on RudeDude's player as Fardeen goes down. Rudro is the last player surviving. Will he be able to find himself away from all this situation as he was brought down to 1 HP? Even if he tries to find himself in the water zone, he missed.
He probably will. That is so very true. But as we were talking about VNM Legends and the small little island working in their favor, it seems that the game has thrown another curveball and taken that opportunity away from the side of VNM Legends. VNM Legends certainly are chiming it along now with all 4 players taking on those third-party moments and those fights in their favor. 5 kills working in this team's favor, but will it be enough? Because now is the moment when they are going to have to push on into the zone itself, and the team that can survive for the longest on the island to try and take on the kills for themselves will be the
Those
one that will
HP
be in the advantage.
Blotter, look at Rudro's HP. Is it even visible to you?
Well, again, this is not an easy fight that these teams are faced with.
I mean, not even 1 HP, half of it, and he's still surviving. I mean, a lot of teams have actually burnt him. It is 360-degree where he can get fight upon, where he can get the lead upon, but still he is making sure that he is not revealing his exact position, and you need to come in the guy, Rudra, especially from the back, but from the backhand side, where FPS have been spotted down, and this time it is going to be 7C's 13 kills. Already on to the name, Raffat down. He needs the revival. He will be given the revival, and if the revival gets in time, I guess it will not be the case because he bleeds out. And Evil Eye Badger now slowly and steadily they will be trying to bounce upon onto the one player that is surviving on the left hand side, and that is going to be of that cell onto the other tangent. It is Anaconda pretty much close where VNM Legends Void is, but all they can do is to hi bye them and just talk about the strategies and just talk about how well are you, because it's the land where you get those weapons in your hand. It's not the water.
Absolutely, and that is something that has been favoring the team of 7C. Talk about the play. I mean, game number 1, domination. Game number 2, annihilation. And with that, now we are left with 2 players from 7C, which is, of course, going to be Badrave and Evil Eye. On the other tangent, there are still 4 teams in total, and in that, all the other teams are surviving with just a one-man army, and this is something that can very well favor 7C Esports. We shall have to see if the meds that they have will be enough or not. Another tangent that could work in their favor is well. Will this maybe change the equation? Because we do know that VNM Legends player is there. We do see RudeDude's Rudra over there as well, but the circle has gone away from them, so they're gonna have to try and get in towards this area, but that will not be allowed because Evil Eye is very well settled and he is not going to be allowing any of those players to make that rotation. I mean, this has just turned into a fishing squad, and what a perfect circle this game has thrown a curveball with to all of these teams. But will this be enough? I mean, Anaconda has been surviving for quite some time. On the other tangent, 7C's Evil Eye again. Evil Eye bringing on another player that's going to be Rudro, and with that, only 1 player surviving, Anaconda. Anaconda needs the air, but he will not be giving his kill away. He will be dying all by himself, and with that, a GG play once again. Showcase from the side of 7C Esports. What a miraculous turn of events these 2 games have turned out to for them.
16 kills. I mean, this shows the intent with which the team is coming in. Be it the game of Erangel or whatever be the case, it was Sanhok. 16 kill is not easy, as we know, and they have to at least 1/4 of the total lobby, and this is certainly what 7C has played themselves in the past, and now they are making sure that they are going with that lead. 31 total point, 2,409 damage. They were already on the first position. They are still on the first position. All they would have done till now in this match is that they are the lead, because at the end of the day, this is the final. You just don't want your position to be followed.
Exactly, and I mean, if that's the kind of stats that this team is going to be walking away with on day number 1, it is just looking like one-sided conversation. I mean, but nevertheless, I mean, talking about the stats, first things first. Of course, we do have Evil Eye, who was the magnet this time around, to be able to get those kills in those last few moments, as well as throughout the game. He was able to convert 7 kills for himself, along with 3 assists and 981 damage dished out in 22 minutes of game time. So, amazing stats. Perfect play indeed for the team as well as the lab.
Completely impressive with the way 7C's has played the first 2 matches. I was really not expecting that the team would go this haywire. I expected them to take some points, but some has somewhere down the line has converted into a massive point. The last game also, they were pretty much high with the point. This game also, we saw 30 to 31 total points, and the kill tally is certainly increasing. They are not only making sure that they are getting the placement points, not one thing, they are getting the kills.
Exactly. Every single time they walk away with a decent amount of kills. I mean, we've only had 2 games, yes, but still, it is something to be spoken about. On the other tangent, we were talking about A1 Esports, we were talking about VNM Legends. VNM Legends did try. I mean, things were working in their favor as well. When it came down to the circle itself, Eon Esports as well as VNM Legends, they did take a fight against each other where Venom came up on top. But as the circle rather moved away from VNM Legends, sadly, it did end up favoring the lads on the land, and it was none other than, of course, 7C's players. And as they did so, walking away with quite a lot of points, they are creating a lead for themselves, and now the conversation becomes about the chase on the overall. Which team will be able to chase them as 7Cs are in top form?
Exactly, top-notch 7Cs players beat BAVLI, Badrev, and Rafat, and maybe somewhere down the line, Kapshi might be joining the frame in not only the top 4 or the kill tally, because Kapshi, we have seen how he actually performed, but Rafat is also making sure that whenever he plays, he puts that impression, he puts that influential gameplay that we know him about. And with this, we head towards a match summary where we get to see a lot of 7Cs players, not a lot of, all, I mean all Evilai, Badrev, Evilai, Badrev, Evilai. I mean, that's complete domination. And how often do we get to see a single team dominating a match summary list? And this has actually paved their way getting too close towards one more chicken. Because in this last game, players, other teams really did chime upon. It was also Evan Esports that we had a good game, NRC, but then it was 100% that 7C's game, and because of that, one more chicken for 7C's.
Absolutely. It was a conversation that was pretty much answered in stone in favor of 7C off the bat itself, and they just tried to ludicrously create a lead in terms of that as well, and they did so with the kill department itself. You can clearly see, I mean, 11 kills away from the second position. So wonderful, wonderful stats being showcased. But another thing to talk about is going to be the entirety of this first page have been able to get decent kills for themselves. I mean, talk about TRZ Esports, 7 kills for them, VNM Legends 5 kills, RudeDude 5 kills, TRZ RA 5 kills. So that certainly worked out in their favor. But again, same as the previous time, which we saw on Erangel, the second page of the leaderboard, not looking good these days.
Exactly, Evan Esports just the 1 point team for them. In the last game, they were a team that find themselves in a good position, but then again, IPG, Unstoppable, bad intention. Sadly, it was an early demise for XBROTHERS, but still, they have taken 3 points from this match, but certainly not to start the early to game for bad intentions, Erangel, and Miramar. It has been a cheeky start for them, and also for teams like Unstoppable and IPG, but we still have 4 games. Next will be obviously of Miramar and then Erangel and Sanhok and Erangel. So a lot of opportunities. But at the end of the day, all these finals will be getting to see the 4 matches for the day. But we head towards the Oppo F19 tournament that refreshes. If we have missed or might be just get stuck in some other actions, and something more beautiful happened in the game of that.
Well, talk about those beautiful kills. It was, of course, Scorpion who was taking on the players of course, the Kings of BD. But this fight actually extended for quite a long time. At that moment, it brought it down to almost a 4v4 to a 2v2 situation that resulted in progressing on later as well. And right here, we did see, of course, UnstoppableX had already lost 2 of their players. But this is where, once again, that same fight took on a different charge, where Kings of BD tried their level best to push on against the players of TRZ. And as they did so, it was not an easy fight for both of those teams, but they certainly tried. And as the game progressed, this is 18-minute marker, and we were still looking at 13 teams alive in this lobby.
Exactly, the 13 teams are just alive in the lobby, and this grenade, I mean, this was a sort of utilities where utilities were used to perfection, and then it was Tajid that had that better off. But 7Cs, I mean, they found themselves at the camp Bravo, Camp Charlie Island for a long time, and suddenly the circle, whenever it went into their lap, it was their game from the backhand side. So they really tried to pull down the players, and then it was an all easy as affair for 7Cs players. Badrev Relay was making possible that they not just don't allow other players to fall themselves out of the blues, out of the zones, or maybe in the water area. And Ukonda finally just denied that kill, find himself in that water area, succumbed to dead. And with that, he's got that important chicken. 2 chicken back to back. The last game, I guess it was 300 sort of damage, but that was of Erangel. 400 of damage, certainly in a game of Sanhok. I mean, this is commendable. I mean, this is brilliance that 7 has been this.
Well, absolute destruction is what they're bringing to the table when it comes to the lobby. Not a fair state of chance being showcased to the other teams, but again, like I said in first game itself, this is just game number 2. We still have games remaining on day 1, so we shall see if at all there will be other teams that will be able to try and catch up to the lead that 7C is creating for themselves. As of now, in terms of the structure that they've showcased, it is not looking easy for other teams to be able to live up to this. But we do know for a fact that as the tournament progresses on along, there always is that X factor that is showcased by the middle day or the end of the day. That, of course, brings up another team that gets them the limelight. But today, the limelight is certainly in the face of 7C Esports yet again.
Exactly, 7C's Esports. I guess this was sort of strategies that they might have kept themselves for the finals whenever they just try to go all guns blazing, and suddenly, all of a sudden, they are looking at different team. And 7C's Esports was a team that was just not finding themselves in a good formation, but everything that they are doing for 2 games is actually helping and paving themselves. And just because of that, 2 game, 2 chicken, 30 placement, 29 kills, 59 total points, and TRZ Esports again. I mean, there can be sort of change in the first, third, or fourth, or fifth, but TRZ is a so constant team. They try to be in the top 3, top 4, whatever be the case. This time, after 2 games, it is TRZ Esports at the second. But A1 Esports, 15th position, just the 3 total points. What do you think, Lauder?
Well, all we can say is that we can keep our hopes up, we can keep our fingers crossed, and we know that A1 Esports, I mean, it could just very well be a strat, right? They're just trying to stay as passive as possible to see what the other teams are doing, and then they'll jump into the action. That could very well be the case. But with that, 2 games are done. We've got 6 games in total to be taken care of. So we're going to quickly go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back with game number 3.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। সাথে আছে টিআরজি অ্যাটমিক। অ্যাটমিক, কেমন আছো?
এই তো ভাই, আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালো আছি। আপনি কেমন আছেন?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, আই এম অলসো গুড। সো টিআরজি এর পারফরম্যান্সের কথা যদি বলি, দেখা যাচ্ছে যে টিআরজি মাম্বা ইজ গেটিং মোস্ট অফ দ্য কিলস। সো টিমটা কি আসলে, টিআরজি টিম কি মাম্বার উপরে কিছুটা ডিপেন্ডেন্ট হয়ে যাচ্ছে?
যে মাম্বা যেহেতু আমাদের এন্টিফ্র্যাগার, ওর কাছেই বেশিরভাগ কিল যায়। আমরা ওর সাহায্যেই সব পুশগুলা দিয়ে থাকি। তার মানে ওর সাহায্যেই সবগুলা কিল আছে টিআরজি এর কাছে। তাই ওর কাছেই বেশিরভাগ কিল যায়, এবং আমিও তো আছি ইয়াতে কিল লিডারে, তো আমার কাছেও মোটামুটি কিছু কিল আসে।
অবশ্যই।
আর বাকি ওরা সাপোর্ট দেয় আমাদের।
আচ্ছা, দ্যাটস রিয়েলি নাইস, দ্যাটস রিয়েলি নাইস। টিআরজি এর কিন্তু কিছু আইকনিক ড্রপ লোকেশন আছে, লাইক ফর এরাঙ্গেল সেটা প্রিমর্স, ফর মিরামার এন্ড সানক আলাদা আলাদা কিছু ড্রপ আছে। সো তোমাদের এই ড্রপ গুলোর ব্যাপারে আসলে মানে এরকম ড্রপ লোকেশন নেওয়ার কারণটা কি?
এরেঙ্গেলে প্রিমোস হচ্ছে পরে নাম তো প্রিমোসকে জানি না এখন নামে নাকি, নামে মেবি। পরে ওইটা থেকে আর কি প্রিমোস ড্রপ লোকেশন নেওয়া। ওদের রোটেশনটা ভালো লাগছিল অনেক, তাই প্রিমোস নিয়েছি ড্রপ লোকেশন। এন্ড মিরামারে হচ্ছে প্রিমোসেরা ইয়া নাম তো ফ্যানাটিক নাম তো মেবি প্রিমোসেরা, ওইটা থেকে দেখে নিচ্ছি। তো অনেক পিসি টিম নাম তো পিসি ইয়া পাবজিও দেখতাম অনেক আগে, ওটা থেকে দেখে নিচ্ছি। আর সেনক তো আলাদা রকম স্প্লিট স্প্লিট।
যেহেতু তোমাদের প্লেয়াররা মোটামুটি এখন সবাই ইয়াং, সো তোমাদের আসলে মাইন্ডসেটটা কেমন থাকে? আর ইউ গোয়িং ফর এগ্রেসিভ অর আর ইউ ট্রাইং টু মেক এ চেঞ্জ টু দ্য টিম?
যেহেতু আমাদের টিমে আমি আর মাম্বা আছি, তাই আমরা একটু এগ্রেসিভ খেলা ট্রাই করি। ভবিষ্যতে দেখি আরো এগ্রেসিভ হওয়ার ট্রাই করবো আস্তে আস্তে। এখন একটু মিডলে থাকার ট্রাই করতেছি।
That's really nice. That's really nice. Thank you so much. তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। সো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরম্যান্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসি এর অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Hello and welcome to Pubg Mobile Bangladesh National Championship region. It is a national championship for Bangladesh region, all thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. As the game progresses on along, of course, there's a little bit of brain freeze coming on from my side because 7C is performing so miraculously well. As
Exactly.
Ankit was mentioning, right, in the post-game segment, based on what they were showcasing earlier to what they are doing now, is a complete different team that we are seeing. Earlier, we had brought up the question that where exactly is 7C losing that marker? We were talking about their rotations, them caught off guard, but now they seem to have answered all of those things, Ankit, and are just bringing in a complete different philosophy to the way they play. But now the conversation is, as we move on to yet another map, a different map once again, will they be able to get a third chicken dinner for the day?
I mean, if that happens, that will be a shy of the point at the start of the game, and the fans and 7C's player will be really happy. And they must have been eyeing upon, but it's really tough to find a triple chicken back to back and a hat trick win. But anything is possible in this game of Battle Royale of PUBG Mobile Esports. We can get to see might be the case, but some teams that must be looking to up their ante, and that is going to be a one Esports, Bots in Pajamas, Bad Intentions. PRZ is playing already pretty much well. So a lot of teams to have an eye upon. A Western dominated fight path, you might get to see an Eastern sort of circle.
It could be the case. Another thing to talk about is certainly going to be the reward that we've certainly got set up for the viewers themselves, right? I mean, it is, yes, these players and these teams working towards $30,000 on the line. But on the other tangent, we do have an announcement for you viewers. There is a new PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page that is now available on YouTube, which is PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia. Go on, subscribe. Do not forget to click that notification because as soon as streams start going live on that channel, there are rewards set up for you lads, and you can very well chime in and be a part of that saga as well. Once again, that is PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia channel on YouTube. But going back into the national championship for Bangladesh region, we are certainly going to be jumping into the third game, where, as Ankit was just mentioning, this is turned into a bit of a wonderful affair for the teams because it has turned into a decent circle for the team. There aren't any teams that are too far away for now, so that is going to be absolutely perfect play. But one thing that we can clearly see down towards, of course, the Los Leones region where we do find A1 Esports is that a team of VNM Legend is also very, very close. We do see Nightwing, the name, sharpen in along, and right behind him, Steel Shot. So it seems if at all VNM Legend try and drop down towards this close area, it could be an early contestation between the two, but probably not the case as they will go to their comfort location of Impala.
Exactly. Impala is the place where they actually drop down, and the flight was certainly not favoring them. And just because of that, they actually parachuted completely early, and now they're just trying to hide. Now, since the parachute has certainly disappeared, that means they might be traversing on the foot. And in this situation, I guess the terrain actually favors A1 Esports because they are on the top. If any player from the side of NM Legend gets caught in the open and doesn't find those important vehicles that generally get spawned in those areas, that might be that early dent, and that's the only case, the precarious case that I can see, and where Venom Legends can fall trap into. On to the other hand, IPG is also on the southern sides of Los Leones, and when we move southern of Los Leones, it is going to be of unstoppable. We have some different sort of strat that is coming in from TRZRA. In the past, we have seen they drop down towards the area of Mar Minas del Sur, and again, they are into the same area, into the area of Chumatira. We got to see TRZRA. El Pozo was sort of heated contestation where we got to see two teams. That fight actually happened. Love to see because generally the custom and the rituals of Miramar says that no, the fight is going to be on a slow start. But that happens. On the contrary, that the fight actually takes place in the early stage of the game. I would love to see.
Most certainly, that is what the anticipation would be from at least us and the viewers as well, that get into those early skirmishes, get into the fights itself. But again, that is not the case that the teams walk away with and walk out when it comes down to the different maps that they chime in along. Their main play is to be able to get the loot set up for themselves, acclimated in a different or rather a decent place on the map itself. And then once all of that is set, then they at times wait, or at times they play like Kings of BD have been playing. Kings of BD have just been getting into those early skirmishes again and again. And on the other tangent, Talk about A1 Esports down to his Los Leones getting themselves acclimated and comfortable with the loot. Last game also we saw them get their loot set up, but then they were very, very quiet in the map. They found a compound for themselves and they just held their ground. Did not try and move along quite a lot. But this time around, as we do have two teams down towards this Los Leones city, it is a big city. It is not going to be an easy contestation. But if it does end up taking place between A1 Esports and IPGx, then also we can expect a stalemate situation to be created because those teams are not looking forward to this early fight. All of them know what is on the line, and that certainly needs a bit more of a synergistic play rather than just guns blazing, YOLOing in. But of course, that is not the kind of play that is being showcased from this lobby. Even Kings of BD, for that matter, as we've seen them again and again in the previous two games take on those fights, it's not the YOLO approach that they've got, but being situationally aware of where they are dropping and what other teammates, or rather, what other opponent team players will be able to spot as they got their location working in their favor, their drop location working in their favor. Right now, we move on
Yeah.
towards the players of, course, Bad Intentions, a team that today has not really been able to shine too much, but they are trying most certainly. In the previous game, also, we saw that they had things working in their favor. They were trying to win in those third party fights for themselves, were able to try and get a few knocks for themselves as well, those kills confirmed as well, but it's not enough. That's not the kind of play that we've seen this team bring. But maybe, just maybe, this might be the game that will just change it all.
Exactly, bad intentions. You need to turn their fortune because these are the limited games. I mean, the 24 games, 2 are still left. If you are doing that last 22, if we just talk about that 6 game per day, that means that you need to have at least 3 to 4 games, a decent one or two games on and outside can go off guard, can go offside, and you can look off colored. But this game, not only bad intentions, teams like A1 Esports really need to make a comeback because then the teams that are in the top 5 and top 6 they will like to just cement their lead and get a considerable amount of points that they can actually get help in terms of the total placement points and total of new points because at the end of the day, the team that stays at the top get most amount of money, and that is massive money. Not only that, there is a lot of crown jewel and a lot of things that gets added because then you'll get the recognition, and at the end of the day, it is the national championship of the whole Bangladesh region. Best of the teams actually fight out, but in this, it is fight that in the last two games have impressed me a lot. Talk about the rotation, talk about their gameplay. They have just spot on. All they just need to do is to play those consistent gameplay. Just take at least 8 to 10 points from a match. In some certain match, if your already players are getting eliminated, just try to get close to those 6 or 8 placement. Just try to get close to it. If you are just trying to go all guns blazing, you might get 6 to 7 kills in the early stage of the game, and eventually, if 1 or 2 players survives till the last end, they can get you a total of placement points. So these are two types that I can actually expect Python to go from. But by the looks of it, Python easy has been on the passive side, and this is something that can help them in sort of in terms of placement points. But Unstoppable, now this is also a team that has been really bruised in the last 2 matches. Now they're going for the rotation. It seems that they have gone from the left side of Lost Leones because had they gone from the center lines or from the right side of Lost Leones, A1 Esports or I could have come into the proximity. But since they are going for the approach, that means they actually know the players, they are where their opponents can be, and this is some sort of good homework that they have done. For now, talking about one more team, TRZ Esports, Rare FPS, bot, obviously STF bot, and the loser and accelerate. I guess Mamba Noob is missing from this action in this match, and this is for the first time that we can get to see Mamba Noob not playing inside of TRZ Esports.
Absolutely, and that might have been an internal conversation based on just the map, or maybe a different kind of a play that they're expecting, and therefore Mamba Noob has tried to take a backseat. But on the other tangent, it is A1 Esports who have jumped in to the first fight itself, and it is Barrow from the side of Oxygen and Silent that has been sent back into the lobby. Sad start, but eventually again, as the game progresses on along, that's not entirely against the play because after all, when it comes to the other teammates, they are very, very close. It was just this one man who was all by himself. All the other players of Sarat are very close to them, so they will be able to, and they've got a vehicle as well, so they will be able to get away from that positioning. But of course, it is Aeon Esports starting off the first blood situation this time around, and that could be an indication that maybe this is the game that this team had been waiting for. But as we look onto the map, it is XBROTHERS who are going exactly where A1 Esports' positioning is.
it's a good omen. Even esports, whenever they look aggressive in the early stage of the game, it's there where they actually shine. And Los Leones Velocity, where we got to see even esports and IPG2. But how quickly even esports have got themselves into the center smack of the zone and holding that southern bridge of graveyard is an important thing. And A1 esports knows this importance. Picardo is where they're fighting for now, and Power Grid is where they are trying to relocate themselves and them in the same idea, the same situation. And Sinister has gotten him down. He tried to give a lot of damage, but was still not enough to at least bring a hint of a damage onto the players. And with this, Sinister is switching with that Mini 18 and 15 in the past, how deadly his tap shot has been with the help of Mini. Dante, on the other hand, he is on the back end side, he's trying to scout down the area, but the ridge that we talk about, they are in that golden position for now because even esports in the center, that bridge, woman intact, early blood draw, they are looking pretty much comfortable in the position.
They most certainly can be able to actually utilize that position better. But for now, of course, the conversation will be to get the information working in your favor. And once, as you so perfectly mentioned, the ridge is going to give you that height advantage. Will convert that height advantage into information that you need to be able to control as other teams will be making that rotation. Right here, we do see TRZ Esports, a consistent gameplay being showcased from them in the previous two games, find themselves on the second position of the overall ranking. So looking pretty good, pretty neat in
Mamman
terms
was
of their
actually
playstyle also. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. I did not actually notice earlier when you had mentioned. I just heard you and I thought that, okay, maybe they've got another strategy.
But I guess maybe I just saw some other player. It was maybe loser or somewhere else, but we'll get to see how things are actually panning out because it has been a breakthrough moment till out for all these games. But this game has been on a slow start. If we talk about that, two players being as brought down in the early stages of the game, one more goes down as Kings of VD again. So Kings of VD, whenever they are coming into the map, those early kills are what they are really relying up to. Because in the game of Erangel, we saw early 2-3 kills. In the game of Sanhok, also 2-3 kills, and then they just try to pick some more kills here and there, but then
True.
faltered down. In this game of Miramar, same sort of approach. So in early stage of the game, all they try to do is to try and dominate and decimate their opponents.
They most certainly do, and that is something that has been working in Kings of BD's favor again and again. And for now, of course, we shall see if the third game is going to be bringing that sort of a charm in terms of their play style or not. As we move on along, another team that does need to put a stamp onto their charm and their fierceness is going to be the team of Bad Intentions. And of course, it is not looking like an easy task because the team are so very dominating. And as we move on to another dominating team, we do have the BD on our screens, and this team is taking on another interesting approach where they are trying to look onto the rotations being brought on from the other side. And when you talk about the kill feed, it is VNM Legends this time around who seem to have found the players of RudeDude and have certainly taken the RudeDude by a storm. VNM Legends are just completely decimating RudeDude one by one by one. And on the other tangent, talking about Kings of BD, who's on our screens, was trying to bring in a little bit of damage to the team that was rotating far out in the front, but right next to him, when it comes to the placement, is going to be the players of 7C and Kapshi. I'm sure must have already heard those tap shots, and now Katappa is going to try and get away from this hill.
Exactly. Just Kadapa would just try to find himself away, as you quickly mentioned, and then just try to take the fight. But early two kills again in the game of Miramar, as we were just talking about, and then going for the conclusion. They are holding the perfect pitch for now, and this is certainly that can help them in a longer run, especially if the circle comes in. You'll have just imagine the advantage that they are holding for now. But who was the case? As soon as I mentioned the fact, the circle just went away from them, and 180 meter, that is not a long distance, but when they try to go at the center lines, it is going to be silent cloud that is holding the edge of the circle. And they are knowing that one team or two team at least might be coming from the same direction and just trying to gatekeep the situation. So they just need to be aware of all gatekeepers. On to the other hand side, it is Legends Nightmare that has run over RudeDude players, and this is a tight snap onto the players of RudeDude. VNM Legends again off to a flyer.
They certainly are looking in control this time around. Same can, of course, be said for A1 Esports. And right here, for BD, well, we are looking at them since the past few minutes, and they are most certainly in control of the contestations that they want to be a part of. As of now, as you perfectly mentioned, they are trying to take on and spot the players of Silent Cloud, but as of now have not been able to do so. On the other tangent, talking about fights in the open, we do have Unstoppable's player pushing on to the final two players of Python for now, and it is looking like a nade parade that they are going to be starting things good.
Exactly. They might be looking to go and decimate the players. And this is not a good strategy because you just don't want to expose your body. Rather, take those grenades and utilities and just try to decimate the players and just try to double whammy the players and try to put them on a back foot. And talking about that, bad intentions counterfall with the precise grenade from the sides of one team. And that is looking strong as bad intention again might be faltering down. And this is where the fight is actually panning out and breaking out where bad intentions are really having trouble in trying to make an entry. And guess what? It is Boston Pajamas again into action. Mr. BBC with Wipeout in tandem. Will they be able to take other players down? As now they will be trying to fall down and from away from the situation. They are still 500 meters away from the zone, but as soon as they hit the circle, as soon as they hit the edge of the zone, the circle will be going for the fourth shift.
It certainly will. And for now, again, I mean, we talk about the way bad intentions were trying to take on this fight. They were not in control of the bat itself, and it was most certainly BIP having that advantage working in their favor that did take the player down, but eventually have not been able to confirm a kill for themselves. But they also do find themselves out into the open, out in the blue zone. So this is a conversation about how overextend do you want to do, because after all, getting into the zone should be the first priority right now. We are 16 minutes into the zone and we still have all 16 teams alive. Talking about the kill feed, it is going to be Kings of BD who are trying to take on players. It is going to be TRZRA who were trying to make a rotation but have been stopped in their tracks. And of course, it is the blue zone that'll get the better half of that fight. And on our screens, it is of course IPG's Dictator who was trying to take on the players of A1 Esports but have realized that it is probably best to get into the zone because it's still 430 meters away. A good call being brought on from the side of Dictator, and eventually the entirety of the team will be moving on to try and get exactly that working for him. On the other tangent, Rage Kid, silent player coming in from the side of Silent Cloud, is going to take on Katappa, is going to move on to almost take on Devil's OP as well, but sadly was not able to do so. And in that fight, it is once again Kings of BD that have come up on top, showcased some perfect plays, and are looking pretty good doing it.
Rage Kid did it to perfection. He was just surviving into this shack and he really fought out. And the way he actually tried to win on the player was just phenomenal. At the end of the day, it's just the fighting spirit that gets you. But onto the hand, there's going to be 7C Square that is facing the brunt of XBROTHERS. So now this is a team, both the team are looking pretty aggressive, but they need to make sure that they don't lose a lot of time. And once if they do so, the backhand side, it seems that A1 Esports is chiming in. And yes, there we go. A1 Esports takes down Six-Man Boy takes down Sherlock on the sides of XBROTHERS. And with the blink of an eye, the whole team is gone from this match into the lobby.
Well, and that certainly helped 7C. 7C was not looking good as they had two of their players down. They were working with the revival. XBROTHERS were planning with the smokes that they had deployed to try and push on along with the nades that they had created. But eventually, A1 Esports jumped in to help out the players of 7C and now have resulted in 7C getting all of their four-man squad working and absolutely revived. On the other tangent of the map, we do see TRZRA's two player who are taking on an onslaught to the players of NRZ, and NRZ looking none the wiser are probably going to be part of this onslaught, where indeed it is going to be a conversation about is the smoke going to be able to help them. For now, it is Mr. Seven who has been brought down. Everything goes back onto the conversation as to what Scorpion will be able to do, but a 2v3 affair is not going to favor them, and eventually TRZRA sent back into the lobby as well, down to 12 teams remaining. And now 7C, after having revived as many players as they possibly can, have gotten themselves up and are going to try and get themselves comfortable because they are in the zone. They're at the edge of the zone, but for how long? Because their information, their position has been given away.
And just because of that, Rafat has finally been eliminated. They have spotted on the player of Kings of BD, and Battle will just try to connect one more bullet. If that bullet is connected, he can be taken down, and he has been taken down. But on the same side, he has received a lot of shots on the backhand side as Dante comes in and takes one more knock, and that kill has been stolen. The knock that could have gone and the kill that could have gone in favor of 7C, the kill has been stolen by A1 Esports. So now A1 Esports, I guess they are looking pretty much strong because whenever they do such sort of style and they play in a way where they try to take the fight, where they try to kill steal the kill, and they are also with 4 men intact, 5 total kills. I guess A1 Esports, this is the match they might be looking to make a comeback onto the other side. It is still 3 players surviving on the side of Kings of BD coming in from the south or southwestern side. It is not going to be easy task because the circle has gone away.
they need to take two fight if they try to go from the center lines, and that is not going to be easy tasks because it is going to be 7C's player. It's going to be Python, and from the left hand side, it is some other player. But also, on esports, it's their turn now to make an entry. 250 meter, it is going to be a tough affair, but we can already see they are playing in the split. That means some players slowly and steadily, with the help of those individual vehicles, might be making an entry. And as we mentioned, Jax is already holding the edge of the circle.
Absolutely, and as he does so, his teammates are going to be able to make that exact same rotation towards him and will be able to give him that survival aspect that much more. But as Dante tries to get into the rotation, into the zone itself, he is more eager to get the kills confirmed for him right now, and it is none other than 7C at the receiving end. Right next to the positioning, of course, was Kings of BD as well. As Kings of BD tried to make that rotation, they seem to have been able to get away from the crosshairs of A1 Esports for the moment, but on the other tangent, 7C sadly not the kind of case that we had predicted or rather was anticipated, because they will not be allowed to get that chicken dinner, that's for sure.
I mean, exactly. We'll still wait for that because A1 Esports, the way they have now started ruling up this game, it seems that even if the WWCD, the winner chicken choreograph, that will certainly go into the favor of A1 Esports. But for now, other teams are also trying really hard, but in all these situations, Kings of PD have now finally decided that whatever be the case, whatever be the thing, we are going to be making a push into the circle. And since they have made a push, Katappa has fallen down. Tiger is slowly and steadily using those medics to just catch himself up once he's surviving. But in all these situations, it's Kings of PD that is getting those finding them away from all these fights. But NRZ Esports made sure that it will be a demise for 7C's Esports onto the hand side. Onto the left hand side, it is going to be NRZ's all four players alive.
Well, they are looking pretty much in control of this contestation when it comes down to their placement. But will the smoke be able to help Sazadobi right now? Because, of course, he did give away the information as he took on the fight to the players of TRZ, but it seems like for now he will be able to give that revival. The smoke has certainly been popped in. Another teammate is going to be very next to him to be able to get that revival. That's going to be none other than Shifa. So again, when it comes down to the play style that has been created from the side of NRZ, it is looking a bit of a precarious situation that they find themselves in. And on the other tangent, A1 Esports, having created that two-man spot on the other side of the hill, are certainly in control and in contestation. But it is Megamind from Kings of BD who will be giving a wonderful spray to the players of A1 Esports as they try to make that rotation into the zone. And individually, it is Megamind along with his teammate Shifu who will try and block the push coming in from A1 Esports, but will not be able to sadly get that kill confirmed.
Definitely, it was Jax and Dante that really made sure and took care of the incoming player from the sides of Kings of BT. Now we are down to 17th, 18th is still alive. The circle is constricting slowly and steadily, but A1 Esports, again, they are holding the edge of the circle. And so are the players from our side of TRZ Esports, but Sinister is going for the flank approach. 4 kills out of total 11 kills. The team has been able to secure. He spotted down one more player, but was just not able to take him down as he survived those grenades, but some grenades are being locked down onto the players of IPG, and Dictator has all of them has fallen down. VNM Legends, all of a sudden, they are also looking pretty much strong as they have brought all the 4 players alive. 5 kills already on the name. This match is gonna be a bloodbath for sure. It's A1 Esports, it's VNM Legends, it's IPG that just got, I guess, eliminated. It's Bad Intention and Unstoppable, TRZ. I mean, a lot of teams with sheer aggression that we have seen in the past.
Most certainly, and right now it is going to be VNM Legends onto the receiving end, and that is going to be none other than thanks to, of course, A1 Esports' flank angle. But that is not the case because a trade has been created right here, and this might just result in VNM Legends having a bit of a tricky affair for themselves. But we shall see if the teammates are going to be able to get a revival for themselves or not. On the other tangent, TRZ, Mamba Noob is just jumping into the aggressive stance and is going to be bringing down the players of UnstoppableX down to 1 player, and with that, UnstoppableX will be no more and will be sent back into the lobby thanks to, of course, Mamba Noob's aggressive stance that he was able to create. 5 kills to this dude's name. Just wonderful skill. The play is being showcased from him, but will it be enough as they now push on to take on the onslaught to the face of A1 Esports?
Definitely watch pull the final nail in the coffin, and with this, RudeDude has been eliminated, and we are down to a Mexican standoff where 4 players from the sides of A1 Esports are still alive, and TRZ Esports are charging in. Jackson Dante needs to realize that one player, not only one player, a whole squad are in front of them on the left hand side, but grenade was pretty much close towards him. Dante could have fallen down, but he still survives by the simple of an HP. 6-9 has taken down Frypan. That means simultaneously A1 Esports are taking 2 fights. One on the left hand side, that is going to be Jax, and one more there that is dealing the course with the TRZ. On to the right hand side, it is gonna be of VNM Legend, but STFU, he has the beast in it and he has that M249 in his hand. Can he change the fortune for TRZ Esports? We have to still wait for the moment. STF is still holding his position where he was for now. He's just not trying to aggress in this moment. And this is a good strategy, but you need to make sure that VNM Legends are slowly and steadily are coming into the zone.
Well, they certainly are, and as they do so, it is looking absolutely in control of that team. But as we talk about back-end fights, it is going to be VNM Legends, Void, and Steelshot who are going to be trying to take on that fight to the face of TRZ Esports. For a moment, it seemed like TRZ Esports with the Nate Parade might just be able to bring a backstab to the players of A1 Esports. But sadly, of course, all thanks to VNM Legends, it is looking like A1 Esports might just be able to walk out of there with all 4 players alive. So looking pretty much in control of the hill, pretty much in control of the fight. It is going to be a conversation about will TRZ be pushed back into the lobby with the approach that A1 Esports is creating for now, because they are still a 2-man split. For the moment, we do see Jax and the others trying to get into the zone, and as they do so, it is going to, of course, be helping VNM Legends players. So now the tides have changed, and as they change, it is going to be, of course, VNM Legends 2 players, Void and Steelshot, who could perhaps retaliate as A1 Esports tries to make a push for the circle.
But I'm surprised with the way A1 Esports, the 4 players are still intact. Not 2 players already into the game. I mean, I guess just imagine if the secure chicken in a steel shot all of a sudden has been pulled off from that vehicle. That means one player is only surviving from the sides of VNM Legend, and that is going to be Void. And he is pretty much close where Winter is positioned for now into that smoke cloud. And Winter at any moment, it can be his demise. But before that happens, Rare FPS has been spotted down, and Void is pulling that Void that is finding himself away from that 12 and 15 total points. Winter finally has been taken down thanks to A1 Esports in this spotting level. But the way VNM Legends Void single-handedly is taking the fight, it seems that TRZ Esports, their number games are on.
Well, they certainly are looking like the case. But eventually, again, when it comes down to Void, he was absolutely decimating the players of TRZ. Eventually was able to bring 2 of the players down, but it turned out to be not enough because it was a 2v1 situation where Void was brought down to his knees, and now A1 Esports shall push forth. They've got all 4 players alive. They've got 15 kills to themselves. And when it comes to TRZ, all they are left with is to get that revival and then try and hunker away from that situation. And talk about A1 Esports' play. They have created a flank angle for themselves. Mamba Noob is on the move and is trying to get a little bit of a flank angle for himself to get some information, but will that be enough? Because A1 Esports' 2 players, Jackson Dante, are going to find themselves on top of the hill, and that is something that, of course, is going to be an annihilating play. But in doing all of this, in trying to climb up, they have given the time to TRZ Esports, and TRZ have 3 players alive, and now this has turned into a bit of an interesting stalemate where it will turn on down towards whose prey is going to be better.
I mean, they have given ample amount of time for TRZ to actually regroup, and in all this situation, not only the player have healed themselves up to, the player have also find themselves in a sort of position, in a formation, and in a good, comfortable position from where they can actually erupt and fight onto. But onto the other side, it's Whitehead that is spotted on the exact position that Dante is hiding himself into, and it seems that if grenade, if this is connected, it eventually it's not a grenade, it's a smoke, but some grenades are being lobbed in from the sides of A1 Esports, but still not finding the mark. The players are using the smoke to its perfection just in order to unsettle the player. But Mamba Noob, if he gets this grenade onto the right spot, it can be a sort of different affair, but still the grenade is missing up the mark. The fight is in the stalemate situation. I won't say stalemate situation, but still no knock has been brought on. And I'm surprised with the way A1 Esports was once a moment ago was trying to churn down the player to that. All of a sudden, they are making sure they are playing it so cautiously that they just want that chicken dinner so desperately.
They so much do. There's no 2 ways about it. They're taking every precaution that they possibly can before they rush on in. And as we talk about flank angle, it is going to be Sinister and 6ix9ine Boy who are on the tangent of the positioning that is being showcased from the side of TRZ Esports. And it is seeming like Sinister might just be able to take on that push. But it is Dante who is brought on down. And on the other tangent, it is 6ix9ine Boy who has been able to take that flank angle. And Mamba Noob has been brought down to his knees. This has turned into a 1v. Yep, that was enough said than done. And in doing so, A1 Esports have moved in to take a massive turn of events and points for themselves with 18 kills. 33 points is what this team walks away with from this game of Miramar. 3,359 damage to start.
That's what A1 Esports look up to. Whenever they try to play, I was talking about A1 Esports comeback. Yeah, they are not only comeback, it's a massive comeback. The statement that they have shown to the lobby, now their presence has been felt. 3,359 damage, and then this was a big number. A1 Esports comeback. You just cannot stop these guys getting close to the chicken. 2 games were not their game. They were the block bullet, but once it was the game of Miramar, it was Sinister, it was Dante, it was Jax, and it was 6-9 Boy that made it look so easy. Skill 1-1-1-2 damage, 26.47 minute of complete survival time, 6 healing, just 26 healing done. That means the sort of gameplay that A1 Esports played in this match, they only dealt the damage. There was no sort of healing done that was done from their side. That means they found themselves in a spot where they were just dodging with those incoming leads that was coming in from different directions.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, we have to also commend TRC's approach, right? From the start of the day, that team has been consistent, and right now they did try and play their cards right. A1 Esports were looking better. Yeah, second finish for them once again. So points working in their favor. Kill department also decently working in their favor. But A1 Esports is back in the lobby and is going to be dominating. I mean, the way A1 Esports' players played, they were the ones who put a full stop to VNM Legends. They were the ones who put a full stop to their competitors for the day. That's going to be, of course, 7C. So they knew exactly where to expect the teams to be and were, of course, very confident in those fights. That worked absolutely in this team's favor with all 4 players still surviving till the end. And as with that start, we move on to the top 4 players. We find Sinister, Jax, and 6-9 Boy on the first, third, and fourth, respectively. But second position is TRZ's Mamba Noob with 6 kills, 896 damage. He tried. He certainly tried. I mean, that final moment right there, had A1 Esports pushed on along, the fight would have been dead right there and then. But A1 Esports restricted themselves. They got the smokes, and then they moved on top of that small little hill, and that is what allowed TRZ's players to actually be able to get the revival done, thus converted into a 4v3 situation, or it was a 4v1 affair. So, I mean, again, nevertheless, it was, I think, amazingly played from both the teams.
I mean, exactly. A1 Esports just made sure, as we were talking about the game exactly itself, that they were making sure that once they have come close to this time, this pace, they won't be shying away to get that chicken, and so this happened to themselves. We can get to see match summary where A1 Esports in this highest damage, 1-1-1-2 is what he's holding for now, 6-9 Boy with highest kill. Unstoppable certainly is where Claw has the longest distance kill, and that is pretty much long distance. If you talk about the Miramar, actually that's 300 meter, and 20 most abilities used. TRZ's RK rare FPS. Certainly, it was tough for him to survive in all this situation. And STF report also was pretty much difficult for him. Like, this is all the spots, the team that we just found themselves in this situation where A1 Esports was trying to pin them down from one side, and then it was VNM Legends, and in all this situation, it was pretty much evident that TRZ Esports player will be using all those abilities, and just because of that, we can get to see again one consistent performance. More than what makes me fascinating and happy is that TRZ Esports consistent gameplay that is coming in. Beat the first game, beat the second game, beat the third game. They have been consistent with that 20, 15 or 16, those sort of points.
Absolutely, and that is going to be working in that team's favor. This time around, of course, VNM Legends also timing it along with 17 kills. So, my apologies, 17 total points and 7 kills compared to the 5 in the last game. So, again, beautiful turnover wins for this team, because we had been seeing Bad Intentions not really perform right this time around. Once again, we see them on the 4th position. So a perfect game being showcased for quite a lot of these teams, but still a lot is to be expected from the other side of the entire saga. Siren Cloud, it certainly was not going to be an easy lobby, and that they are trying and understand for themselves. Python have had some decent plays, but as soon as these Legends sort of timing along with VNM Legend and even Esports, it is going to get tricky when it comes to the lobby. And as a game, if one team walks away with 18 kills, it does not really leave a lot of room for the others to participate in.
Exactly. Just because of that, we got to see IPG securing 4. 7C's was not their game. Eventually, what goes up comes down, and 7C's this was a leap on the downside. If we talk about that, and right on the bat, there was no sort of gameplay, no sort of aggression that was shown in. It was 15 or sort of 16 each minute where the fight actually erupted, and then A1 Esports dominated the lobby. XBROTHERS were in a position that were backstab. They were in the starting position. It was the 7 season in front of them. A1 Esports, it's never a comfortable position to play, finding yourself with both these big teams, and that happened for XBROTHERS. On the other side, it was NRC that was coming in from the southwestern side, find themselves in a good situation until and unless it was again A1 Esports that was preparing them with all those, and they will be pounded for different directions. If we talk about that, then it was Jax that was getting the final lead in the coffin, and that led to the demise. PRZ Esports came close with the help of those utilities, and that grenade was just spot on, right on the money. Winter kill here again went to 6-9 boy from the sides of A1 Esports. When White could have taken or TRZ, but it was A1 Esports, and then it was all down to how A1 Esports then regrouped, then picked themselves up to, and then took the fight.
Absolutely, and with that, walked away with quite a lot of kills for themselves. 18 kills is what A1 Esports walked away with. 3,359 damage dished out from one single game. So, again, I mean, just a complete
Numbers are
one-sided.
even getting out of the game. I mean, 9
Yeah,
is
just
how this-
one-sided play from this team. Amazing stats. But along with that, as we were mentioning earlier, if one team walks away with so many kills, other teams aren't really left with so many opportunities. We've seen RudeDude try, but did not get things working in their favor. We move on towards the side of Python, TRZRA, XBROTHERS, BIP, Silent Cloud. All of them, they just were not able to participate in the kills. They were participating in the fights department. Therefore, we can see the damage that they were able to dish out. But eventually, that did not pan out in their favor. And with that, when you talk about the overalls, this is where PMNC Esports find themselves with a comfortable 62 points. Second position with a consistent team for the day is going to be TRZ Esports with 48. And just one game that worked in A1 Esports' complete domination has brought them up to the third spot. And again, there are still 3 games remaining for the day.
Just the one game, journey from 15 to third. I mean, you can write a whole storyline about around A1 Esports, the way they have been trying to do. So 20 kills straight off the bat, the way they have actually tried to accumulate themselves for total points tally, 16 basement points, and now the lead with 7 Esports is standing for now. It's not pretty much because A1 Esports at any moment, one more game like this that happened in the past, they can actually shoot up the number and can go at the top. But it is certainly not the case where IPG 3 games, just the 5 points, same Silent Cloud, just the 5 points, but there's the 3 match. Unstoppable, I mean, pretty much they were looking unstoppable in the semis, but whenever they have played in these 3 games, they need to look up their rotations, because early in the game they're losing a lot of player, and then it is going pretty much haywire for them. TRZRA on the other side, it's good that they have find now themselves with the double markup with 17 total points, and Python TC also with a double markup. So a lot of teams getting a good points, but certain teams need to come out of their blues and break the shackles that they are with just a single digit markup.
Hopefully the lobby will allow them to do so, because again, I mean, with the fights that are being showcased, that's certainly not going to be an easy task. But again, I mean, we've seen that happen in the previous stages of the entire national championship as well, that teams start working towards those placement points and are able to chime in along with that. We know for a fact that all the teams that are here in the top 16 will be getting a minimum of $500. There's no two ways about it. 10 to 16 walk away with $500, but then it is not about just the money. It is about that pride, right? That nation's pride that you bring in. And hopefully teams are going to be able to get themselves in that top 8, in the top 3. With that, we've got 3 games done. We are going to go on a short little intermission, so to say, after which we'll come back with game number 4. Stick around.
Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করেছে A1 Esports এর ইয়াংগেস্ট প্লেয়ার, দ্যাট ইজ নান আদার দেন 6ix9ine বয়। তো আমাদের সাথে এখন 6ix9ine চলে এসেছে। 6ix9ine কেমন আছো?
জি আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালো।
ওকে, সো PMNC, PMWI, PMGC অনেক কিছু একসাথে একের পর এক ইটস গোইং সো গুড এন্ড ইটস ফ্লাইং ফর A1। কেমন লাগে A1 এর প্লেয়ার হয়ে খেলতে?
আসলে ভালোই লাগতেছে। সব জায়গা থেকে এক্সপিরিয়েন্স পাচ্ছি আমরা সবাই, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল, ন্যাশনাল লবি সব জায়গায়, তো জিনিস ভালো লাগতেছে অনেক।
So there is no competition for one right now in Bangladesh. And if I talk about South Asia, there is no one coming close to you. Do you believe that এখন তোমরা পুরোপুরি like international stage perform করার জন্য ready?
না অ্যাকচুয়ালি এখন আমরা প্রপারলি রেডি না, বিকজ পিএমডব্লিউআই খেলার পরে আমরা আমাদের অনেক ভুল দেখতে মানে আমার চোখে পড়েছে। সো লাইক আমরা ওগুলোর উপর এখন কাজ করতেছি। সো আই থিঙ্ক যখন আমরা সব কাজ একসঙ্গে লাইক আমাদের সবকিছু ঠিকঠাক হবে তখন যে আমরা প্রপারলি রেডি হব।
একটা কথা মাথায় আসে, পিএমএনসির যখন আমি ওভারঅল স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্সটা যখন আমি দেখি, দ্যাট ইজ গ্রুপ স্টেজে 400, সেমিফাইনালে 300। সো ফাইনালে তোমাদের টার্গেটটা কত থাকবে?
ফাইনালে আমরা লাইক 350 প্লাস যাব।
Okay, that's a big number. That's a huge number actually.
অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা আমাদের টিমেরই লাইক আমরা সবাইদের ডিসিশন 350 প্লাস এনিহাউ।
Anyhow, 350 plus. So
Yes.
we'll really looking forward to this total numbers. But একটা কথা মাথায় আসছে যে সেমিফাইনালে জ্যাক্স এন্ড সিনিস্টার গট দ্য লাইক কিল লিডার বোর্ডের সবচেয়ে উপরে পজিশনে তারা ছিল, সবচেয়ে বেস্ট কিল তারা বের করেছিল এবং তাদের কিল সমান ছিল ইফ আই এম নট রং। সো ইউ ডান্টে এন্ড সৈকত, তোমরা কি খানিকটা পিছিয়ে যাচ্ছ নাকি ইউ গাইজ আর সেভিং ইট আপ ফর দ্য ফাইনালস?
আসলে আমরা ল্যাক করতেছি না, একটা টিমে তো 4 জন আর একসাথে সেম কিল লিডারও থাকতে পারবে না, সেম কিল আসবে না 4 জনের। যে আগেই ড্যামেজ দিতে পারবে ওরই কিল লিস্টার হবে। সো আমার মতে লাইক আমরা 5 জনই সেম পারফর্ম করতেছি, 5 জনের বেস্টটা দিতেছি।
এইবারের পিএমপিএল এন্ড পিএমজিসি যাওয়ার রাস্তাটা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি অনেক প্রবলেমেটিক, আই গেস তুমি নিজেও ব্যাপারটা দেখছো। সো এই পুরা যে মানে স্টেজগুলো আছে এটা পার করে A1 কে কি আমরা আরেকবার পিএমজিসি তে দেখতে পাবো? হোয়াট আর ইওর এক্সপেকটেশনস?
আমার কথা বলতে গেলে আমার এক্সপেকটেশনের আন্ডার বলতে গেলে লাইক আমরা এখন যে নিউ স্ট্র্যাটেজিগুলো ট্রাই করতেছি, যে আমার হোল টিম ইভেন আমাদের কোচ সহ, সো আমরা যদি ওগুলো ভালো মতো ওয়ার্কআউট করতে পারি, সো আই থিঙ্ক আমরা আবারও পিএমজিসিতে আপনারা দেখতে পারেন আমাদেরকে।
তো থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ 69 আমাদের সাথে সময় কাটানোর জন্য। ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা কিন্তু চাই ফাইনালে 69 বয়কে আমরা কিল লিডার বয়ের একদম টপে দেখবো। ওকে,
ইনশাআল্লাহ।
তো বন্ধুরা শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে, এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে। হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আমি তানভীর, ইউ গাইজ নো মি অ্যাজ টাইম বার্নার গেমিং। চলে এসেছি আমাদের পছন্দের কিছু প্লেয়ার নিয়ে যারা পিএমএনসি এর ময়দান কাঁপিয়ে বেড়াচ্ছে। তাদের কাছ থেকে জানতে চাই তাদের পছন্দের এমন একজন প্লেয়ারের সম্পর্কে যাদের কাছে 1v1 জেতাটা তাদের জন্য খুবই কঠিন।
বাংলাদেশের প্লেয়ার 1v1 এ হারানো খুবই কঠিন বলতে গেলে আমি কাপসিরে বলবো, কারণ কাপসির সাথে আমার অনেক 1v1 হয়েছে, অনেকগুলো জিতছি প্লাস অনেকগুলো হারছি, বাট ওরা হারানো অনেক টাফ।
সো এটা হবে আমারই টিম মেম্বার একটা মাম্বা। ওর সাথে অনেক খেলছি আমি গেম, কোনোবার ওকে এখন পর্যন্ত একবার টিডিএমে হারাইতে হয় নাই, অনেকটা বেশ বাংলাদেশের সরকার। সো আমার পার্সোনালি মনে হয় না ওকে কোনোদিন আমি হারাতে পারবো মানে বা টিডিএমে।
বাংলাদেশ থেকে স্পেশাল প্লেয়ার হিসেবে যদি বলি আমি আরএক্সকে বলবো।
ওকে, বিকজ
ওর সামনে ওই খুবই ক্লোজে যথেষ্ট অনেক ভালো, যথেষ্ট না, আর ওর সামনে ওই যতই মানে যাই মারে মোটামুটি হেডি মারে, তো ওর সামনে ফাইটটা জিতাটা কিছুটা লাকি যদিও।
স্টিল শট, বিকজ ও অনেক ওর বর্তমান পারফরম্যান্স অনেক ভালো, টপ র্যাঙ্কিং লিস্টে আছে, সো ডেফিনেটলি ওকে হারানো একটু টাফ হয়ে যাবে।
ওকে, তো বন্ধুরা শুনছিলেন আমাদের প্রো প্লেয়ারদের কথা। এরকম আরো অনেক দারুণ দারুণ সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আসবো, তো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন, পাশেই থাকবেন। আপাতত বিদায় নিচ্ছি আপনাদের থেকে।
Hello everyone and once again welcome back to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region, and this whole event is sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro #Woke Up for Fun. My name is Ankit and this time again joining with me will be Brother. So we just saw a match where it was A1 Esports. We were waiting for that comeback and the comeback king is here. A1 Esports straight off the bat from 15 to 30 they have staged a story for themselves. How long will you think will they be going, so because there are still 3 games left for the day?
Well, I mean, this is just the start. It's just the start, right? For A1 Esports, the train has just warmed up, so to say. And now the engine is going to get started to oil and it's going to get that much more comfortable. And as it does, the aggression stance is going to move on along, and there's just no stopping this team. It's just one of those things that we were talking about earlier, that perhaps they were just experimenting with the lobby, and they did for the 2 games, and then finally lashed out with 18 kills in a single game. Let's see this gameplay. Will the other teams in the lobby allow them to take a stance or a chance for Erangel? Is again going to be one of those games that even esports do love to play very synergistically and are able to get really comfortable chicken dinners with high amount of kills as well. But do not forget that VNM Legends is also part of this, and VNM Legends in the past, or rather previous game, has gotten really comfortable in terms of their gameplay as well, and were able to walk away with decent kills last time as well as the second game for the day. But now jumping into the map itself, a very southern favored flight path is being showcased from the map itself, from the plane itself, and that is of course going to be a little bit of a trouble for teams that do love to go out towards the northern side, and that is something that for the moment will be helping out TRZ as they go back to their known location of Primosk, and that again is going to be favoring the flight path, is going to be favoring the side of 7C Esports, as they will also be able to go down towards their drop location of Novorupnoi. But alongside that, it is going to be Python that is going to be very close onto the military base. And wow, right off the bat, we've got fights being taken on. It is going to be who are going to be taking on players for the side of XBROTHERS, and the circle itself seems like is going to be a bit of a curveball situation where entire military base is in the circle, so we might as well see a military base finish.
Exactly. We are definitely going to see that military base finish. There's no two way out about that. But this was so much pretty much evident because IPG and the players from XBROTHERS were in the same proximity, in the same vicinity, both trying to go towards one to Giorgio, North Giorgio, and one to the Giorgio Crate, and maybe towards that east-western side of Giorgio Pool. And just because of that, the team in those early contention for that fight for those vehicles, that is where one team went with the demise of one player. I guess we have to still wait for that. Has it been brought down or not? We'll get to see once we get to see the whole of the fight. But till now, it seems that the player might have been given the revival, or here or there some shot that has been shot down. But Unstoppable just trying to fire themselves away from the area of Pachinki, the heartland of Erangel, where VNM Legend has been ruling for ages, I would say, because it has been so long that VNM Legend has been dropping down. Whatever be the flight path, whatever be the case, they love and try to go towards the area of Pachinki. But head towards the fight where RudeDude's player have spotted on some other player. But here we go, 7C's player again right off the bat. They haven't just got any kills into the number, but on the contrary, they have lost Evil Eye. So Evil Eye till now has been in a good nick of form, has been in the sublime form, I would say, and losing such important player at the early stage of the game might dent those chances. But still, it's just the 3 minute. At any moment, we have seen Rafat just trying to go up, just all guns blazing, all berserk, and might take down the players. But Badrev needs to realize that it's Megamind and Shipu that can give that 2v1 fight against one player that is just very much close, and that is going to be of Badrev. Badrev is making sure that he just don't overexpose himself, and the way he's just trying to find himself in the cover of this wall, it's a good strategy. Slowly and steadily, he is trying to recollect and regroup from his team, but still the fight is on. I guess the fight will be on because they are in the circle, so they have the advantage, they have the privilege, and they all can afford to elongate the fight for next 5 or 6 minutes or so.
Well. The conversation is, will Kings of BD allow that or not, right? Because Kings of BD, we do see, have been really aggressive in those initial few moments of the fight, and they are the ones who are once again aggressive on towards the players of 7C. So not an easy position that Badre finds himself in, and it is being flanked as well. From one side, of course, is Katappa, from the other side is going to be Tiger, and this is going to be turning into a conversation that might just lose the favor of Badre. But eventually, 7C's player, yes, he will be knocked and he will be sent back into the lobby. All the other time, on the other tangent, on the other side, we do see Rafat all down towards by himself into the warehouses, is going to have to back out because there's absolutely no way that these two players are going to be able to take on the four-man army of Kings of BD. So once again, in the initial just 5 minutes of the game, and Kings of BD have yet again overpowered yet another team, and this time around it is none other than 7C. So I mean, you can see Kings of BD, they do not run away from the fight. I mean, we've seen time and time again 7C love to go down towards Dover, and that is a place that they have showcased the entire hobby is their drop location. But Kings of BD, I'm sure, knowing that, have decided to retaliate and have come up on top. So again, I mean, this team's aggressive stance is just so very good, and it is the confidence that works up in their favor. But now we shall have to see if that confidence will be allowed to push on along with the same sort of a strategy throughout the entirety of the game.
That's the question, because they are still 4 men alive and they already know that two players have been reduced from the sides of 7Cs, and they very well know it because it's a drop location that has been challenged until now. 7Cs two players has faltered down. We'll love to see how the fight actually erupts, or maybe Kings of BD might go for a complete flush. That is also one thing, and their objective to actually get completed in the early stage of the game. On the other hand, it is Silent Cloud, Kobe Raz, and Cole Balish that is swimming and just trying to swim themselves into. But the players from the sides of TRZR have spotted them down, but A1 Esports, now they're trying to bridge camp the situation where the players are slowly and steadily coming close, where Auto-Aim is actually stationed. What I can see from the looks of it is that the A1 Esports, the rest of the three players are completely away where 6ix9ine Boy is actually now. But once Auto-Aim tries to find himself away from the situation, will he be able to make a rotation and try to just cross that bridge? For now, it seems that he's again pins it down, as 6ix9ine Boy is just not letting that easy kill, what he is preempting for himself, to go away. As if that gets finished, straight off the bat, A1 Esports will be awarded with one kill, and Auto-Aim had no other chance but to fall himself in the water bodies. And Sinister till now hasn't spotted him, that he is unaware of the fact that it's Auto-Aim that is in the ocean.
Well, for now, that is certainly the case. And even Esports find themselves at a really good bridge camp location where they've got themselves flanked out and looking pretty good in doing so. They have been able to get a little bit of a contestation against players of Python, but were certainly not able to get a confirmed knock or kill for themselves. So point not has still not been distributed. But when it comes down to, of course, the western side, that is where we do see TRZRA's players, and alongside them, of course, was the squad of Silent Cloud. Now, Silent Cloud was pushed out into the water, and that has resulted in Silent Cloud's players kind of being separated from the pack itself. And the pack, for now, is only comprised of Sparrow, who's in the boat, and on the other tangent, it is going to be the other two players who are going to be, of course, Kobiraz and Kobliash, who are going to be left out in the blue zone for the moment, as DRZRA make their own water rotation for the moment. So it is going to be a two-man split coming in from the side of Silent Cloud, but they are in the hand because they are up front, and they could very well now retaliate against the one boat push that is being created from the side of TRZRA. And if TRZRA is caught, they can very well be destroyed. But will Scissor want to take this sort of an approach? Will Silent Cloud, apologies, want to be able to take on this approach? It is not going to be an easy affair for them because they need points. And the way that they've been playing, if they take on this fight all scattered out, they might just lose this fight, and that is something they cannot afford.
Exactly, that can certainly be the case. And in early stage of the game, none of the players, none of the team from other opponent side also must be looking to lose out on the numbers, because at the end of the day, we have gotten to see, even if you are 3 men strong, it's still not the case where you can just 100% it's a guaranteed victory for you. Rather, if you try to take all of the men into the last circle, that can be a situation where you can just capitalize onto that. And talking about the capitalization onto that southern side of Chinky, the hill that is famous for, we can get to see Bots in Pajamas into contentions with VNM Legends. VNM Legends, they know these all regions well, and just because of that, already Bots in Pajamas were having the control of all these ridges, all these tree trunks. But the way VNM Legends have used the trees to its perfection, it seems that Bots in Pajamas all of a sudden has now decided to haul themselves away from the situation. And this is something that if VNM Legends realizes, that can actually backfire them. And once if the player from Boston Pajamas are, if just if caught in the open, they can be pulled down. And there we go, Mr. BBC, that flank angle that was created by Nightwing has pulled him down. And Boston Pajamas not realizing the fact that it's the strategical team that they are going up against, and that is going to be of Venom Legends. BBC will be bleeding off, but will be wiped out with a running spray that is coming in from Frypan and from the rest of the teammates. Certainly, that's not going to be the case because the distance was pretty much more. But A1, Jax has pulled down Hassan and Merciful, but certainly one player has gone down all of a sudden.
Well. It seems like there was a little bit of fight that Unstoppable took against the players of A1 as 6ix9ine Boy overextended, but eventually it seems like Unstoppable's team has also been given the same exact blow as well, as Dante and Jax take on the fight and confirm the kills for themselves, thus leaving Insane all by himself. So not the kind of play that Unstoppable wanted to make by bringing down player A1 Esports. That is of course 6ix9ine Boy, but he has not yet lost his life, and that is something that Insane is going to be so very mad about, because they should have been able to at least confirm the kill, but right now it has turned into a 4v1 sort of a situation where of course the revival will be coming on down towards the player of 6ix9ine, and eventually when it comes to the play style itself, it is going to be perhaps A1 Esports that should be able to get the better half of this fight. We shall have to see. As Jax goes on to create a flank angle from the left, on the other tangent the players are going to move on to another side path on the other compound altogether. We do see RudeDude's players take on a play all by themselves against the players of TRC, and it was Mamba Noob who was able to radically get a full stop onto the players and back onto the compound of A1 Esports. It is UnstoppableX who have been eliminated, and A1 Esports moving up in the ranks have already gotten 4 kills confirmed.
I would love to see if the observers are actually listening to us, where the actual circle, the second circle, has actually formed for us, because then it decides the fate of the many teams that are still onto the main island, be it A1 Esports or teams like TRZ and the contentions that is happening. I would love to see if Kings of BD actually tries to find themselves into the military bridge area, because the circle, when it initially formed, it was completely constricting upon to the area of military base, but some hairwire is actually going upon into the area where Kapshi is taking up the fight. Katapa is pulled down, but Kapshi will be taken down. And then not only Kapshi, it will be 7Cs, a complete annihilation. Kings of BD reigning supreme right off the bat. Katapa will be given the revival, Tiger will be given the revival, and Megamind and Devil Robbie are looking pretty much strong. 3 kills out of the total 4 what Kings of BD have secured for now. I guess it is a game, maybe a game. They just need to hold their horses for as long as possible, because this is a team that A, doesn't shy from the fight, B, whenever they take the fight, they look in full control.
They most certainly do. And talking about the circle itself, it seems like we might actually go down towards that bridge that A1 is holding. Maybe, I do not know. But on the other tangent, talking about teams that were in towards the northern side, we did see VNM Legends take on a fight, but now have decided to make a very interesting rotation from the eastern front, and following them is going to be IPGx. So it is going to be a tricky affair for the side of IPG, because it's going to be too far away, and the circle has constructed itself once again, going further down towards the western side, and that again moves away from the bridge itself that A1 Esports find themselves. And for the moment, of course, it is going to be part of the bridge, but will this be where the circle will go? Will this be where these teams are going to be pushed on towards? Because it is looking like finals, yes, $30,000, yes, and the curveball being thrown from the circle time and time again is absolutely on point.
Definitely, we can see the onslaught that is coming in, be it the rotation, be it be the hiding thing, be it be those being on the toes. The teams are looking, and slowly and steadily they are hitting up their engine, as you have mentioned in the past. But A1 Esports now, what they are trying to do is to just enter into the circle with some another approach. They could have gone from the circle, they could have gone straight to the circle with the help of that bridge, but they all pretty much known about the fact that some teams might be camping the end part of that bridge, and just because of that, the players have already fallen themselves straight from that spacing that gets created from the barricading that on the edge of the bridge. And just because of that, A1 Esports will be making a safe passage. But Kings of BD, time and time again, whenever they try to look themselves into a fight, either the players are falling down from opposition side or they are reigning supreme. This time it is Katappa that will be healing himself up, but Shipu, Tiger goes down. Bamboo precise grenade comes right on the spot, right on the money. And I guess had there been a 3-men push, things could have been different and things could have been really advantageous for Kings of BD, but certainly was not the case. Mamanu spots the player and Silent Cloud. Oh man, I really felt bad for that. I really felt
What a
bad for
way.
that play.
What a way to trade. I mean, yep, he got the kill. Silent Cloud finally got themselves a kill, looking pretty comfortable in the game as they had made that rotation, but then sadly just jumped onto his own demise. And with that, talking about another team that has been decimated, it is going to be from the looks of it, Kings of BD. To make a push right here against the players of 4M. Aggressive stance is what they wanted to create, but sadly, it seems like two of those are going to have to fall back. And as the other two find themselves in the open, it is going to be VNM Legends that will be rushing on against them. And reigning supreme VNM Legends from the top of the hill is going to be able to capitalize on the situation. And Devil's OP, man oh man, what can you do all by yourself against these three lads? Not going to be an easy fight. And eventually, Kings of BD have been sent back into the lobby on the 14th position with 4 kills.
Exactly, Kings of BD just being too much over aggressive. We were commending the way they were actually taking the fight, and the gun power is actually pretty much strong, but that need to be toned and countered with the strategical gameplay, because at the end of the day, if you are aggressive with your gun gameplay, the opponent that is in front of you is also having and pretty much having the caliber to put you down. And with this, IPG has been sent to the lobby thanks to the onslaught that came in from the sides of bad intentions for Dean, and he brought the final nail in the coffin. But on to the other side, it is TRZ again in contention with TRZRA, and Scorpion has been pulled down. That means NRZ again. So TRZ is also a team, to be honest, that is consistent with the point that they bring in, with be it with the placement points, be it with the kill points, or be it with the fight, everything that goes on point for them. But for now, it's the western edge, it's the eastern edge, sorry for that is held by VNM Legends. And I guess it's the orange marker. Is it T4M or is it A1 Esports? We have to still wait for that whenever VNM Legends makes an entry into the zone. But the circle, the way it is panning out slowly and steadily, it seems that certain team will be getting the favor for it, those who are into the center or onto the edge of the circle.
Absolutely. And talking about the edges, we do see NRZ Esports sticking around to the edge for quite some time. We do, of course, also have TRZ's RA players right here onto the edge as well as they try and get themselves into the comfort of the zone. And it seems like NRZ's Strifa has some sort of an idea about the players who had already moved on down towards that region. And Ragnar as well as Anaconda are the two-man from the side of TRZRA who find themselves down below. And on the other tangent, it is going to be VNM Legends from, as you perfectly mentioned, from the eastern side, going to be trying to jump into the circle itself as they try and play the ball game with the edge of the zone into their control.
I mean, exactly the way they're actually taking the fight, 2 players onto the hill, 2 players into the ditch, just making sure that they are getting every sort of advantage that they can take up. This is what VNM Legend is known up to and known for in the past. 3 kills already onto the name. Now they are making sure that they are holding since the edge of the circle. They are wasting a lot of time, but they are making sure that the rest of the players will be getting the safe passage for other players, for their teams, when they try to make an entry into the zone. On to the other hand, it is Ragnar that is still surviving. The sole player surviving from both the TRZ, and I guess he might be taken down if it gets spotted, because he is in a not a good position as Anaconda. Ragnar still surviving. For how long that is the question. This is the thing that we talk about. VNM Legends, whenever they look in good form, they take multiple fights. In all these fights, it is Jack that has come in all of a sudden and have now started punishing bad intention that a moment ago just eliminated IPG's complete squad.
Well, GG play indeed on the other side from A1 Esports as well. BIP are the ones who are in the crosshairs, as well as, of course, bad intentions. So an interesting play being showcased from the side of A1 Esports as they try and gatekeep for themselves the entirety of the entire saga that is theirs for the moment. The area is theirs for the moment. On the other side, it is, I mean, A1 Esports is on towards one side. On the other side of the circle or the zone is going to be, of course, the team of VNM Legends as they try and take on these kills and fights for themselves. These far long shots that they are taking against the players of Python have certainly brought Python down to just I hide the final man remaining. But now VNM Legends will take on a different approach as they try and go on towards the other players. And as we go back down to the edge, it is going to be NRZ Sazadopi who will finally be able to get those kills confirmed for his teammates. He is living with a 3-man squad as of now. We did see, of course, it was the likes of course, Shefa, who was trying to take on the of TRZ, and finally they have been able to do so, and TRZRA will be eliminated 12th spot.
And exactly as you mentioned, they have been eliminated, and so has Boston Pajamas. But this reminds me a game, the same gameplay that was played in the finals, where those sort of ridges, those sort of rocks near the shorelines was held by NRZ to perfection. In that game, NRZ was a team that secured good number of placement points. It was Bad Intentions that came up with chicken dinner, but this time it is looking pretty much difficult for Bad Intention, as the only player surviving from Bad Intentions onto the other side. It is A1 Esports. 9 kill already onto the name board, still intact, and they are slowly and steadily pinning down the player on the edge of the circle. They are not in the center this time, but I guess one player is holding the edge of the circle. Rest of the players might have been in the center of the circle. We have to still wait for that when we get to see the whole mini map. And there we go. We can get to see the orange markers in the center line of the circle. That means the player are slowly and steadily making a close way into the center line of the circle. Here, Jax has already cut down the players for Bad Intentions, but he is making sure that the player needs to be taken care of. And that's the case. Dante from one side and Jax from the left hand side. Fardeen, you're not going to be sick from the situation.
Exactly. I mean, the flank that they've created in the circle that is moving on down towards the beach area is looking absolutely destructive. And as this final player for D is being pushed on along, Jax will be waiting for them to be able to just bring him down and send him back into the lobby. But on the other tangent, it is going to be VNM Legends who will try and push on to this compound and take the players on by fight. But as they do so, it seems like a perfectly set up Molotov has been brought down void, and that has resulted in, of course, A1 Esports chiming in again from far, far away. Sinister being the one who has been able to bring down Frypan for now. Void is down. This is not looking good for VNM Legends, as of course they tried to push towards the players of Silent Cloud. It seems like the push has resulted in their demise, and they have already lost one of their players, and one player is already knocked. So when it comes down to the revival, that is what the conversation is. And on the other tangent, seems like Bad Intentions for Dean was able to get himself into the circle, or rather into the zone itself in the water through his vehicle, and of course Jax was not able to spot him. So now we are left with 8 teams alive, and within that 3 of them are only surviving with a one-man army. We do see Bad Intentions with 4 kills, only one-man squad. TRZ the same 3 kills with one-man squad, and XBROTHERS, again XBROTHERS are here as well with 0 kills but a one-man army.
A1 Esports will be getting a lot of impediment challenge, that is for sure, for VNM Legends. If the circle, just imagine, goes into the center lines of the compound, then A1 Esports need to get rid of all these ridges. But Mamba is pretty much close where 6-9 boy is actually positioned. But Mamba is just not giving away and is not interested in taking up the fight. He is holding the TPP advantage. He knows the exact positions of where the players are actually positioned. But if he gets those, gives away those positioning, he might be in trouble. But RudeDude needs to find themselves away from the situation, because once they try to find themselves away, it is gonna be Silent Cloud that will be pinning them down. But Silent Cloud is engaged in some other fight where they are pinning them down. The players of VNM Legends, sadly, one player goes on and has been finished off, but Sparrow comes from behind, tried to take one more player down, but the onslaught has been survived with the courtesy to the 2 players that is still surviving from sides of VNM Legends. Steelwing and Nightwing and Steelshot really took the fight in his own hand and really made it possible. But A1 Esports 6-9 boy is playing some different sort of gameplay, because he's just aware, he knows the players are actually positioned, but he's just not frightened and scared to find himself away from this position. But Mamba, you need to give credit to this guy, the way he's actually pulling down for the last 2-3 minutes. It takes courage, because in these sort of situations there are multiple footsteps around you, and in that situation it's pretty easy to panic, but so is not the case that is happening. Mama Noob is really playing a good passive gameplay.
He most certainly has. He's found himself the epitome of the play that was required right here in this circle. And again, I mean, kudos to him to have found that area. But as he did so, on the other tangent, it is A1 Esports against the 2 players of VNM Legends as they take their Tesla out in the open to get themselves into the zone, and they will probably try and do so, and they'll probably be able to capitalize. But as they were bringing on along, NRZ made that rotation and brought them down to their knees. So VNM Legends has been sent back into the lobby. NRZ will find themselves into the zone with, again, a 2-man squad with 8 kills, looking pretty incredible. Sazed OP as well as Fuji are going to be jumping in along, but as they do so, they've given away the information to A1 Esports, and now it is going to be a conversation about what is Mamba going to be exactly what moment will he try and bounce on from the heights and take on the players of A1 Esports.
I guess A1 Esports is might be. It's just a prima facie from my side. Nothing to taking away from A1 Esports fans and the player. A1 Esports might be in a situation where they can be pinned at any moment because Mamba has the slightest information of where the actual players are actually aligned, and none of the players in the lobby could have imagined that it's Mamba still holding that epitome, as you perfectly mentioned, and he is acting like a king as a lion in this mountain. Perfectly, it's not a mountain. There are a lot of ocean, there are a lot of grasses, there are a lot of trees, but in all these situations, just imagine if RudeDude tries to come out of the open, they would try to take down the players of A1 Esports. If NRGs try to decide to take down the players of A1 Esports, then it can be done and dusted for them. So Bamba, in all the situation, how he tries to take up the fight, because a drop is also dropped down to its closer proximity. Will he able to go for the drop? I don't think so, because if it does, his position will be given away. But Sinister is trying to take down the player, and he is trying to bring out the more and more info. And will he be able to do so? We have to still wait for that. But still, the fight is in a deadlock situation. A1 Esports making sure that their position don't is not given away, but Sinister is really trying hard. 11 kill is what A1 Esports still now have been able to secure. How long they will be able to go, they have to still wait for that.
Well, right here we do see RudeDude's player jumping in along right next to Sherlock, and will not be. Wow, will certainly not be spotted as he
What a
gets
fish.
away from perfect Sherlock's crosshair, and in doing so has now resulted in him being that much more closer towards the zone itself. But on the other tangent, Sherlock, none the wiser, is probably going to be just waiting with his gun in his hand and hoping that he might just be able, hopefully would be able to get that. And this is something that I was just thinking about. When it comes down to that drop, right? It was, of course, drop that was so close to Mamba. It is going to be a more position where absolutely the other teams are going to know that
there
there
you
is a
go.
player up there. And as a RudeDude tried to get up on top, Mamba will be able to take the fight in his favor. Once again, the circle is favoring the positioning of TRZ Mamba. And again, I mean, we can call whatever this playstyle would be, but eventually he is getting towards those placement points for his team. And that eventually is what matters. I mean, if you talk about the kills, TRZ have been able to get focus for now, but being a one-man army against the likes of these many players, it is not it's certainly not the kind of position that you want to be able to take a fight in. And as doing so, it is looking like RudeDude is going to be sent back to the lobby. The final player who was a fish around Sherlock. On the other tangent, NRZ's player is going to be sent back to the lobby. And Mamba now decides to take on a fight. Sinister has been knocked. Amazing turn of events indeed. And now the utilities are going to be utilized. And what a play Mamba Noob is bringing to this final fight right here.
Spectacular gameplay coming in. And just imagine if the grenade gets connected into the lab, it can be a demise for two players, Sinister and Jax, and this is certainly going to be the case. A grenade connects and pulls down two-player Dante 6'9" boy still surviving. Mamba Noob making it most of the situation. I mean, humongous gameplay coming in and a mesmerizing gameplay. I mean, I love the way this guy actually comes into the play. One more kill, one more knock, one more finish, and this is all down to 3 teams, 4 player alive, where A1 Esports, Dante is still there, 6'9" boy is still there, and Mamba still right there on the top. I guess A1 Esports don't have any other answer for this onslaught that is coming in from the sides of Mamanu. A brilliant gameplay coming in from sides of Mamanu.
Well, what a GG play it has been. And again, I mean, the circle favoring him as well. What are the chances of that helping out? And with that, again, as you were mentioning, 3 teams remaining. We do have TRZ Mamba. It seems like XBROTHERS final player is also going to be down there and towards the water area. And of course, A1 Esports' 2 players, Dante as well as 6'9" boy, getting their nade parade set up right here and are trying their level best to be able to bring the hill situation against them. But it's not easy. 6'9" boy has been trying with those utilities, but it certainly is not easy. And with that, the circle is finally like moving away from this positioning, and this is where a position will have to be created. And this is maybe just maybe Mamba still has utilities remaining. Could be a fight that he could actually walk away with a chicken dinner from.
The question is also, does he have enough of first aid? Yes, he has 5 of it. So the moment if A1 Esports tries to battle themselves in all these fights with that heal approach, that can be certainly a case where A1 Esports can give a tough chance. And I was just waiting with the last pair of XBROTHERS is still there. Sherlock, he's still surviving, won't be able to survive as Playzone will be taking him down, as we are down to 3 players. 3 players and 2 teams still alive. And these 2 teams, 1 player for TRZ Esports, Mamba Noob is still there. The players from A1 Esports are slowly and steadily trying to find themselves into the zone, just going in with the help of smokes. 6ix9ine boy is still holding the edge of the circle. That means he knows the exact position where Mamba Noob is actually positioned for now. But will he able to take him down? Yes, he will be able to, as Dante falls down. Now it is all down to Mamba. He survives the onslaught if it comes from the sides of 6ix9ine boy. He takes the kill, total 8 kill, 7 kill is what he has been able to secure. If this low toss grenade gets connected, it can be a game in for not only 6ix9ine boy, A1 Esports. Will be able to Esports get close towards the challenger? We have to still wait for that because top 2 finished 2 times. It was Erangel, it was Miramar. This time it is again Erangel. Will he be able to get one chicken? I'm just rooting for this guy. I'm just rooting for this guy.
Well, what a miraculous turn of events this has been. Eventually, it seems like he will be jumping onto his device and will not be able to take that sort of. Well. Again, a massive turn of events indeed. An incredible play being showcased from the side of TRZ Mamba Noob. And with that, eventually the fight will walk away from him in favor of A1 Esports and 6ix9ine boy. And will give them the chicken dinner, the second chicken dinner for the day. 12 wins for this team. 27 points is what they walk away with this time around. With the fourth being done, 2,107 damage. Amazing stats. I mean, beautiful play. But talking about stats, NPP, we know who it has to be. Yep, Mamba Noob has to be the one from TRZ Esports.
I mean, he is certainly acting like a dictator in all these matches. Be it him, be it Atomic, but this time it was Mamba again, just showing 7 kills, 1246 damage, 1 assist, just the healing done. I guess had there been more healing from his side, he had those 4 first dates, things could have gone really close. But I guess he just tried to pull the final nail in the coffin while he was just trying to jump off the cliff. Just imagine that he could have connected some leads onto the player, and I guess that would have been the only strat. Else, there was no other reason to just jump away from that cliff that he was holding for the last 15 minutes or so, because he still had that 5 hit and he could have gone for the but still. Nothing taking away from this. 100 out of 100 is what not only Mamba Noob has secured for himself, TRZ as a whole team for themselves.
Exactly, and that of course is going to be favoring the play style that TRZ has been bringing to the table, which is of course about consistency, and that consistency is being showcased either in terms of the kill department or the placement point. Well, this time around, was showcased and flaunted, I would say, in both the affair. And same, of course, is the case for A1 Esports. I mean, they walked away with decent amount of kills. They walked away with the chicken dinner. So once again, the points that it comes down to is going to be favoring the consistency that A1 Esports is bringing. Once again, no two ways about it. But NRZ's 2 players, the way they pushed on to the positioning of VNM Legends and were completely able to annihilate them, that was just crazy turn of events. It certainly seemed like VNM Legends might just be able to make it the 2-man army that they were, but eventually, of course, it was NRZ who were able to dish them back into the lobby.
Exactly, NRZ really played to perfection. And now we have talked enough about TRZ, A1 Esports, and some other team. We need to talk about NRZ. Players like Sajid Topi and other teammates also really play to perfection. And this is a team that is particularly playing their cards pretty much well. If we just talk about that, be it with those aggressive stance, be it with those taking the fights in the early stage of the game, and also consistency. There's NRZ all in all brings in. And I'll have to see how far NRZ after the end of these 4 games are making themselves the top overall sort. But for now, it's match summary, and we need to talk about Mamba Noob, 7 kills, Dante to 60-meter long kills, Mamba again with the highest damage, where he was sitting and just trying to prepare the bullets anywhere he was trying to find out the player, because that was the highest position where the other players were actually positioned, and no other cliff was as big and as players would have climbed, and he was the one that actually, just imagine at what point of the match he would have just dared to find himself and just decided to get, this is going to be a safe haven for me till the last and end of the match.
Exactly, and even before he jumped into the fight with RudeDude jumping on right behind him, right? He had already secured 4 kills. So before he even climbed that, Mamba Noob had already played his game and had lost his teammate and gotten 4 kills for his team. So it was certainly a decent outing is what I would say. But as we talk about the points itself, A1 Esports walking away with some amazing stats. Chicken dinner working in their favor. Once again, the points working in their favor. The kill department working in their favor. But sadly, from the second page, we do see as soon as A1 Esports VNM Legends start performing, 7C Esports is being drowned.
Exactly. round to just 2 points is what 7Cs and also Python and also Bots and also TRG. So a lot of team with the 2 total points markup in this game of Erangel, and this is where the all fight actually started in the 11th minute of the game, where the players were actually pushing out. Kings of BD, I guess this was an unnecessary push because they still had 2 players alive, but that was back to life. Just imagine all 4 players charging in with the success rate that Kings of BD brings in whenever they charge in with the 4 players. I guess the fight could have been easily won, and then it was NRZ completely the players of TRZ Esports on the edge of the circle. Python's eye was also trying to pull down the players as soon as the Bots Pajamas player was spotted down, and he really made it possible. Then we had to expose a fight on the shoreline area where Evan Esports really made it possible, and possible then for themselves, and really difficult in the predicaments that the player was surviving. Silent Cloud, the players were in a position that could have been pulled down. VNM Legends, I guess, just lost a lot of players in all these fights because one player was lost in the early stage of the game. One player could have been saved had there been more confident and more some sort of good push that could have come in, but Mama knew. He was raining supreme, he was raining bullet, he was raining lead, he was raining every sort of thing. But this last sort of approach, I just didn't understand because he still had those 5 first hit that he could have easily injected and could have prolonged match because A1 Esports last player, he still didn't have any idea. The way he was trying to look up, he still didn't have any idea where the last player from the sides of the RZ Esports was still surviving. But with this, we head towards the damage graph where we get to see A1 Esports. The story is still the whenever this team and the plays in a way that they actually performed. 2,137 is a season damage, I would say. They are just acclimatized with all these damage. Nothing is new for them.
Absolutely, again and again. And on the other tangent, VNM Legends also walking away with decent amount of points for themselves. 9 kills overall, so amazing stats working in the team's favor. But overall, as we move on from this to the ranking itself after the 4th game, still 2 games remain. TRZ Esports find themselves on top of the leaderboard with 68 points. 4 points below is going to be 7C Esports, and 1 point shy is A1 Esports on the 3rd spot. So an amazing strat being showcased from A1 Esports, and well, again, I mean, chicken dinner with the kill department working in your favor is just absolute domination from this team.
Exactly, but there is a down leap, I would say, because A1 Esports 63, VNM Legends 46. A difference of close to 15-16 points is what is separating VNM Legends A1 Esports. The rest 1, 2, 3, the points are pretty much the same, just the 3-4 points lead, and that can be that can look risky just in one match, not in a match, just in one fight, because one fight is when you get the 3 points and 4 points can be added to it. On to the other side. Now this is where IPG's total point is not acceptable to me particularly, because this IPG we have seen in the past has been on the consistent trot, top 7, top 8, top finish, top 5 they have been closest towards them, and 15, 16 position. Now this is not somewhere I would love to see. At the end of the day, there are 16 players, somewhere has to be on that list, but this is not the way IPG actually tries out. I guess the rest of the 2 match IPGs do have some sort of answer.
Hopefully they do. Are able to answer that for themselves, because again, as Uncle just mentioned, 2 games are still remaining. Before we jump into the next game, we're going to go on a short little break. Be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। আমার সাথে আছে ইনসেইন ফ্রম আনস্টপেবলএক্স। ইনসেইন, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
থ্যাংক ইউ ভাইয়া, ইটস অ্যান অনার টু বি হিয়ার।
হাসানের কথায় আসি, তোমাদের টিমের হচ্ছে সবচেয়ে ভেটারান প্লেয়ারের যদি কথা বলি, দ্যাট ইজ হাসান, ইফ আই এম নট রং। সো হাসান, তোমরা কিন্তু অনেক দিন ধরে একসাথে খেলতেছো। সো ওইখানে যখন নতুন প্লেয়ার হিসেবে মার্সিফুল আসতেছে, অ্যাকচুয়ালি নট নিউ, ইউ গাইজ নো হিম ফর আ লং টাইম। সো মার্সিফুল, তুমি, হাসান, তোমরা সবাই মিলে এখন যে পারফর্ম করছো, কেমন লাগে? মানে আবারও পুরনো টিম, ফ্রেন্ডস সবাই একসাথে,
সবার সাথে সবার সিনার্জিটা নাই। সো আমরা পিএমএনসি এর 1 মাস আগে টিমটা বানাইছিলাম। সিনার্জি বিষয়টা ছিল না, বাট আমরা ডে বাই ডে ইমপ্রুভ করার ট্রাই করতেছি। ভালোই যাচ্ছে, লাইক প্রপার কল শোনা হচ্ছে এন্ড মানে টিম কম্বিনেশনটাও ভালো যাচ্ছে। সো আই হোপ এই টিমটাকে নিয়ে ভালো একটা নিয়ার ফিউচারে ভালো কিছু একটা করতে পারবো
ইনশাআল্লাহ। গ্রুপ স্টেজে আমরা কিন্তু আনস্টপেবল এক্স কে তেমন ভালো পারফরমেন্স দিতে দেখি নাই, আনফরচুনেটলি একটু প্রবলেম হয়ে গিয়েছিল। বাট এরপরে সেমিফাইনালে এরকম আমূল পরিবর্তন, মানে এত চেঞ্জেস কিভাবে?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি গ্রুপ রাউন্ড অফ 32 যে ফার্স্ট 12 ম্যাচেস ছিল, তো ওটাতে আমরা পজিশন পয়েন্ট অনেক চোখ করতেছিলাম, কিল পয়েন্টস আসতেছিল বাট পজিশন পয়েন্ট আসতেছিল না। দেন গেম স্টাইলটা একটু চেঞ্জ করলাম, পজিশন পয়েন্টের দিকে ফোকাস করলাম, কিভাবে একটা ভালো রোটেশন দেওয়া যায়, ফুল ম্যান অ্যালাইভ নিয়ে লাস্ট জোনে সার্ভাইভ করা যায়। সো ওইগুলাই কাজে লাগে, তারপর স্টাডি করে দেন অ্যানালাইজ করে তারপর আমরা পজিশন পয়েন্টটা ধরতে পারলাম এন্ড হিয়ারস দ্য রেজাল্ট।
ইউ গাইজ আর ডুইং ফ্যান্টাস্টিক, এটা অবশ্যই বলতে হয়। এখন আমরা লাস্টলি যে ব্যাপারটা আমার কাছে চোখে পড়েছে যে তোমাদের সবার কিন্তু এভারেজে ভালোই কিল থাকে এবং চারজনেরই মোটামুটি সমান অ্যামাউন্টের কিল থাকে। সো তোমাদের যে রোলগুলো তোমরা কিভাবে ডিস্ট্রিবিউট করছো, কার রোল কি আসলে, কে কখন কিল পিক করবে, এই ব্যাপারগুলো যদি আমাদের সাথে একটু শেয়ার করো।
আচ্ছা, তাহলে রোলের কথা যদি বলি তাহলে আমাদের এন্ট্রি ফ্র্যাগার হলো ক্ল, তারপর সেকেন্ড ফ্র্যাগার আমাদের হাসান, আমি হলো আইজিএল এন্ড দ্য সাপোর্ট এন্ড আমার সাথে মার্সি। তো আমরা যখন 2v2 খেলি তখন আমার সাথে অলওয়েজ হাসান থাকে এন্ড ক্ল আর মার্সি আগে খেলে, ফ্রন্ট লাইনে খেলে। সেভাবে আমরা আর কি ম্যানেজ করে নিই।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. We are on the finals. We've started off with, of course, 4 games done. Jumping into the 5th game, things are looking really incredible. I mean, first 2 games, Sanket, 7C Esports taking the chicken dinner. Next 2 games, we're talking about where is even Esports lost. Here they are jumping in along, but now, do you think it's finally time to give that glorious moment down towards perhaps VNM Legends, maybe the ones who will take the next 2 chicken dinners?
So they are at 46 total points at fourth position. The point difference
Right.
between them and A1 at third position is pretty significant, I guess. And
Yes.
if they need to make sure A1 is not a team that will be going away from this match with just 5-6 points. That's what I believe. Because since now A1 Esports are now on the track, they won't be letting things slip away. And this is a team that actually flourishes when the momentum is in their favor. And A1 Esports player would love to be in momentum as long as possible. But my question is, TRZ Esports or A1 Esports at the end of the day, which team will be at the top first position? Pick one team, please. Pick one team.
Well. Seems like the way TRZ has been playing, the consistency is most certainly working in that team's favor. So I do have to give kudos to TRZ for the way that they are playing, and hopefully, I mean, if I have to just pick a team, I think TRZ are a better candidate because not only in the finals day 1, right? Even before, we've seen that team perform this miraculously in so many incredible situations. I mean, Mamba Noob is one of those hidden gems that has been found thanks to the National Championship of Bangladesh region, because that lad, of course, is that capable and has been able to showcase that not only in this day, but previously in the previous games as well. So, yeah, if one team needs to be decided, I do want to talk about TRZ. But along with that, before I talk about any other team, there is a very important thing to talk about, which is going to be the fact that when it comes to the viewers, well, of course, the reward for the teams are there. $30,000 are on the line. But alongside all of this, when it comes to the viewers, the rewards have been set up for you mates as well. But you're going to have to go ahead and do a little bit of help. You're going to have to go down to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube channel and subscribe. And do not forget to click on that notification button. Once again, it is PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube channel, and the rewards will start coming in for you guys in your game itself. With that, finally, Ankit, let's jump into this game, the second last game of the day, and it is going to be an exhilarating one, hopefully. But Let's see which team will it be.
So, just for a change, IPG now hasn't gone towards the area of Camp Alpha. Now they are in Shami. And one thing that is still common, that bad intentions and Team 4M are still in contention. So I really want that both the teams, either it be Team 4M or bad intentions, any one of them actually fall back from position, because both the teams are certainly not in a position to actually fight their guns out in the early stage of the game, since they are not only in the top 8, they are in the second half of the chart. So they need to give the breathing space for their, and actually need to respect their opponents for now. But RudeDude Flex is also pretty much very close, so it can be a third party situation in all these fights. Any team, any player can actually have their hands upon. But Finance, since we just got to witness the second game, the second Sanhok to be more precise of the day, bad intentions again before him, but still no knock being brought down or any sort of heat that we can get to see has been brought down. But bad intentions, as soon as they realize that we need to find ourselves away from the finance area, now they're going away. But in all these situations, Flex has successfully brought one player down to the side of the field, and now all the players charging in slowly and steadily. Flex goes down from the left hand side, and this time it is going to be counter that not only knocks him but finishes. But on the other hand, it is going to be 7Cs that is punishing TRZ's player. I guess this fight is actually erupting in the area of Paradise bootcamp area, where 7C is allowed to go, and in the same vicinity we have seen in the past, TRZ RA drops down in a different formation, 2-2 split. The fight was averted in the first game of Miramar, but since I guess the randomness that game brings in, and 7C, since they must have watched that there are some players from other team that might have jumped towards our proximity, why not to better punish them?
Absolutely, but one thing I did not like from the side of bad intentions right here was overextension from Winter. Entire
Exactly.
four-man squad is pushing again and again. I mean, Winter, he showcased some wonderful plays in the semifinals as well as the quarters. But as we move on along, during the semifinals itself, I would say Winter's gameplay has fallen down a little bit in terms of the synergistic play that we expect
Exactly.
from the team as the tournament progresses on, right? I mean, in terms of the aggressive stance, Winter is, yes, on point so many times, but now you need to kind of change your play, and that is something that Winter is lacking. So I hope that they're able to answer this very quickly in the finals itself, because that's not the play style that's required right here. But yep, moving on into the conversation, a team that we always do see part of those early contestations and those fights, it is going to be none other than Kings of BD. But this time around, they are going to be in the open and going to be rushing away from the compound that apparently seems to have been in control of RudeDude, and it is none other than Bad Intention that is pushing on along into that same trajectory.
Exactly, RudeDude. Again, those aggressive push that they are known for, but Flex has been pulled on in the early stage of the game. We just saw one player, so sort of even poisely game for both the teams, RudeDude and Bad Intentions. And not to forget about, the players are still in the same proximity, and Nightmare has since realized the fact he is running out in the open, just trying to find himself close where the other players, and trying to congregate and say hi, hello to his rest of the players, just trying to find himself in a situation where he will still safe, but I can't see any of the players, any of the other teammates of RudeDude, be it Fardeep, be it be Rudro. That means Nightmare is isolated completely away from the rest of the pack. This is not a good thing for them, because from the left hand side, it is King of BD that is also rotating. And if they get spotted, if he gets spotted, he might be taken down. And before that happens, it will be Bad Intentions that are just hungry. Look at the way all the three players are playing it. Be it Fardeen, Counter Stalker, all the three players, the way they are just taking any edge, any sort of compound that is in front of them. They are knowing that one player is still in the vicinity. One player is still in the vicinity is confirmed, but where is it? It's still unknown.
Absolutely, and they are just out hungry for that kill. But right above them, there is another team. So if they're not too careful, if they do not keep on rushing along like this, T4M might be a team that might get the better half of Bad intentions right here. Because yes, they are hungry for kills. Yes, they are moving on swiftly to try and not let their team go. But if T4M have their crosshairs set up right, they could be the ones who could take this fight. And right here, it is Kings of BD who have, as we just saw a few minutes ago, were making the rotation far away from Bad Intentions placement, from RudeDude's placement, have found themselves on a hill very close to the players of course, it was, well, we shall see what team it was, because after all, we can see that it is going to be a team that they might be able to take a fight against, and it seems like it is TRZRA. But for now, It is just 6.5, 7 minutes into the game, and for the moment, Kings of BD have decided to hold their horses and be absolutely on the lookout as far as the information is concerned. But on the other side of the map altogether, it is going to be UnstoppableX taking a fight out in the open against the players of NRZ. And NRZ are looking absolutely phenomenal with the way that they are utilizing those utilities. Merciful has been brought down to half his health. Oh, Hassan has been brought down to half his health, but the flank angle created from Claw has most certainly helped him. And Insane in the moment has moved on top of the hill itself, and that is where, well, it seems like going to be a pretty sticky situation for Sazad OP. And Leviathan, the flank angle master, is nowhere to be seen.
I mean, exactly. The pack is completely segregated and isolated now. Kalidope has been fought down and he will be taken down. But as soon as this fight erupted, it's Team 4M that have heard the echo of all these great lead that has break down. And Exploit is on to that flank angle, but is in a different situation, in a different position. The fight is still yet to blow away. If we have to just talk about that, but Unstoppable, realizing the fact that they need to fall down now, slowly and steadily, they will be falling down. And once they do so, obviously, one player that is bleeding out in that small little heart, he will be taken down. But we got to see Leviathan, but he was completely away. So in this match, NRC's their approach was not good. Second, it was there was no sort of formation. They were just running here and there, and they just need to realize in these sort of circles when the circle tends to go away, most of the teammates will be going for same sort of rotation. So it's just the first mistake that I've seen from NRZ. Till now, they have been spot on, right on the money. Talking about the conversation we need to talk about, it's again A1 Esports Paradise Resort and A1 Esports player into the Deathmatch Center. What do you say about this again?
Well, they are very, very close. They are very, very close to comfort, and it could be one of those contestations that the team of VNM Legends is actually rushing for, because they do know Paradise is mostly taken over by A1 Esports, and it seems like for the moment, Kings of D have found their target. It is going to be RudeDude that they are up against, and Megamind, having contested out in the open, has been caught off guard and brought down to his knees for the moment. But thankfully, his teammates are very close to him, and the help should be coming in. The retrieval should be most certainly allowed. But Kadapa, yes, he is on the moment. But sadly, the smoke not helping him out will result in him losing his life. Megamind, yes, he was smoked, so therefore that certainly helped him. But eventually, RudeDude's Rudro is on point and was able to dish quite a lot of damage, and now will be bringing the same kind of damage towards the player of Devil, which is again Kings of BD's player. So now Tiger and Devil find themselves in a tricky situation, and all of this as it goes on could very well be contested from the side of Bad Intentions, because Bad Intentions were not that far away from this positioning.
There we go. Fardeen, one more knock from the Bad Intentions, and certainly this can be a demise. This can be certainly a way, a reason. Things can really fall apart pretty quickly for Kings of BD. This is the first time, I guess, in the whole of the day where Kings of BD are in that sandwich position from the backhand side. It's skill hungry, Bad Intention. From the front hand side, it is that sheer aggressive team, and with that grenade, it will be a game end as the Stalker puts a final nail in the coffin. Kings of BD becomes the first team to get eliminated at 16 spot in the game of Sanhok. So the first game of Sanhok that we just witnessed in the second game of the day, this game is certainly on a different approach, because I guess that's because there's the North Circle and a lot of team actually drops onto the Camp Bravo Island, also on the Charlie. So a lot of team need and try to make a rotation, because all of the fight that we have witnessed till now, either that has happened on the western edge or on the southern edge. Apart from some of the fights, some of the skirmishes, squabble here and there that has happened where one or two player has been picked off at the center line of the circle. Rest all the fights has actually happened on the southern edge or southwestern edge.
Absolutely, and that is where the circle seems to be pushing these teams down towards as well, and that is something that we shall be answering in just a few minutes' time as the circle makes another shift. We will see if it leaves the comfort of this Paradise Resort and whatnot and move on further down towards the western side. But alongside all of this, we do see 7C Esports find themselves in an interesting close proximity to the players of XBROTHERS, and this is where things can get real tricky, because right next to the camp, it is an open area, and this is something that 7C, if they're not careful, could very well be backfired, because we do see TRZ's players over there, we do see XBROTHERS players over there, and of course, no, I think it was Python's players. My apologies, I said TRZ. It is XBROTHERS players as well as Python's player, and now again, it is about who is going to be pushing on along. Right here, we do see Tafat, who has already been able to get that one kill for himself. And as we move on along, Leviathan, the final player who is remaining from the side of NRZ, finds himself 440 meters away from the comfort of the zone. For now, it is going to be UnstoppableX who are going to be trying to gatekeep his rotation and positioning. But along with that, when it comes to an utility, he has, of course, the loot has been able to work in his favor, but the vehicle, sadly, he has not been able to get for himself. And now it is going to be 7C at the edge of the zone, taking a fight from one mountain to the other against the players of Bad Intentions. A really far spread spray, but that has not really been
Exactly.
able to connect for now.
Definitely, I was just able was to make this point because one mountain to another mountain, it was close to 250-meter or more than that eventually, because it was still not a position where would have been rendered, but so was the small one technique and the press, because he already brought Stalker down to 40 and 50 HP with that magnificent spray. He actually brought down, and just because of that helped him spray for a longer distance, but still not able to bring the knock. Bad Intentions really need to fight themselves away, because since the player have been spotted down by IPG, and IPG is a team, I guess now this is a game where they need to at least to make a sort of 15 or 12 points in order to just get away from that 15, 16 spot that they have been scoring for this match for now. And with this, we get towards the third airdrop of this match, and this offers you a complete level 3 medkit, complete level 3, obviously shield bag and helmet, and 8x is also there. MG3 is also there. Eventually, 8x doesn't get applied to MG3, but eventually it might be helpful in sort of your heavy arm that can be, but we don't generally see those long range fight apart from those here and there fight, those partial fights that 7C really try to take themselves in their hand up to. But on the other tangent, it is going to be Bad Intention. Boston Pajamas, sorry for that, that is going against Team 4M. And so Team 4M, the last two games, they have been eliminated early in this game. Now Bad Intention, Boston Pajamas, 5 down, has been already put down to its knees. VNM Legends steel shot in the area of Tatmok. Now they are being challenged by TRZ. I guess TRZ have made a good rotation from the Hatin area with that bridge from Alpha to Bravo. Will steel shot be able to fight himself away from that grenade? No, was the case.
Wow, wow. What a play. What a play being showcased from the side of TRZ Esports indeed. I mean, White Cat was able to get the flank angle covered, and of course, as this team moved on along, they were able to get the screen shot covered, and as the game progressed on, it seems like the fight really has worked in the favor. But before we jump into that fight, it is going to be T4M taking on the players of BIP, and BIP's Kilo right here, very low on HP. Of course, not entirely sure if he's going to be able to make it or not, but Shraddha and Mr. BBC are there to give him the cover fire on the other tangent for T4M. Things are not looking too good. Accelerate having moved on to the back angle, 400 meters away from the comfort of the zone. Not looking too good as he finds himself to be the only one who is going to be surviving. But for how long? Because this is going to be his final first aid, and now he's got band-aids, and that's all that he can use. This is not looking good for the lad. Probably the end for T4M right here.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned. But will Leviathan be able to get one more kill? If he tried to do so, things get really good. Difficult for him. Why? Because Boston Pajama is also in the contestation, but on the other side, it is 7Cs that are now being challenged upon. But before that happened, Evila is also trying to get a flank and directions, and all of a sudden now 7Cs are pretty much settled. Look at the way all the pro players are within a call. They are just waiting when the right call comes in. We will be charging it with different sort of strategies, with different sort of approach, and eventually they are winning up the fight. We are heading towards 16th minute of this match, and we still have 14 players, but this time player numbers are a bit small because 64 player and down to 43. 19 players have been eliminated in the 15th minute of this game, and a lot of fight has actually erupted for Blues, and just because of that, Boston Pajamas, realizing the fact that they need to travel into the zone, 400 meter is what they need to travel, and we don't get to see a lot of buggies and these tuk-tuk in this game of Sanhok that is being used, because whenever you use sort of those way to actually traverse in the zone, it's where you give a lot of sound cues. But it was Shada that was taken down. I was just waiting when Libertan tries to take one more player down. He tried, but he was just unaware of the fact that it's accelerate from the sides of Team 4 and that was still surviving on the other side. It's Mr. BBC and Vivo that have made, not made, but still trying to make an entry into the zone. They are closer to where Paradise Resort is there, and once they make an entry, they will be facing a big challenge of A1 Esports.
They very well could be in the brunt of this situation, but they are just a two-man squad. So we shall have to see what sort of a rotation will be made from the side of BIP. Mr. BBC and Beamer, of course, will probably have to create a very slow, low-key approach to the rest of the remaining game. We're 17 minutes in, 13 teams still alive. So again, I mean, these teams are taking a slow, low-key pace into the game when it comes down to Sanhok. And of course, fourth circle. This is what we are at. Fourth circle. Boy, this is not the kind of play I expected, especially on the map of Sanhok. But again, we do know for a fact if there are so many teams alive by the end of those zones, by the end of fourth, fifth zone, then it is going to be quite a lot of chaos and ruckus that will be created. And VNM Legends find themselves in the center of the entire saga.
And look at this. It was TRZ in contention with Venom Legends in the area of Cow, but Tatmok is where the center lines of the circle are actually positioned. And if we try to bring a radius, each of the other teammates, apart from teams like XBROTHERS and some of the players from sides of A1 Esports and IPG, the rest are in the circle. But it's just the one compound, two, three compound that are segregated in the same proximity is where Venom Legends holding at the moment. And it seems that they might be finding themselves away from the unnecessary fight that happened in the mid-game stage between 17 to 22 to 20 minutes. And if that happens, Venom Legends will be favored with a lot of things because they also need to find themselves away from all these fights. Because one player we need to realize has also been pulled down, but bad intentions is really making pay players of IPG that are going for the speed rotation. Dictator is just down on the 20 HP. He's surviving on the same of HP. He tries to use those medics in the right time, but for the Miramars, they can also spoil this party for both the team at any moment. But they need to realize that it's a time where he can be sandwiched. From the back end side, Vivo, Mr. BBC, and already IPG charging from front end side. Fardeen at any moment can be pulled down.
Well, that is certainly the case. But on the other tangent, look at T4M's accelerate on the bank angles. He is certainly moving on along and trying to get himself into the zone. We can see in the minimap the small little pink dot coming up on top. But alongside that, it is going to be VVC who's going to be caught off guard. But eventually, Nightmare, not able to get the crosshairs placed right, is going to be able to not get the point. And it will be none other than Vimo who will retaliate against the push from the side and will be able to send him back into the lobby. What an amazing turn of events that was. It seemed like RudeDude should have been able to get that point, but the crosshair placement not working right has resulted in Bimo being the one who outshined.
Exactly, but I guess this is the first time for the day A1 Esports after the end of the fifth zone of formation. They are not in the center of the circle, and now this is the curveball that we talk about. I would love to see how A1 Esports actually strategizes their gameplay because till now they have been getting the favor of the zone, and this is the way they do. They try to eliminate the player that is surviving the closer proximity. The next target is going to be of obviously IPG. Some players have already been put down, but look at this. Venom Legends, they are holding the same compound that we just but Jax has been pulled down. Sinister goes down. Thanks to the doctor that is coming from the center. And Dictator that is really putting it difficult for IPG to survive in this situation. Some players are coming in to give a challenge to A1 Esports, but they are on just 10 HP. And that helped A1 Esports player to put the final nail in the coffin. But it seems that Playzone has taken down the whole squad of A1 Esports. And with this, they bid a goodbye to this lobby.
Well, VNM Legends not being able to bring in too many kills for themselves, but absolutely shunned down as they try to bring in that aggressive stance. A1 Esports not being able to take it along. So this time around, it seems like we are going to be looking at a different team that might be jumping in to take that chicken dinner. But alongside that, it is 7Cs who are still part of this lobby. XBROTHERS being absolutely hammered on down thanks to 7C's approach. TRZ Esports have been sent back into the lobby with just 3 kills. So an amazing play being showcased, and this is where we could very well expect 7C Esports to bring in quite a domination, but will the circle allow them to get into the comfort? Will VNM Legends be able to get into the comfort? This has turned into quite an interesting Sanhok with 16 remaining, 21 minutes in. RudeDude's 2 players are still here for Dean and Rudro as they jump in, but BIP's Bimo has sadly not been able to make it and will be eliminated on the 7th spot, along with 6 spots being taken over by XBROTHERS. So 5 teams remaining, 14 players in total, and 21 minutes in.
Indeed, all these players from the sides of King 7C's GSM have made sure that they have made an entry into They have come in from the northwestern side and they are looking pretty much strong. But on the backhand side, it is going to be also a big challenge as Silent Cloud at any point, if 7Cs just find themselves in a carry situation, they can be pulled down. But the way Rudro is slowly and steadily making a close in towards the hill, towards the curve, towards the step, it seems that he is also wanting to get closer and closer towards the chicken. But still, it's sort of a stalemate situation for RudeDude, but not for 7Cs, and they eliminate one more player. And also, now this is the time when RudeDude just punishes down the player of VNM Legends, which they wrong because they tried to find themselves cross that road. They tried to do so. Smoke was led, but all these players, they are just the sort of caliber that they hold, the sort of practice that they hold. They are eventually even able to bring down inside. We just saw that.
That is so true indeed. And of course, the caliber, the experience all combined together was certainly able to favor the players of RudeDude. And along with that, when we move on along, it is Silent Cloud who is putting in quite a blow to the players of 7C. One by one, the players are being knocked. Of course, the revival is being given away to the players of 7C. But now, will this be enough? Because again, when it comes down to Silent Cloud's players, we do see that this is also a four-man squad. But alongside that, when it comes to 7C, well, 7C are looking like they are going to be in a little bit of a trouble as Fardeen and Rudro keep pushing on along. We are looking at three teams remaining. Kapshi and Palite, they are really far away when it comes to the zone itself. We can clearly see in the minimap that the green team, the green dots, are really, really far away. And the circle is going to be favoring Silent Cloud as well as RudeDude for the moment.
Definitely, the green markers are completely pretty much away as compared to where purple markers are there. And purple marker means it obviously it is RudeDude and Fardeen. You need to come into this guy the way he's actually using the smokes and utilities to perfection. Even if he doesn't get the chicken dinner, the team, he has made it possible where the team would have been getting at least of 10 points from this match. But there we go. 7C's Kapshis goes down as Rage Kid crosses, puts his crosshair onto the player, and now fact Fardeen also tries to chime in all these fights. But Kolbalish, realizing the fact that it's one player from the right hand side, tried to punish the other player from the side of Silent Cloud and also 7Cs. He has put him down. Now it all comes down to how Rudra gives the revival, or will Kolbalish would use the utilities to perfection where both the players can be eliminable. Kolbalish is segregating from his rest of the pack. That means he is going for the flank angle. That means the call has been came in already that he will be taking charge and care of the right side of the squad, and the rest of the three players will be taking, not the three, obviously Sparrow has been pulled on. That means Kutras and Rage Kid will be taking care of the left of the side. That means this match is all down to just two teams, five players alive, two players Fardeen and Rodro Stool steadily making a close in. This is a sense chicken for obviously Silent Cloud, I would say, because it's the number advantage, it's the position where they are already making, and where Cole Balish is actually going. And from that position, Fardeen and Rudru can be easily spotted.
They should be able to. They most certainly should be able to. But yep, that's exactly what I was looking at. The Rock certainly working in favor, and that has not resulted in a 2v2 situation where the Rock is going to be favoring both of these teams, and this has turned into a four players remaining, and it seems like RudeDudes are the one who are going to be jumping out of the open to try and save their position, but into the 1v1 situation that has resulted in Fardeen being brought down into the silver of an HP. But that silver of an HP will work in his favor and give him a chicken dinner. What an incredible turn of events this has ended up being. I mean, Silent Cloud, they were so close. They were so close to get that chicken dinner, but boy, oh boy, I mean, that was not expected. But amazing play indeed, and well, GG indeed to the team of RudeDude, where they've gotten 8 kills with 23 points and find themselves on the 4th spot.
I mean, yeah, as you perfectly mentioned, it was so close, but yet so far for Silent Cloud. RudeDude made possible that if we are at the last fight, we won't be getting away from the chicken. At the end, the chicken is 8.23 total points that they were able to secure. And with this, we head towards the MVP ranking, where Fardeen comes up from the sides of RudeDude. RudeDude, 757 damage, 6 minutes, 31 seconds, 2 assists, 88 damage. A complete wholesome game of power pack performance for Fardeen from the sides of RudeDude, but also Silent Cloud played it to perfection. Eventually, it was the end of that 8th circle. The circle actually favored RudeDude. It was on to the players where Silent Cloud were just pushed because the Blues was just so unbeatable. Eventually, Rage Kid brought one more player from the sides of RudeDude, the left-hand side, the player that was actually standing behind the truck. But finally, it was the last player that, as you mentioned, that he survived on the sliver of an HP and took final nail in the coffin. And with this one chicken, that RudeDude, it was well awaited. RudeDude was really trying. I guess you remember the game of Erangel where they find themselves into the red cut trenches. They were trying to find themselves into the right spot, and when it actually mattered, when they brought 2-3 players into the last circle, they made sure that they will be getting that chicken. Obviously, the first chicken for RudeDude. 5 matches are all done. We hit top 4 players from this match. 6 kills for Fardeen, 7 Cs. 7 Cs GSM Evilai. So now 7 Cs Evilai was MVP in the second game where we got to see the Sanhok. Eventually, it was not the case where this time we got the MVP, but he is still featuring top 2 list that shows the domination throughout with which 7 Cs GSM Evilai is especially executing and maneuvering it throughout the course of the last 5 matches today.
Absolutely, I mean 7C, it's almost given now. If VNM Legends and A1 Esports are not able to perform the kind of expected result that we as well as the audience wants, then it is pretty certain that it is going to be 7C that will jump into the timeline and the limelight and will of course be able to get quite a lot of points for themselves with wonderful turn of events when it comes to the match summary, where Evil Eye certainly got the highest damage along with BIP's Mr. BBC 7 most utilities used, but Evil Eye was again, I mean, as you so perfectly mentioned as well, has been the man of the hour, so to say, especially for the side of 7C Esports, because Evil Eye again and again has been really crucial in terms of their placement, in terms of their kill department, so to say. But eventually, right now, for Dean, I mean, this 2-man squad of RudeDude being able to take down the players of Silent Cloud, they had all 4 players alive, right? Silent Cloud were on a fight against the players of 7C. 7C found themselves outside the zone, so it kind of did not favor them. But eventually, again, this 2-man army against 8 people and got a chicken dinner pretty much, in essence, right?
Yep. We do the maths 4+4, which actually makes it.
In essence, I mean, what a play! What a massive play!
I mean, they just waited for the perfect moment. They were just not over-aggressing. They were trying to capitalize onto what that was put in front of them. When they realized that it's VNM Legends onto its back foot, they pushed more towards on their back foot, and then they were awarded with a lot of points, and they secured the kills of those VNM Legends there. And then it just didn't over. They were holding a big rock, thanks to that big rock that eventually came onto that side part. You say as well that the popular proverb, fortune favors the brave, and that was fortune that happened to be in this case this time for RudeDude. But we got to see the match ranking where we just saw Kings of Media eliminated with 0 points, RZRO with 0 points, Python TZ just the 1 points, A1 just the 4 points. And I guess in this match, the RZ was also a team that got eliminated not in the early stage of the game, but in the mid stage of the game. So TRZ Esports, that is still on the first position. I guess after the end we'll get to see, will be still on the first position, and A1 won't be that simple.
Absolutely, it is getting very, very close when it comes down to the first, second, and third. And again, that is the journey that is being showcased from these aggressive stancing teams that are in the lobby. But as this specific game moved on along 16 minutes, we still had 13 to 14 teams alive. So it was quite a ruckus that was created into the final moments of the circle itself. But eventually, it panned out fair. Where this moment right here, it seemed like RudeDude, it seemed at least to me like RudeDude should not have been able to get that fight, but eventually did so. This also played out decently for 6ix9ine and the M249, because eventually he did not have any way to run out of that situation because IPG was just on top of them.
They were just not allowing, and this was the one we were talking about. They were capitalizing on the smallest of the mistake of the players in front of them actually doing. And when they realized that it is Silent Cloud that is now pinning down the players of 7Cs, they also made sure that they bring down the bullets. And this was the case where Rage Kid actually brought down Zodro down to HP. And Rage Kid also tried to bring down the last player that was surviving from the sides of RudeDude, and that was of Fardeen, but he was just not able to do so. But with this, we head towards the damage drop where we get to see 7Cs a big spike again. Throughout the day, this has been caught apart from barring those 1 or 2 matches. They have been on the trot, but they got a lot of damage, 2,215 this time, 11 kills. And surprisingly, RudeDude, the team that actually got the chicken, is still lesser in terms of kills and lesser in terms of the damage that they have secured. But that means that 7Cs beat with the game of Erangel, beat with the game of Sanhok. Time and again, they have proved their people that if it is going to be Sanhok, 7Cs will be ruling the chart. And with this, a surprising turnover, 7Cs top the chart with a total of 85 points. TRZ stepping down onto the second position with a total of 72 total points. Still no chicken. Now this is the thing that TRZ Esports need to take care of, because in the semifinals also it was just 2 chicken and one team, one Esports that was above them had that 5 chicken. So TRZ Esports just don't get for chicken.
Again, I mean, yeah, that is something that I'm sure they care about, but they are just working entirely towards it, because they are working towards the placement points as well as the kill department, and they're able to do so for the moment. But IPG today have been trying, but did not find themselves with decent amount of points. I mean, we saw them take a fight against A1 Esports as well. They did hunker them down. Eventually had a 1v1 situation. But again, I mean, we do know that IPG is capable of so much more, and hopefully should be able to capitalize. Now with that, day number 1 almost coming to an end, right? It's a 4-day affair in the finals. We've got 3 more days remaining, but before we jump on towards those, of course, today there's 1 more game remaining, but we're going to go on a short little break before we jump into the final game. Stick around, we're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমার গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করে ফেলছে সেটে। সো রুদ্র, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
সো এন্ট্রি ফ্র্যাগার হিসেবে আসলে রুদ্রর উপর কিন্তু প্রেসার অনেক। সো দিস ইজ দ্য ফার্স্ট টুর্নামেন্ট দ্যাট ইউ আর প্লেইং অফিশিয়ালি। সো অফিশিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টে খেলতে আসলে এখানে এসে কেমন লাগছে?
আসলে এটা আমাদের ফার্স্ট টাইমের অভিজ্ঞতা, এবং আমরা বলবো আসলে আমরা প্রথম থেকে অনেক নার্ভাস ছিলাম। আসলে আপনারা দেখতে পাবেন সেমিফাইনালের প্রথম 2 ম্যাচ আমরা মোটামুটি খেলেছি, কিন্তু পরে দিয়ে আমরা অনেক নার্ভাস ফিল করি, যার কারণে আমাদের পারফরমেন্স তেমন ভালো যায় না। কিন্তু তারপর আমরা ফাইনালে কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারি, এরা জন্য আমরা অনেক থ্যাঙ্কফুল। এবং অবশ্যই আমাদের টিমের একদম অনেক হার্ড ওয়ার্কিং, আমাদের টিমের প্রত্যেকটা প্লেয়ার অনেক স্ট্রাগল করছে, অনেক দূর আসছে ওরা খেলে, এবং আমি তাদের প্রতিও থ্যাঙ্কফুল।
মানে এখন আপনাদের এটা প্রথম টুর্নামেন্ট, বাট এর পরে আপনারা যখন হচ্ছে নেক্সট পিএমসিও আসে এন্ড আদার্স অফিশিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টও কিন্তু খুব তাড়াতাড়ি আবারও শুরু হবে, যেটা আপনারা অলরেডি আগে জানেন। সো এই টুর্নামেন্টগুলোতে পার্টিসিপেট করার ব্যাপারে আপনার এখন চিন্তাটা কেমন?
আমার তো ইচ্ছা আছে, যত অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট আছে বাংলাদেশ হোক বা বড় বড় হোক, সবারই ইচ্ছা থাকে যে এসবে জয়েন দিবে। এবং আমাদের যেহেতু এটা আমাদের প্রথম স্টেপ এই পিএমএনসি বাংলাদেশ, এবং আমরা এটাতে এত দূর আসতে পারছি। এখন আমাদের আরো সামনে যাত্রা অনেক দূর হবে, আশা করি যে আরো অনেক দূর যেতে পারবো। এবং আপনারা সবাই দেখা যাক কি হয়, দোয়া করে যাবে
ইনশাআল্লাহ। অবশ্যই। সো পিএমএনসি রিলেটেড যদি কয়েকটা মানে পয়েন্ট তুলে ধরি, A1 Esports এর সাথে আপনাদের কিন্তু একটা অন্য রকমের রাইভালরি তৈরি হয়েছিল গ্রুপ স্টেজেও, ইভেন সেটা আমরা কিন্তু সেমিফাইনালসেও দেখেছি। সো হাউ ডাজ ইট ফিল টু কম্পিট এগেইনস্ট দ্য বেস্ট টিম অফ বাংলাদেশ?
আসলে এটা আমরা রাইভাল বলবো না, কারণ আমাদের আইডল হিসেবে আমরা A1 কেই দেখি, কারণ A1 বাংলাদেশের সবচেয়ে বড় এবং সবচেয়ে ভালো একটা টিম। তাদের যে গান পাওয়ার, তাদের রোটেশন, আমরা বিশেষ করে আমি এবং আমার যে আইজিএল আমাদের টিমের ফ্লেক্স, সে মনে করেন আমরা একসাথে বসে স্টাডি করি যে কিভাবে রোটেশন দিতে হয়। এসব দেখে মনে করেন অনেক সময় A1 এর খেলা দেখি, কারণ A1 এর সেমিস্টার আমার মতে বাংলাদেশের অন্যতম সেরা একজন আইজিএল। তো সেই হিসেবে অনেক সময় দেখা যায় যে তাদের রোটেশনের সাথে আমাদের রোটেশনটা মিলে যায়।
সো এখন পর্যন্ত আপনাদের টিমটা কিন্তু বেসিক্যালি নিউ, সো ইন দ্য অফিশিয়াল স্টেজ। সো হোয়াট ডু ইউ থিংক যে স্পন্সর সাপোর্ট এবং আদার বড় অর্গানাইজেশন, কোচ, অ্যানালিটিক্যাল স্টাফস, এইসব যদি আপনারা পান, আপনারা কতটুকু হেল্পফুল হবেন এই ব্যাপারটা থেকে?
যদি আমাদের কোচ এবং বড় হোক ছোট হোক কোনো স্পন্সর পাই, তাহলে অবশ্যই আমরা সেটাকে একদম পুরোপুরি কাজে লাগানোর চেষ্টা করবো, এবং আমাদের টিমটাকে যেন আরো উপরে যায়, এবং পুরো বাংলাদেশ যেন এবং বহির্বিশ্ব পর্যন্ত আমাদের এটা যেন টিমের নামটা ছড়িয়ে পড়ে, সেটার চেষ্টা করব
ইনশাআল্লাহ। সো এনি স্পেসিফিক মেসেজ টু ইওর ফ্রেন্ডস অর ফ্যামিলি?
আমার ফ্যামিলির জন্য আমি একটা মেসেজ দিতে বলবো, কারণ আমার আম্মু আব্বু আসলে প্রথম থেকে কোনো সাপোর্ট করে নাই। কিন্তু ধরেন এই যে এইসব ম্যাচ আমি আমার রেগুলারলি আমার বাবা মাকে দেখাই যে দেখো আমরা এরকম খেলতেছি, এরকম আমরা কালকে ফাইনালে উঠছি। এখন তারা তো অনেক খুশি এবং তাদের আমি সবার ফার্স্টে বলবো যে A1 যখন দুবাই গেছিল তখনই আমি আমার বাবা মাকে দেখাইছিলাম যে দেখো ওরা এত কিছু করতেছে, এত করতেছে। কি বলবো, এটা জাস্ট আমাদের একটা স্বপ্ন পূরণ হচ্ছে বলতে গেলে, স্বপ্ন পূরণের প্রথম থেকে শুরু হচ্ছে এবং অনেক দূর যেতে হবে এখন।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে, এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. We have gotten done with 5 games for the day. This is just day number 1. Of course, it is a 4-day affair. So every day we're looking at 6 games. But today it has been a complete domination that's been showcased. And of course, Ankit, 7C chimed in along in the first 2 games. Then we moved on to another 2 teams. And now it was RudeDude walking away with a chicken dinner. For the final game on Erangel, what team do you think would probably get this chicken dinner or get close to that chicken dinner?
I'll bring 3 names. One is it is
All
going to
right.
be IPG. Second, it is going to be Bad Intentions, and
Right.
maybe RZ Esports because 2 games,
Yes.
3 games they have exactly. So we'll get to see once this game actually take off because this is going to be the last game, and obviously 1/4 of the total game will be ending after the end of today's gameplay.
True, absolutely, and that is going to be very, very crucial as well because again, when it comes to the teams, it is a lot on the line indeed, and of course, there's nothing separating that $30,000 from any of these teams. But the only thing that is, of course, going to work out is going to be the gameplay that they bring to the table. And again, talking about the map itself, we've got the flight path on our screens where we're going to be jumping in towards the northern side this time around of the map itself, where shooting range down towards the mid tower is the flight path that is being showcased.
Exactly, but I also want to talk about Unstoppable. So now this is a team that actually featured in that first position after the end of 10 matches in the semifinals. Then they just didn't falter down, actually dropped down to total points and finished top 4, top 5, I guess, somewhere down the line. But till now, there hasn't been a sort of influential gameplay from the sides of Unstoppable. Also, in the last game of Sanhok, we just saw where they lost a lot of time eliminating a lot of it from the sides of NRZ, and when they did so, they were just not able to eliminate Lugata, the last player surviving. In doing so, not only they wasted a lot of time, but they also, when they tried to make an entry into zone, they were being pinned down. So, not a good sort of strategies that are being used till now in the first 5 games, and that has actually not proved up with a good rewards at a good point. They are in the water city that is a comfortable spot for them throughout the course of the tournament. If you talk about the game of Erangel, and they are in that situation. One or some players are in a split position, but I really want to see Unstoppable maybe getting close towards that #2 position, or maybe 3, or maybe a chicken dinner, because this is a team that was and is still holding the caliber. Eventually, every team in 16, all the top 16, because had that not been the case, they wouldn't have been here. But in that Unstoppable, I really want them at least maybe a top 2 finish.
Well, they can most certainly try and do so because, of course, the entire lobby for now, I would say, is hungry for those kills as well as getting those chicken dinners. But it's, of course, easier said than done when you've got teams like AR Esports. When they perform, they walk away with 18 kills for themselves, right? When you've got teams like 7C Esports who are just absolutely decimating with pretty much each and every player from Badrev to Kapshi to Rafat, Evil Eye, all of them walking away with decent amount of kills, like 4 to 5 kills, amazing amount of damage that they're dishing out. So a rivalry between these teams is most certainly being created, but we shall see which side will come out on top when it comes to the rivalry. But right now, talking about contestations, we are looking at Python taking a few shots onto the map, and again, when it comes down to the shots themselves, we did also see 7C take on a few shots as well. So it is going to be an interesting affair where we shall expect maybe fights coming in from Georgiapol region. But on the other tangent was the Milta area itself. It is right now Kings of BD who find themselves all lonesome. And again, I bring up the Kings of BD only because in the past few games, that is the team that has brought in the first blood. But this time around, they are a bit further away, all by themselves. So cannot expect a first blood from them, but contestations are to be expected, and quite a lot of them could very well be down to just Naya that I just noticed.
Exactly. Again, TRZ getting close towards the place. And talking about TRZ, it is going to be other team, same with RA in its name at the end of it. Anaconda getting some shots on TRZ Esports. Still now, we haven't seen any fight. Both the teams, this is twice for the day where they have dropped towards 80 of Yasna Purana. It was the first game of the finals where they dropped down. They just found themselves away from all these fights. But it seems that King GG is also trying to file himself away from this fight as he's pretty much close their exact position of bad intentions are actually there. Bad intentions on the other side, they have been looting around the same area. We have to talk about that. But Kings of X Brothers, this is also a team that has been in the area of Rozok and the nearby vicinities compound, and realizing the fact, hearing all those vehicle cues, King GT is now safely retreating and getting close to where his exact positions and exact teams are actually there. This is also a team that doesn't shy away from taking the fight, but not in the early stage of the game. They have now shown it. And also, will not only be fair because they were in that split situation, and that is not a wise decision if I take a fight with 3 or 4 parent different section, 100 or 150 meters apart. That's where you can be torn apart.
It certainly could have been the case, but I mean, I do like the way Counter had placed himself onto that flank right next to the hill of the compound that X Brothers find themselves in. But of course, as you so perfectly mentioned, it is just to retain the information, not to take a fight, because as soon as you start taking fight with that sort of distances, things are most certainly not going to be looking good for you. And realizing that, of course, we do see bad intentions players getting themselves separated and segregated. We do have Stalker on our screens right now, who has been absolutely on point when it comes to the stance, the aggressive stance that he's been making. Winter is questionable. His gameplay is absolutely reliable. He is an aggressive player, no two ways about it. But the play style is a little questionable, especially based on the finals and what is on the stake and on the line, $30,000. There is a bit more improvement that can be expected from the dude. And on the other tangent, of course, TRZ Sports Mamba Noob. Well, none said the wiser, because this dude has just been performing and performing and performing and performing for the team, for us, and has been absolutely a miracle to watch. But will it be enough to get this team all the way up to the top 3? Well, that's the question that this team is facing right now.
He's lurking. He is certainly lurking. He is just luring things apart because there was no other reason just to think about that. Maybe if he is just trying to get all those jumping things coming into his way, there might be some shots coming in from the sides of other opponent team, and in that situation, their location can get revealed. Eventually, the chip damage will be a case where he'll be healing himself those first hits and those medics that will be surely in his bag. But certainly a lot of strategies, a lot of mind games that do come in because this is not the quarterfinals, this is not the semifinals, this is the finals. You really need to have those X factors, something else out of the box where you can actually surprise your enemies. And talking about that, if X Brothers don't realize and don't check Ruins area properly, it will be unstoppable. That won't just stop, and they will be eliminating as many as well as they can because these are those circles where they tend to go towards the western side where Georgia Pool Mountain is already there. We can get to see maybe ruin sort of circle or maybe shift again towards the Georgia Pool area. I will have actually happens to be, but Kolbalish, it seems that he is having a bit of time now.
Not having a lucky day driving, that's for sure. Finding yourself in the rock again and again. Well, something certainly is not favoring Kublash as he tries to drive around across this region, and as he does so, it seems he's going to be very close to the crosshairs of Leviathan right here from NRZ, and this is something where Leviathan will certainly get the will gain the information, but will he retaliate? Because as we can see on the minimap, the entire squad of NRZ were on top of that mountain, but have not decided to put a nail onto down towards Kobilash's rotation, and eventually he will be able to go ahead and find his teammates. So rotation worked out in his favor, but eventually information was given away. For the moment, they find themselves, of course, in the cool region and will be able to get more loot set up for themselves. But will it be enough? For now, of course, we are looking at things that are not going to be favoring the way this team is playing, but in a I mean, it's too early to say anything because after all, when it comes to Silent Cloud, they were the ones who were so close in the previous game to be able to get that chicken dinner. I mean, even though the gameplay that they've showcased has not really been on point as far as the aggression is concerned, as far as the fights are concerned, but you just never know. I mean, as the game progresses on along, you could very well have one of these teams take away the chicken dinner, take away a lot of points, and maybe even find themselves in the top 8 to top 5.
Definitely, a lot of team that is still away getting towards the chicken one can also be TRZ Esports and also the other lineup, the TRZ are with the Silent Cloud. So a lot of team that did falter out in the top 2, top 3 finish, but till now they have been doing so good in order to get the kill points and in kill points. Early stage game in this sort of map shift, we can get to see this sort of passive gameplay and. I guess for the last 2 or 3 matches, we have been getting a lot of active gameplay coming in where rotations were being cut down. But since it's a central shift and none of the team have actually dropped down towards the southern island where we get to see Novgorod 9 and Victory Village or maybe that the area, we can get to see a lot of team already in. So not a lot of team needs to move an inch. Talking about that, it is what's pajamas that now are coming in from the area of 70. TRZ have made a safe haven, are drawing closer and closer towards the area of Rozhok, where now it is taken by XBROTHERS because a moment ago we saw them into the area of Roots. That means at Rozhok, TRZ can relax, can have some good times out there, but TRZ are the team in that second game of Sanhok that came second. They are in the views. They are facing the brunt of the views. But on the southeastern side, we can expect a fight between Kings of BD and Team 4M. If that happens, that can be really a good comment for Team 4M because Kings of BD really have a very massive fight. And the way they actually pick out the players, it seems like they just decimate the opponent, I would say.
They most certainly do. And talking about decimation, it seems like Kings of BD, T4M are going to be moving on to try and decimate each other as they are going to be making a rotation together. But talking about rotations, see onto the northern side of the zone, it is only Python that find themselves in the shooting range. And if this circle drifts down towards that range, that is something that Python should be able to capitalize upon. But on the other tangent, as we were just mentioning, Kings of BD were making rotation very close to the side of T4M and the others, and it seems like the fight is going to be taken from the side of Megamind, and Megamind is going to be able to, with one spray, bring down quite a lot of trouble for the side of course, T4M, and Loser and Marcos are already down. Accelerate is going to have to just accelerate out of here, mate. There's nothing he can do to fight that fire because the cover has been given, it is out in the open, and the kill has already been taken from Megamind.
I mean, exactly. Just one spray and 2 players have actually gone down. I mean, some precise spray and just a 27 bullet. I mean, some players were actually in that motion. One player was still in the car, but it's still not easy because the distance was quite far away. Still 100 meters and still not easy. But the way they actually players tried day in, day out, it becomes so easy and made it look so possible for them. But eliminating 2 players in the early stage of the game for Team 4, and we were expecting this fight to actually happen. But A1 Esports taking down the players of IPGs. Dante brings one knock onto the players of IPG Sincere. And I guess once IPG, after leading out the areas of northern Georgia while they were in the rotation, might be the position, might be the situation where they must have been caught off guard. And yes, there we go. Since this Wizard Tower is held by Dante, he is getting a lot of info about all the teammates that are rotating in the same vicinity. And just because of that, we got to see one knock. Can we get to see one more knock? We have to celebrate for that because A1 Esports, they are just not staying away from any fight that can come in. There we go. Sincere kill has been good.
Absolutely. For now, that has been the case. On the other tangent, Venom also chiming in to take on a little bit of fight, and a second airdrop being dropped onto the city of Rozhok, where once again we do see the LMG, the MG3 light machine gun that has been brought into the meta now. And of course, well, not necessarily into the meta, but yep, we have certainly seen it throughout the national championship use of the LMG quite a lot in the maps of Sanhok as well as on this map itself. So it could be very well contested, and TRZ are right there. So it is probably a gift to them because there's no other team out in towards the Rozhok area to be able to take or capitalize the positioning of that perfect trait. But as we push, the circle is going to constrict, and as it does so, this is going to make things difficult for the likes of Python because now they have 7C Esports right in between their rotation, A1 Esports right in between their rotation, and it's not looking good.
what will happen to Python, because if they try to go from the northern side, it's IPG and NRZ. The team are really hungry for all those kills, and if they try to go from that southern side, it is going to be A1 Esports, it is going to be 7Cs, and then if not, it is going to be Dude if they try to find themselves in same position. So suddenly, Python not in a position. They were expecting that circle could have come out to their side, because these are a circle somewhere down the line at some point of time tends to go toward the shooting range, but unfortunately, I really very sad for them.
But again, I honestly expected the circle to go up north towards the shooting range,
Exactly.
and I was hoping that maybe finally this is the time that Python might be able to work towards getting some placement points or some points for themselves itself, and they have been doing it so pretty well. But every single team should be able to chime in on the first day itself, right? Otherwise, the opportunities are going to slowly and steadily get away from you. And right here, we do see the opportunities being taken away in the name of course, VNM Legends, who have already started to take on a fight, and it is UnstoppableX who are on our screens right now, and Claude trying to get himself acclimated to be a part of the fight. He needs to be in the cover, and as he does so, of course, he needs to be able to cover his teammates as well. As of now, they are split in a 2v1 post, and that is going to be a bit of a tricky affair that Unstoppable will find themselves in. On the other tangent, A1 Esports almost able to take on a fight against the players of 7C. Thankfully, Sinister was able to get into the cover of this tree in time, and that smoke is most certainly going to be helping him out, because after all, 7C had his teammates. 7C's teammates were all there and certainly have been able to give that cover fire, and it is going to be A1 Esports looking none the wiser, at least for now.
7Cs have a good control of that Rozo kill for now, and that can really put them off well, if I'm not wrong, because it is a long distance fight that has been taken down by all these players. And that a good cover fire actually helps a mister to make a fall back. And in that situation, he actually retreated, and this is a good decision because A1 Esports, they know that they need to get the chicken, or at least move towards that. And in doing so, they need to get close towards the 3 or 4 player down to the last circle, and then they can actually hammer down the bullets on the player's head or onto the chest, and then they can secure a good chicken. But XBROTHERS, this was a team that did a rotation later than Unstoppable actually did. And things are certainly going against them. The odds are certainly not favoring Unstoppable. As Claw has gone down, this has been the X factor all in all for Unstoppable. But still, Hassan versus still surviving. Revival is gonna is it not going to be the case? We have to still wait for that. But certainly, they are in a commotion. Certainly, they are in a movement where the players are moving here and there. And as they do so, it's the water city area. The city actually, the terrain actually doesn't really favors you for a faster movement. And in that situation, if a knock is brought on onto the team, that is where the Holocaust gets dug onto the team.
Well, and now the circle has moved away from the likes of course, Unstoppable Brothers, and the likes, and it is going to be Sherlock who is bringing that early rotation thanks to the buggy, but has already been brought quite a lot down when it comes down to his health, thanks to Unstoppable's perfect burst spray, and that is going to result in, along with that, 7C Esports making a rotation right next to them as well. So suddenly, it seems like UnstoppableX can actually be an X factor for so many other teams in the vicinity making that rotation, but it seems like that will not be the case. On the other tangent, right close to that area, was of course the players of VNM Legends as well, and VNM Legends are now finding themselves in the process of TRZ Esports. As of now, TRZ Esports have not been able to accumulate any kill, but it is only a matter of time as we are 17 minutes, pretty much 17 minutes into the game. We are looking at all 16 teams still alive.
I mean, exactly. Still, 16 teams pretty much intact in this match. Some player must have been eliminated, I guess, from sides that were trying to make a rotation, but XBROTHERS, this is a tough call. This is a pretty much tough call because this is not the way you make an entry into a city as big as Rosa, where it's already occupied. Look at the way the player from sides of VNM Legends are just looking like a vulture, trying to bite out the most of the flesh, and they are carving out. And within a blink of an eye, XBROTHERS have been sent to the lobby as VNM Legends players finish at front and night being just brought the final player down to the knees. Have been eliminated. But look at the number of spots that are already present. We get to see multicolored spots that are present there. It's just like a rainbow. It'd be red, pink, brown, orange, grey. I mean, it's a good sight to actually witness.
Well, indeed, it is looking pretty neat right now. But again, in all of this, one color is going to be the dominating one, and that's going to be, of course, the green one, the one that is going to be sprayed from the side of VNM Legends, from the side of 7Cs, from the side of A1 Esports. They are not looking too good as they find themselves quite high out in the open, and their position has already been compromised. But A1 Esports are going to have to make it into the zone itself and into the comfort of the zone or compound, rather. That is not going to be an easy task. On the other tangent, we see a 1v1 situation right here where it is Bad Intentions Winter trying to give perfect spray cover to his teammate Counter, and of course he will be able to also bring down the opponent. That was of course the Python right there, and his teammate Stalker is also right next to them, going to be allowing them to take help of that smoke to give that revival. But for now, Winter has also been brought down to quite a lot of health, brought down to his knees. It is not looking too good, but will Stalker be able to provide that sort of a cover fire to the players of Counter and Bad Intentions? And Winter, this is your moment to shine, mate. This is the moment where you will have to push on to get that working in your favor. Of course, the nades are be brought on in, but is that enough? Silent Clouds, of course, Kobiraz is already down. Sparrow has all. It's only Sparrow who has the answer to this perfect push coming in from the side of the IT and Winter, Stalker, and Counter. Now all three of them up are going to push on and try and take on the fight against the players of Silent Cloud. Silent Cloud, looking none the wiser. Spyro has absolutely no way to be able to get out of that contestation. Eventually, it is going to be the smoke that will keep him surviving for long, but for how long? That's all this play is going to be on point, but it seems it is going to be BIT's Winter. Yep, Winter will be able to take that kill, and with that, Silent Cloud is sent back into the lobby. We've got 12 teams remaining. 19 minutes into the game, UnstoppableX moving mercilessly through the open fields as they try and get themselves into a decent area of the circle. But it is easier said than done. Of course, for now, these lads are looking pretty comfortable because they've got the vehicles that they can utilize. But apart from those vehicles, there's absolutely no cover whatsoever at all. And the smokes that they end up using will, of course, draw a lot of fire as well. So this is a tricky situation for UnstoppableX, but we've been talking about this team, that this team should be get a decent placement. But with the likes of VNM Legends, of course, 7C, and it's not looking like an easy circle this time around. Of course, right next to Rock area, but it is quite tricky with so many teams still alive.
I mean, completely commanding position in which Unstoppable are pretty much because they are holding the ridge. They have some big trunks that can actually they can take the shelter off if they want to. But all of a sudden, Kings of PD have now decided that they will be rushing and crushing upon Bad Intention, and suddenly it can be game end for Bad Intention. 6 kills what they have been able to secure, but if this grenade is lobbed in a precise way, Kings of BD it can be their demise because there are multiple grenades, but the Tappa has finally been faltered down thanks to that coming in. Winter from the Blues have made a detrimental damage on the Kings of Blue side, and the last player that is going to be Shipu that is surviving. Also, last player, to be honest, it is Gabi that is still surviving, but in all these fights, a lot of players outside of the are already lost. But VNM Legends, now they are being brought down by something that has been consistent throughout the day, and this is going to be NRZ as Sajid out of the total 4 kills he has been able to secure. There we go, makes it to 4 out of total 5 kills. He has now 3, and in all these fights, it was A1 Esports that really had a good outcome against dude. Jax is still pretty much on his knees now. It goes on his knees. 6-9 tries to take the fight, but Bolt is down as Sinister also goes down. But 6-9 boy, as we were talking about, puts the final nail in the coffin, and he has been the savior for A1 Esports. Whenever the players actually goes down, he tries to be on his foot, and all this situation, all he just need to do is to keep the revival, and I guess they will be good to go.
Well, amazing turn of events from the lad, because after all, he was able to keep his entire team surviving. What an amazing turn of events for the side of A1 Esports, because they all will be given a revival, and it will be a 4-man army once again. On the other tangent, talking about IPGx's team, it is Dictator, and well, it is only Dictator who's surviving right now as he tries to take on the onslaught against the players of RZ Esports. Not looking too good, not looking too easy, because on the other tangent, it is going to be, of course, the RZs who have been able to absolutely utilize the compound in their favor. And the urban finish that we are slowly and steadily working towards is looking absolutely classic, because the teams who are in the cover of the compound are looking absolutely dominating. But on top of this, Aeon Esports now find themselves out in the open, and they're going to have to get away from that King of the Hill situation to get into the safety of the circle itself. So that is not going to be easy. And Kapshi right here, not knowing that he is still visible, trying to take a peek on towards the players of NRZ, has been caught off guard. And White Cat, what an amazing spray that was with the DP.
Is it a chance where TRZ can convert this closest to the chicken? That is going to be the question of the hour. NRZ's players have already spotted down thanks to White Cat, that is still trying to spot down the players, but the players on the side of 7Cs are still holding the compound. Now they are being challenged by NRZ that is coming in, but in all these fights, TRZ needs to make sure that A1 Esports are holding their back, and whenever they try to make a push, it is going to be a real tough affair, be it with that terrain that is featuring and helping the way in which that can actually help it, but A1 Esports actually know how to take the fight even in modest situation. Manu tries to bring one more knock, but still not successful enough as number of smokes are being deployed. But still, 16, 18 players are still alive in a small circle, and sooner or later we'll get to see the 7th step. What do you think? TRZ is compound. Will be getting away from this zone, or will they be getting inside again the zone? We have to wait for that. As TRZ players have been spotted now, Mamba is regularly giving a constant pressure onto the players, but it's still a stalemate situation.
It certainly is between these two, but right behind Mamba, Noob is going to be, of course, Aeon Esports, and that team also does need to find themselves into the comfort zone, and that is not going to be an easy task for the side. But on the other tangent, talk about NRZ. They are pushing on along towards the players of 7C. Evil Eye has already been knocked, and it is not looking good from side of 7C, because Kapshi is the man who was supposed to take a reign in charge, and he has been able to do so. UnstoppableX, sadly, even though they were a 4-man squad, have been wiped thanks to Aeon Esports' push, and now Mamba Noob, he is now going to be in a bit of a tricky situation, as I was mentioning earlier, because he's on the roof. He knows right in front of him is TRZRA, right behind him is another team on top of the King of the Hill situation. That's going to be Aeon Esports pushing on along with all their 4 members and looking really strong. So now that has turned into TRZ Esports' chances of taking a chicken dinner into a, well, not an easy fight, that's for sure. But one thing that can be done is to use the utilities and the nades and hopefully stop Aeon Esports in their tracks.
I mean, he really tried to put that grenade and deploy into the window, but that really bounced off. And this is what pressure can actually hamper your concentration. And he really needs to find himself in the groove. But A1 Esports, now they can be in a situation where they can be pulled on the back foot. But look at the rotation A1 Esports are doing, completely out closer to where the Blues are. It seems that A1 Esports are just going for that split and maybe hoping to get close to the edge of the circle. But Mamba Luke is taking care of the pistol. If this play gets connected in a well-positioned way, this would have been taken down, but so was not the case, as McLaren helped him survive for another day. With certain Mamadou, exact position has now been given away, and with this, NRZ's players are still in the fight against 7Cs, and this time Shifa takes one more player down, that means one more kill, and this is all down to Kapshi. Needs to come out of this window. He needs to realize that it's Shifa is down to just 20 HP. If he could have taken the fight, it would have been really critical for him, but on the side, this cannot make that is taking down the players of TRZ are just a 4-player alive, just a 4 team alive, still 10 player in the lobby.
Well, Kapshi versus the Shifa is now turned into Kapshi being the man who has been able to get away from the situation, but now, as he does get the compound in his favor, will he be able to retaliate against the positioning of A1 Esports? Whereas A1 Esports are going to be busy to take on a fight against the players of TRZ Esports, and this has turned into Rare FPS, a very rare occasion that he could very well be able to capitalize upon, and it is done so, because Dante, even though he had the nade parade going on against the players of TRZ Esports, has been knocked, and Sinister, 6boy, and Jax are the ones who are going to have to take a rain check on this, because Rare FPS, as I was saying, a very rare but awesome positioning for him could result in him being able to take down the team. At least 2 players from A1 Esports, as we see Sinister had moved on away with his McLaren towards this side, and when he tries to go back, it is going to be out in the open. But on the other tangent, when it comes down to the other players, they are so close. It is not going to be good. But Rare FPS has been brought down to his knees thanks to Sinister's nade, and this has gone against Rare TRZ's players' favor. Sad state of affair. It's just Aeon Esports' experience that is reigning on top when it comes down to this fight.
Exactly, can't agree more with you on this particular point. As perfectly mentioned, it's experience that counts in this sort of tricky affair, as Mamba Noob is still trying to figure out his ways, just not letting these opponents slip step away as he's still trying to take the play down. He eventually takes the listed down, tries to bring one more knock, and he is completely pumped up. He needs to take care of that from the left hand side. He can be pulled down as TRZ is played slowly and steadily and bleeding off. He cannot give the revival. All he can do is to make sure that if 691 is taken down, it will be then how Jax not to survive. But it is really looking pretty tough. He takes one more knock, completes the kill. That means one more finish into its way. But Jax goes again down. That means TRZ all of a sudden in this match, obviously in this fight, is coming close towards the chicken. Will they be able to do so? We have to still wait for that. In the game of Erangel last time we faced, it was A1 Esports that got the better half of the fight with all these fights. It is Mambanu that is really making the play. 7 kills already onto the name of A1 of the TRZ Esports, but just the 1 kill. Mamba, if he gets closer and closer to a 6-9 boy, he will be taking one more knock, but he's just not over-aggressing. Mind you, he is just not over-aggressing. He's going to the exact position, takes the final knock, and gets one chicken into its name. Final game of this day 1 finals, and TRZ Esports, there we go, in style, a chicken into the name.
Wow, what a play. I mean, as you were mentioning, right? I mean, Mamba had that 1 kill Mamba noob in that final moment, but that one was such a crucial kill. Was such a crucial flank angle kill that he pushed down the line. Had he not done that, A1 Esports definitely were looking aggressive and were looking on stomping onto the players of TRZ Esports. Amazing turn of events. 9 kills is what TRZ Esports walks away with. 24 points in total. GG play. But with that, as we move on to the MVP, TRZ's Atomic will be reigning with 4 kills, 757 damage in the 26 minutes of survival time, along with the 212 healing done as well. So yeah, he was part of quite a lot of fights. It of course was an urban finish, so healing was must and was required, but eventually a GG play from the entirety of TRZ.
Before the start of the match, I completely just asked one question to you. Is it going to be TRZ or is it going to be A1 Esports from this match that will be emerging strong from the top leaderboard? I'm still not sure whether it is going to be A1 Esports or TRZ, but certainly a chicken is what a chicken that TRZ Esports have been able to capitalize from this match. And this is something that TRZ, they were coming close to the chicken. It was 2 times that they did falter down onto the second position. And finally, when they were 4 men strong, players were going down, but the use of Fury to its perfection, and especially as you perfectly mentioned, it was, I guess, Dante's knock from the sides of A1 Esports that certainly changed the fortune in favor of TRZ. But thanks to that aggressive push, that angle that TRZ Mamba noob held from the right hand side, and he didn't allow any single player to come close towards the sides of TRZ. I guess A1 Esports were just done with that utilities and they were exhausted with it. Else things would have been really difficult for TRZ Esports. But what a chicken at the end of this day 1 finals. When TRZ got this chicken. Atomic highest kill, Unstoppable Hassan 260-meter kill distance is the longest that we got to see. Sinister highest damage 726, and he was really was in an impeccable position. And the way he was trying to pull down the player, that was just phenomenally well. TRZ's Ragnar with the most utilities used, because he was being pulled down for a long time from the left hand side when TRZ was finally decided to put the final nail in the coffin.
Once again, that was the Ragnar most utility used, right? That was also again MVP to Mamba noob. You remember on top of that roof, of course it was only TRZR's 2 players remaining. So Mamba noob was part of some really crucial decisions that TRZ Esports ended up making, and thus of course resulted in getting that perfect chicken dinner. 24 points is what this team walks away with. 9 kills in total. A1 Esports not that far behind. 11 kills, so 23 points in total to A1 Esports, and then followed by NRZ Esports. Wow.
But since TRZ Esports actually had a higher point, and they were above A1 Esports on the start of the match, eventually this 1 point will be letting them sell. But I guess the difference between TRZ and A1 won't be too much. And NRZ Esports, on the other hand, also secured 15 points. We're talking and bringing one fact about you that you perfectly mentioned, that the TRZ those important call-outs, those important infos. At the end of the day, eventually in a match or 2, the kill actually doesn't justify the importance you have actually played in the match.
Exactly.
Just the 2 kills at the end of the day, I guess that Mamba but the amount of influence that Mamba brought to this match was certainly just impeccable.
Absolutely. I mean, taking on the fight against the players of TRZRA and having them bring on those utilities again and again and just shooting onto their feet so they keep on dancing and do not even try and aggress. On the back angle, there's AON Esports that you want to be able to keep a rain check on, and that again was fallen back onto the positioning of Mambanuk. So yeah, there was a lot of stressful moments that Mambanuk found himself in, but just amazing the stratosphere play that he was able to bring. But alongside all of that, let's of course move on along with the Oppo F19 Pro moments, where this is where it almost seemed as if BIT were pretty much done as Silent Cloud pushed on along with all four members. But the utilities that were being showcased from the side of first counter and then Winter chiming in resulted in Silent Cloud not being able to survive for much longer.
Definitely, in all these fights, it was unstoppable that they were in the commanding position and bringing more and more player down, be it the size of Kings of BD or bad intentions. But finally, it was that we get to see in this last part of obviously this was a moment where A1 Esports, after eliminating RudeDude, then they had a bit of an unstoppable. But what a game also for A1 Esports. So now there are a lot of teams that keep exchanging on the second, third position, but A1 Esports have been constantly bragging their rights and finding themselves in the last beat any sort of the game. So this is where the fight actually started happening. Atomic was pulling down, he was spotted down, but Mamadu from this position, when this fight gets actually knocked, actually came in. That was the moment where I got to see A1 Esports was completely thrown onto the back foot. And when that happened, it was TRZ Esports realizing the situation, sensing it. They made sure that since they are pretty much close towards the 5 we get to make a close in and gets that deal sealed, and getting close to the chicken is what they able to secure. 11 kill, 2022 damage, A1 Esports, but still not enough to stop. 9 kills, 1815 damage stacks of TRZ as TRZ it's one chicken for the day.
But on the other tangent, talk about IPGx. Team that has still not been able to perform throughout the day. I mean, we've been talking about it. Hopefully, tomorrow will be a different gameplay from them. Again, same conversation for XBROTHERS. Along with that, BIP this time around were not able to showcase much result. But yes, I mean, a few of those select teams, I certainly do keep my fingers crossed that tomorrow they'll bring a different onslaught. But right off the bat, in the first day itself, just 6 games played. It's a 4-day affair where every day 6 games are going to be played. But it's just 6 games. These teams, the top 3 teams, have already gotten themselves almost to that 3-digit marker.
I mean, definitely, that you perfectly mentioned about that. TRZ Esports now getting and converting that 0 into 1 with the total chicken that they are having for now. The point difference is still not much, but once we move from A1 Esports, TRZ 7C's Esports total point tally to VNM Legend, there is a drop of 30 points, and VNM Legends need to close in and reduce the deficit as soon as possible. But as we're talking about the performance of Team 4M, Bots Pajamas, IPC, they are certainly not looking good at the moment, because just a six game and just the 30 points, maybe close to 2.21, the average that they're scoring for each match is certainly not acceptable with the way they have set up the standards, the threshold that they have put in. This is not the IP that we have seen in the past.
Exactly. That is exactly my point. And hopefully, like I said, that hopefully things will change as the day progresses on to the second day, that will be tomorrow, of the finals. But for now, to close the day off, let's have a look at the day report itself, where 7C total points are sitting at 98. The damage that Aeon Esports timed in along, almost jumping it down to 10,000. We're looking at 9,369, and that too, keep it in mind that the first 2 games did not favor A1 Esports' baseline whatsoever at all. After that, they finally jumped in and took basically 4 games, and that is the result, 9,369 damage. So crazy stats right there. 7C as we move on to the kill department, 47 total kills. Heals coming into NRC's role with 3,574 healing done, and knockouts are at 50 in favor of A1 Esports. So just 6 games, but some amazing plays being showcased from the entire lobby.
Certainly, but 7Cs are not surprised with the kill that they are actually sharing. A1 Esports, we have seen in the past, they find themselves in the knockout, they find themselves in the damage, they find themselves in the over point. But when it comes to the kill department, it has been 7C. Also in the semifinals, we saw there was a moment where 7Cs are actually taking the fight. It's a moment where you don't get to see a lot of flashy plays coming in. the sides of 7Cs because slowly and slowly they take up the fight, reducing 1-2 player in a skirmish, in a squabble, and then getting closer towards the total kill point. But certainly 7Cs had their gameplay in the best way for today's gameplay because
Oh,
at the
yes.
start of the day they made sure when they were finishing things off because it was a moment there where they could have left down with the NRZs pushed onto their compound, but certainly they held the compound for a long, long time. And had there been the not had there not been the same case, things would have been different where RZ could have emerged strong.
Well. With that, I mean, so many different things could have happened and have happened, but that itself is just day number one of the finals of this national championship. And it is all thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. But with that, we've still got 3 more action-packed days remaining for today. We do reach the end of our stream. With that, Ankit, final thoughts from you, mate?
I mean, DRZ's Mamadu, the performer of the day.
Well,
Especially,
indeed.
remember the game of Erangel on that rock? Here also,
Absolutely.
it was just one kill, and at the end of the day, 2 kill maybe. But as we talked about, it's not always the kill that matters. It was the info that you bring
Exactly.
in, the influence that you bring in, and TRZ's influence throughout the day has been just impeccable.
Well, indeed, that has been the case. But that, of course, is just day number one. Like I said, we still have 3 more days remaining. So we'll be back again tomorrow. But until then, you guys sitting back at home, take care, stay awesome. Bye bye.